you know what happens? You get promoted during the Steam sale. So, like, they have the minimum possible sale you can have to take part in the Steam sale. It's been on sale before, I'm pretty sure, hasn't it? Did you finally fix that Forgotten Beast extract tracking, killing everything? Yep, there's still one pile of it, but it's locked off and nobody can get to it. So I'm gonna make it safer. Anyway, let's get into game. Before I go on another tangent. I think you're the only person I've ever seen with that sentiment, A2Day. Do you just have like a very slim budget for games? Is that why? Just looking at something in regards to Rogue Trader. I would say value for money wise, Rogue Trader's kind of got a lot of DLC that's expensive. Whereas the Digital Deluxe Edition does what for Baldur's Gate? Yeah, so that's completely all optional, right? It's just like a bunch of digital paintings and the soundtrack. Yeah, so I don't know. Rogue Trader seems kind of expensive, actually, because Rogue Trader has a season pass that's almost like $40 here. Plus, there's the deluxe pack, which is an extra $20 on top of it, which adds the OST, the wallpaper pack, and all that shit. I don't know. Value for money wise, it seems like Baldur's Gate's the better value. Yeah, but there's a $35.99, which is like $40 after taxes here. Season pass. So generally, that's not pointless cosmetic shit. I mean, usually it's stuff that's not out yet, right? Like you're pre-ordering DLC essentially, but yeah, I don't know. That's a little sketchy to me. But okay, so for the fortress, yes, we fixed the infinitely spreading toxic sludge. There is one spot right here that has it. Stiggle's Forgotten Beast Frozen Extract right here. Fair. Nuclear sneeze. Anyway, so there is this. There's one there that could total the fort. And then there's one down here. Right there. Those are the only two that I'm aware of. There might be more in here somewhere, but the majority of it was on top of the lava cannons that we were building, which is under lava now. So that's a non-issue. The lava was draining. It took me 3 tries to fix it, but I was able to fix it. So the lava is no longer draining off the side of the map down here. And this is almost full. I mean, it's starting to fill up on this level here, and then one layer up, it's filling more, and it's gonna fill all the way up to the top of this layer, up to here, and along here, and stuff is starting to melt over here, actually. You can actually see this. There's some steam here, and some water starting to appear. So we'll see what this looks like once it's all stable. I'm kind of hoping all this ice disappears, and then I'm going to very carefully go through here and just double check that there isn't any contaminations around here. I mean, this whole layer is going to be full, right? But what we're going to do once this whole layer is full is on this layer, so the one layer above where, well, actually, no, it's going to fill all the way up to here, shit. So one layer above this, once this is all full, and it's all stable, hopefully by then, I'm going to have this area channeled out and built in. This is going to be the entrance to the fort through this thing. Okay? And this is going to have a ballista battery and maybe also a catapult battery, because I'm not going to do the cannons. I've given up. But I do have this very conveniently placed and conveniently shaped thing that if I secure this side a little better, we could pretty easily build a ballista battery. Yeah, making good with it. Like doing something with it, right? Like you don't want to do nothing with it. And then this hole that I've made, that's just kind of this ugly, weird square hole of my 3 attempts to dam this, which failed the first time. I kind of screwed up the second time as well. But the third one we did it. It's fine. I did completely eviscerate one dwarf in it, but, you know, it happens. And also a child. It happens. So there was 2 casualties, which is unfortunate. But I do have this big lava pit now. So, third castle in the swamp stayed up. Yeah, something like that. So, this, I guess, we'll end up building in right here. I guess we'll build a bridge across here. And I can have, because this is also quarantined, this area, this is full of death, of death extract. So, this area is quarantined. We will not go in here. Like, that killed somebody right here. It's at the bottom of this pile of steel bolts, too. They're all contaminated. In fact, I'm actually going to go here, and I'm going to forbid all these. Just so that my dwarves stop trying to pick those up. Because I think that actually may have been the cause of a... Chat room, I just figured out why I have no ammunition. So arrows fall through floors. I have this little absently minded dugout little thing here, which are falling down here. This is why I have no ammo. I was having problems getting my my crossbow dwarves to equip bolts. They do have bolts because I recently made more. So they clip through floor. So if I fill this up with walls, they'll stop doing that. So first order of business, fill this up with wall. And dig a new pathway to these bedrooms over here. We are also... how can I do this? Actually, you know what? The pathway to those bedrooms can go through here. This will look weird, but fine. There we go. This right here, can get this. And we'll fill this in with blocks. Currently, we are clearing the caverns. That is the current job for this fortress. All of the dwarves are down in the caverns, and we are cleaning out the caverns. And I'm going around to these very densely tree-filled areas, and we're clearing them all out. And this purpose is so that we can keep the caverns clear, so that this right here can be cleared. We're going to clear out all of these stalactites up here so that I can channel down into this and start digging into hell. But I'm going to build, not a piston, but I'm going to channel out this up here. A big old thing. The shape of this. So on the off chance we open up hell, I can pull a lever and squish this whole thing. The first 2, some of them came back. And are back in my military, Kashmir. Yours never did. There was a second squad that I sent out that left for a year and a half, but they've all come back. So Yeah. That's the fort. I'm going to read through all the dwarves that are alive. Why do you have a spear? What? You shouldn't have individual choice melee. What? We're using metal swords. How dare you use a spear? What is this? All right, we're gonna read some dwarves, and then we'll do a little tour because I'm sure some people haven't seen the whole fort, and we'll get into it. You know, we'll name dwarves when migrant waves arrive, or if you ask really nicely. And it appears that right now one of my dwarves is getting chained up, but that's okay. Oh, also, I found a bug. And I uploaded a short about it today, but I'll just explain it again. If you have all of your dwarves set to orderlies, okay, and you have no buckets. In my case, I had 50 buckets. All of them had ice in them. Buckets with ice in them cannot be stored in stockpiles. Problem 1. Cannot be emptied with DF hack. The only thing you can do with them is throw them out. And now I'm stuck in an ad, but I'll finish my babble anyway. Can someone help out Custodian with ads? Because they were complaining about ads yesterday. So if you have buckets that are frozen, they cannot be put in stockpiles, and you can't do anything with them except for put them in a dumping zone. Sometimes you only get one. So you can, so all you can do is put them in a dump zone. You can just throw them in the trash. That's all that you can do with them. Unless they're metal, where in theory you could melt them down. If all of your dwarves are set to orderlies, everybody does this, and you have dwarves in prison, and you have no buckets, the most important job for dwarves in their personal priorities is orderlies. So they will try and bring a bucket to give the prisoner water, fail, and then go to the tavern and socialize. So they'll cancel the job and then go socialize. And that's all that they'll do. You can't make more buckets. You can't haul items. You can't dig. You can't do anything else. And it lasted for about 10 minutes where I was going like, why is nothing literally nothing is getting done. I thought I had a burrow on, and I slowly worked backwards through it. And then I turned off orderlies, and bang, everything got done. What we ended up doing was actually unchaining all of the dwarves that were in prison, because there was like 24 of them, because I screwed up a trade order, sending the captain of the guard off map so that by the time he got back, he wouldn't beat everybody to death, waited all of the sentences out, and we lost 3 doors to starvation. But keep that in mind. The cheese melted into chili corn queso, and the traders left the fort. That's pretty fun. That is pretty fun. I once cranked up heat a little bit too much, CEO of the Void, on a custom world gen map, and let's just say,
Thanks for the Lost Squad update, Cherry Saturnalia.
And let's just say that I embarked and all the dwarves spontaneously combusted. We died. I got to watch everybody burn for about 3 frames. Okay. What's funny is it's the second time I found this bug. The first time I found it was related to seeds. But that one's been fixed. The seeds one's been fixed. So now they need to fix this one. Actually, no, they just need to give us some way to empty ice-filled buckets, and that would fix it. Kashmir, thank you very much for the $20, by the way. That's the first bits of the stream. Means a lot, dude. Thanks for the $40 this week. You're very kind. And happy holidays. Whatever one you choose to celebrate. Most of the doors are currently dumping stuff because, like I said, we're cleaning up the caverns. And the dwarves in the fort are a Devilish Potato, Aethernull, Aimless Alpha, Alcord II, Andrei the regular guy who was part of the first squad that returned, Ashtolen, Baku, Baka Glass, Bastet, Big Bang A1, who also returned from the first squad. Blazing Iceberg, Blue Owl. Boloman the Second, Brain Fist. Bread Pita, Def Gun, and Dominoc, as well as Dr. Special 420, and of course, Elfie. In Fragrance, Glass Half Empty, GM 70, and Good Charles. Hot Rod Ricky, and Ice Hockey Player. Jam Jalopy, and Jetpack Tuxedo. Cormacker, our captain of the guard, and Kyokyo Doka, as well as Leander, and I have hiccups now all of a sudden. What the hell? Kill me. Le Musketeer and Lightning Roger, as well as Lord Ubda and Lucas Bat, and Ludi Rang and Laya Gushka, as well as Maladine and Martin II. Mini big hair, right? Because yeah. Anyway, mini big hair and MMO Junkie and Moreb, as well as Nasty Ninja and Piranha Pearl. Pulu Zion and Porcelet, as well as Prismatic Flux and Rams and or Ramsey and Rare Candy, Really Swifty, Silver Falcon, who joined the fort proper to study, Smitchell and Soul Shinery, and some Custodian, Stonecoat, and Stupid Moles, as well as Telenartho II, the Great Udolph, and Tight 90, and Tygozar, and Tyrandess, and Vicky Trickety, and Vikingo, and Recognize, and Wait What, White Pony 1, and Zratrak, who's, by the way, like one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. Kashmir, would you like a new dwarf? Or is this the... or would you like to continue trying to wait? Because I could redwarf you if you'd like. I mean, your dwarf was, like, not thrilled about life. I don't actually know what you did. JFO, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Yes, your dwarf did die. Rajesh. I want to say you died to a forgotten beast, actually. But thank you very much for the $20 and the 5-pack of gift subs. Aimless Alpha is, in fact, still alive. They're currently leading a biting demonstration. It's a very complicated process. First one died first? Yep. So Ghost the third. Let's go with... Kashmir's goat. How about something interesting? So this is one of our most interesting citizens. This is Stukos, Whisper standards. This, from watching Fada, did you enjoy the Fada run? The canon Fada, one could say. This is a Tosid Avuz Demon's Scholar. Recently made a discovery, and you're impatient, clumsy, humorless, and sickly. You killed a Yeti once. So good on you. And you are a dwarf named Necromancer Experiment. I know I like always missay it as ghost instead of goat. Okay. I mean, we could do some wild headcanoning with this even as well if you want. This he does not find most jokes humorous, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He does not often feel lustful, and he is quite ambitious. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he has a sense of duty. And he doesn't seek out excitement, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't care about family one way or another. He likes chalk and black pyrope, copperhead snake tooth, and the color aquamarine, millstones and amulets and coaties for their curiosity. In the words of the Carmine Page and the sound of the chant of deserts, impossible prefers to consume giant rhinoceros. You do have parents, so you weren't made by a necromancer. You worship a dwarven deity. So you are a former member of the Flaxen Tool and a former member of the Auburn Rocks, and you are a citizen of the Flag of Warriors, which is another faction in the area of dwarves. And you are a former member of the Blanded Theater, but you're currently a member of the Cobalt Rock. And you are a permanent resident here for the purpose of study. And you made a discovery not too long ago. And you know about the concept of time and social welfare. Which was it? Let's see. Yeah, it was anatomical studies, medicine. This is the first demon scholar you've seen. This isn't a demon. So demons are the things that come out of hell. This is a small three-eyed humanoid. It has a pair of spindly antennae and charcoal skin, which is leathery. This night creature, it is a night creature, was first created by the dwarven necromancer Rakust Axe Knight of Stopped Mind after horrible experiments on the dwarf Zulban. So that first creature had children, who somehow escaped and reassimilated with dwarves, and there's a whole family tree of these things. So these are basically Frankenstein's monsters. In fact, you have a cousin. So even better, this might actually be that particular dwarf who was given a new name and escaped. This could have been his parents who were made in, because they don't usually just make one, they make multiples. But yeah, no, you have a cousin who's in my fort. I don't know how that works genetically. I kind of don't want to ask, but yeah. Steel picks are fine. People always talk about steel picks. Like, steel picks are... I would rather use steel swords. Steel picks are, like, less good whips because they have the same kind of, like sharpness plus blunt damage combo, which is pretty damn good. It's a perfectly viable weapon. Should you only be doing it? Can you? Yeah. Is it viable? Yeah. Is it dwarfy? Yeah. Maybe you're just here to awaken the third eye in all of my scholars. Yeah. Yes, Rum Rusher, an experiment. Chill vibes indeed, Trooper Will. You use steel picks just to give your miners a chance. Something I need to try doing in this version, because I did it in an older version, and I did this in a cavern fort, was I put all of my miners into sets of squads that only had steel picks equipped, and they weren't able to mine with those picks. They had to drop those picks, go collect a different, because those picks got like flagged as a weapon or something. And they would drop the picks and then go get different picks and then mine. But because I had them training with picks, they were considered hammer dwarves, which I thought was interesting. They did use those picks as weapons when they got into fights with, like, Forgotten Beasts or whatever. But I feel like I would rather still just use, like, a base, like, just a squad. Like, I would rather just, like, train people with weapons. Because, like, once you get some skills in basically wrestling, you're going to be better even with a pick, right? So, because, like, there's base fighting skills, which are, like, okay, actually, if I open up a combat dwarf, right? Let's just type in mill. Sure, this dwarf. Like, if we go to combat, right? There's Master Swords dwarf, right? But the ones that really matter for, like, are you going to just immediately die is fighter, wrestler, striker, I guess fighter, armor user, kicker, dodger, and dabbling shield user. Like, when I embark, if I'm embarking somewhere that I know is going to be really dangerous, I'll give them dodger. Because it's like, I just want you to not get hit. Like, if you want your dwarves to be survivable, you want those. And wrestling trains all of those. So for me, if I were to put my miners in squads and try and train them so that they have a better chance of survival, this is just my thought process, I would just put them in an armorless squad and let them train wrestling. In fact, I've done that for many forts over the years where I'll just, like, take a group of 10 civilians, put them in a wrestling squad, and just let them train for 2 months and then disband the squad. Just so that they have some wrestling skills. Because it's like, I haven't tried it. I don't know if you can equip, I don't know if they'll keep their picks going in and out of a squad as mining dwarves. Because, like, if you have a squad of mining dwarves that only have picks equipped, and they're mining, and let's just say, I don't know, amphibian people appear, and you arm that squad, back in the day, they would have dropped their picks and ran off to go grab their weapons, or just started punching. I don't know if they'd still do that. So let me know if you do the science. Pickaxes are for elves. Real dwarves use pick hammers. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're gonna try it? Report back? Yeah. I know. I'd like to hear how your results are. Section of caverns collapsed. Oh. Cool. This is kind of fun to watch. I like how this ice is coated with obsidian. Do people make 1 square pits that are filled with water in jails to avoid having the prisoners take water? I did this. I gave most of the prison cells barrels of alcohol. So they're getting wine barrels. Not all of them are full, but... Actually, is this... Okay, that water is empty. I also moved... After that, I also moved all of... Cave's full of blood. Yeah, so they should be able to, like... Yeah, he's euphoric due to inebriation. So, like, they'll be annoyed after drinking without a cup, but, like... I've given them booze. In fact, actually, I'm going to spend like 90 seconds just making this prison nicer. Also, ooh. This is something I'd have to do quick. But that lava's kind of shallow right now. I could dig through here and put in a bunch of windows. ASCII? Wait, what do you want to see in ASCII? Which part? Oh, you want to see the stuff melting in ASCII? Yeah, I could do that. That is so insanely risky. What's the worst that could happen? A couple people's sentences end early. No, there's not that many places for the lava to go, so it's not that risky. That's it in ASCII. It's cool looking. All right, I don't have that much time before the moat fills back up, so yeah, because it's 6 deep right here, so that's actually pretty relatively safe. Actually, how many? Let me check how many windows I have first. I have 85 windows. Okay, yeah, that's plenty. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's what, 13. Do 14. Perfect. $14. And 14. I also need to keep filling in this. Remember, we are still patrolling and clearing the caverns. That's what we are doing currently. Oh, also, I need to increase the priority on these. Okay, you're on it. Sweet. Get all this stuff sealed. Make sure to mark it as level 1. I don't want to use gem windows now. I'm just going to use my green glass windows because I have them. It's a little bit close, but let's do another round. Right here. This is where we're getting risky. Yeah, okay, that maybe was a bit much. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, it's all right. It's all right. Chat's just like, dude? Dude. Dude? I'm confused. It says somebody was found dead. But there's somebody there? Oh, I see. Oh, that person has been wandering around sad for a while, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Nope, wait, never mind. Baka killed him. Did you commit a crime? Oh, actually, hold on. I see what's happening. Got dwarves going to prison actively right now is what's happening. All right, so this was a little bit too close. Just a lot too close. Okay, this is getting excruciatingly sketchy. Uh-oh. Lycot's on fire. Dwarves, do yourselves a favor and don't sidestep this way. Just get those windows in place and we'll be all good. 2 windows in place. A kid, now's not the time, buddy. It'll be worth it. We'll have a much prettier prison. Now's not the time, duder. You gotta move. Dude, come on. Dude. Like, please. Take a step to the left. Oh, there you go. Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anytime this year, please come on. You just gotta place one last window in the spot. That's all that we need. No. Okay. Oh, okay. That was a bit of a clinch. It's okay. We have pretty windows now. Worth it. It's a bit close, yeah. It's a bit close. Uh-oh. How did you get up there? How? How did that... This isn't, on YouTube, this isn't a volcano. I put this lava here. How? Someone's been practicing their jumping skills, I guess. Okay, so what's happening is the rest of those crimes are being carried out now. So Baka is getting is chaining people up and giving people beatings. So what happened was I made a mistake. I went through and I sold a bunch of low boots, forgetting that my king... Okay, so I need to do something. Baka, where are you? I need the weakest weapon in the fort. You're in one of my squads, aren't you? What squad are you in? Unless you're not, in which case then I need to force you to equip a weaker weapon. I did have an export ban, yeah. But it wasn't listed as export ban, so I'm blaming the UI. Now, what squad are you in? You're in the Bloody Glacier. Which one's that? This one. You're right here. Fair. Okay, well, we're gonna give you a new weapon. I'm gonna give you a wooden crossbow, and I'm gonna make a wooden crossbow. So I don't think I have... Do I have a wooden crossbow? Crossbow! Okay, no, I don't actually have a wooden crossbow. So let's... Wooden crossbow. 1. You did nothing... Nope, you're doing your orders. It's okay. Okay, currently you're chaining up Martin. The problem is some dwarves get a prison sentence, which is fine. We can deal with that. Some dwarves get a beating. Any dwarf that's going to get a beating is going to die. Do I have a boyer? I do have a boyer's shop, yeah. Or unless I deconstructed it. Because I've been making my crossbows out of steel. I deconstructed it. They deserved it? I mean, they committed crimes of exporting stuff. Okay, well, that's getting sorted. Chaining people up is totally fine. Non-issue. But this dwarf's about to die. Or Zon got beaten. No, Zon will live. Zon should live. Avaz was found dead. This is gonna be fun. You're gonna go beat somebody else. And you killed Esmil. Cool. The best part is he's got no weapon right now. That's the best part. He's got no weapon right now. He's actually just punching them. Wooden crossbow, let's say... Sure, whatever's closer. It doesn't actually matter. This is kind of hysterical, though. It's like the culling. Well, I mean, he's absolutely indefatigable, right? Best part is this dwarf just dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. I mean, I don't blame this dwarf for having an absolute vengeance. Because, like, you know, their wife did die. So, I think it's understandable. Sad, but understandable. I'm gonna go up to here, dig all this out, and I'm going to deconstruct this because I don't need it right now. I'm gonna deconstruct this, and I'm going to build a wall along here out of ice. I want to clarify ice. Because I don't need my fort collapsing. That would suck. I'm also going to need like 200 more chains down here, I think. Because if we run out of chains, he's just going to start beating people. So I'm just going to double up and triple up on all the chains. I've also installed a well here, which is functional. It goes all the way down to here, which has a well in it. So that should also make watering the prisoners easier. I'm also just going to get rid of the other well, or unassign the other well. So they should have access to booze. They should have access to water. And we'll wait this out. We'll get through this. We can get through this as a team. I'm also going to throw out all these venom barrels because, like, what the fuck am I actually going to use them for? Now we're in an ad as well, so. Absolute vengeance. I mean, okay, we do have a dwarf making a wooden crossbow. So that's good. This is fine. Yep. I always agree. Since there's 40 seconds left in this ad, I'm just going to go take a piss. Back in a sec. So, just for reference, if you find yourself in this situation and you don't want to deal with it, remove your captain of the guard from their job, remove your dungeon master from the job, and then wait. Or actually, maybe you can't remove the dungeon master without replacing the dungeon. I'd have to delete the dungeon master's squad, I think, and then remove them from the squad menu. But anyway, remove the captain of the guard from their job by removing everybody from their squad or removing them from their squad, and then replacing them with nobody. And then get rid of your dungeon master and delete your prison zone, and then just wait for a year and then reappoint everybody. So that's what you could do. I don't want to do that. That's no fun. So we're going to play this out. We're going to try and save as many dwarves as possible, keep as many dwarves okay, and try and go through with these sentences. Come on, finish this. You can do it. There goes Lycott. Although I think that was actually the dwarf that fell in the lava. That wasn't, like, somebody who got a beating. Okay, so where's Baka? I'm going to refresh the weapons on this. Also, this squad is called the Bloody Glacier, so I guess it fits. Currently, you're chaining up a miner. He's also... I wonder. It says he's going to go equip bolts. Do you think he's going to shoot bolts at people? Because I've never given a captain of the guard a crossbow before. I also want to see. I'm very curious, actually. Time to make wind bolts? No, he'd still equip the steel ones. Sorry, Esmil. You could send the guards on a trip, which I did actually initially, but to get the water situation fixed. Okay, so you're training up this human. A caravan has arrived to trade. We're a little busy right now. And we'll do our best. Oh, he's just not equipping. Oh, even better. He just isn't. He claims he doesn't have any bolts. I could find him some bolts, but like, what if I just didn't? what if I just didn't? Oh shit! Never mind. I actually can't do it this way. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna remove this as a training spot for Mark's dwarves, and we're gonna move it because this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna make a new Mark's dwarves training spot because I can't have those arrows falling down there. And actually, I wonder if it would be a good idea to link the most popular consultant's dwarf to the prison cells. And what I mean by that is, like, you take the office of, like, your duchy and link it to the prison cells. You want low boots, backpacks, and shields. Okay. Opens trapdoor to lava pit. I mean, kinda. I don't want to go to war with those humans, though. Human sieges are annoying. They're not that bad, but I've got problems right now. Internal problems, shall we say. Can jail and archery range be linked? I mean, yeah, you could. Why? They would just go train in there. It's not a good shape for it, though. Also, shit. Fuck. That's gonna explode. Come on, I need a brave dwarf to mine through some lava. Okay, cool. Cappy's gonna go take a nappy. Because if lava touches this, that'll blow up. Guys? Let's just put a wall there. Martin, I got bad news. Well, frame rate's about to take a bye-bye. Because the smoke is blocking them. I like how Martin's complaining that he's hungry. So what might actually happen is this water might extinguish the fire. It may also make obsidian. Has it made any? Okay, hold on. I scrolled down too far. No. But there is water dumping into there. Let's just let it run. There is obsidian now. Fortunately, the alcohol didn't explode. So I can speed the frame rate up a little bit with a df hack command. Which is smoke, clear smoke. I'm also going to extinguish all. This won't save his life, but this will make the game lag less for a second. Give us a bunch of ticks for free so that that obsidian can do its thing. Yeah, I mean, there is a very real situation that this ice actually seals it off for us. Whoopsies, shit. I'm just gonna pause the game. Okay. It's very hard to scroll through the layers with a mouse wheel with non-digital controls when that stuff's happening. Okay. Well, the dwarf is dead. Come on, dwarfs. I need a minor stat. Like stat. Kind of busy right now, dude. There you go. There we go. Solved. I think I'm going to engrave this with an image of Martin. I'm very sorry for my horrible mistake. Um, as entertaining as that was, I think. I'm very sorry. He says very sorry as he's like chuckling. Maniacally laughing. All right, the rest of these windows are fixed. This hallway got a little thin, but I mean, like, hey, we improved the, you know, quality of the prison for everybody. Martin didn't die saving others. Martin was chained up and in prison. Martin was chained up and then lava dumped on his head. So, no, that dwarf didn't die saving anybody. That dwarf died for absolutely no reason. No, nobody got casted in obsidian. What? No, Martin was standing right there. The dwarf above it channeled down a tile. So, okay, I had a dwarf standing here, and there was a puddle of lava right there. I channeled it in. Then, and then Martin caught fire seconds later, because a gush of lava flowed in. And I caved in the ice above it so that water would fall down, and that made that tile into obsidian. Does alcohol freeze? Yes and no. If it's not in a barrel, it can become frozen alcohol. And I've seen my military running around with ice and alcohol in their flasks, which I think is kind of funny. I'm gonna move this squad up to patrol route 2. So yes and no. It kind of does, but I've never had issues, at least, with it freezing in buckets. Or, Martin's been missing for a week, right? Okay, so let's go to the masonry shops and engrave slabs for those two. And let's follow Baka, who's currently going to go pick up equipment. That's terrifying. Oh, you're probably going to go get bolts. I had to bet, actually. Oh, I see. He's just swapped out entirely to, let's see how his beatings go when he's using a crossbow. Yeah, he's just punching him. So this is why I always say I don't think it matters actually what weapon you make them use, because they just punch them anyway. So if they're really strong, it's like, well, at least this is good training for the doctors. So look at this, chat. This is TELUS. This is my old ISP. The fastest internet they can get to my building is 50 up and 50 down. They call me about once a month and try and sell me their internet again. I always say no, and I ask them to take me off of their call list. If I don't pick up the call, they call me daily. I've blocked their number twice. I'm really tempted to phone like their head office and complain about harassment. They called me yesterday at roughly the same time, and I just hung up. Yeah, see, there's no fun in that. In my opinion. I think that Hammerer should be a strong dwarf, unless you want to roleplay against that. But currently, we are... Yeah, I've blocked them twice. They call from different numbers, mate. Oh, I've been asking them to take me off the call list every time. Very politely, too. Like, please, no, take me off your list. Absolutely not. Please take me off your list. And I always tell them, like, I'm following the internet speeds, which I actually do. I do check their website maybe every 6 months or so and see if their speeds have gotten better here. But nope. Use your Google Assistant to answer the call for you? Yeah, I don't do that. I've even deleted my TELUS account on their website. Borderline criminal? Mm-hmm. What's even better is it's advertised as 100 up, 100 down, but the line connecting to my building is incapable of going faster than that. And the other ISP, which is their competition, which now I guess is Rogers, was originally Shaw. I can get 1500, 1500. Admittedly, for like $80 more per month. But fuck it. So much dwarf pus. Apparently there's a Forgotten Beast's dead body in this stairwell. Bleeding and seriously injured. You might live. So many it's a busy day at the office, you know what I'm saying? But no, I actually train my he actually doesn't like his job. He's disillusioned after beating people. Beat somebody with the punishment. This makes me question it all. Me too, man. Dwarves are partying the justice of criminals. We're watching a dwarf crack in real time. Mate, you just acquired a new crossbow. Shush. They don't work globally, just period. What's funny is they're labeled as a spam caller in my phone, too. I think that says something about TELUS. Game's thinking about something. There we go. And go beat somebody else. Might as well just let him have his sword back, because he's still killing most of them anyway. Although, at least with this, he's not one-shotting them. They have, like, a chance at life. Should just give the... He doesn't use the... Here's the thing, Ramsey. I've explained this like a dozen times. He had a sword earlier, and he punched them. Okay? I gave him a crossbow because that is the lightest, weakest weapon, the weakest melee weapon in the game. He's still just punching them. It doesn't matter if I give him an adamantine warhammer. He's still just gonna punch them. Right? I've stated that like twice since you got here. You were typing. You'd said things in chat when I said that last. I've already explained this. Somebody clip it. I ain't explaining it again. God damn it. It's got nothing to do with the type of weapon they have. If the dude is strong, they gonna die. Wait, what's dead? Because Christian right-wing Americans are weirdos. That's why. I was actually getting a massive actually no, it's because they're Jordan Peterson fans probably. Or one of those other, like, hipster conservatives. War on Christmas? Fuck Christmas. No, they don't. It's all the dwarf strength. Rams, I'm not... The only way that I could fix this problem, the only way, is by unassigning this dwarf from their job, unassigning all of this squad from their jobs, and assigning a dwarf with absolutely no combat skill. That is the only way I could fix this problem. And I'm not going to do that. Okay? I've given you the solution. Stop trying to make up solutions. I'm not going to try any of your other solutions. I already tried one of everybody else's solutions to prove that it doesn't work, which is equipping him with a crossbow. Okay? We clear? Let's enjoy the show. Dwarves are gonna die. You're treating it like a problem. Asking all these questions like it's a problem. We have a violent police force in this fortress. They are called the Bloody Glacier. Banner flags. Can you help me here? And not the thing that I'm getting rapidly annoyed with. Help me out here. Work with me. I don't know what you're referencing, if that's a deep cut. There's no whips in this game? Whips are like lightsabers. They're like the strongest weapon in the game. Or one of, if not the, depending on the material. And only humans can make them. I think actually goblins can make them too. Dwarves can't make them. Not without modding the game. I don't have any whips, Ursul. I think I have one, but it wouldn't matter. No, the best material for a whip is silver, because it's technically a blunt damage weapon. Well, I guess, no, technically the best material for a whip would be platinum, I guess. Because technically it's a blunt damage weapon, so it does damage based on bluntness, but it also does cutting damage because reasons. So it's basically like a hammer sword. And also, another thing that I'm going to state once again, just so that we're clear here. He's not using the weapon. So it's not like he would enjoy it anymore if I gave him his sword back, or if I make him use this crossbow. It's not a matter of him not enjoying it, or not using the weapon. He's not using the weapon. He's just so strong, punching them is killing them. And everybody keeps on suggesting all these ways that I could stop them from killing him or kill them more efficiently. He's just going to keep punching them. Like, that's all he's doing is beating them with his fist. Lightsaber on a string, basically, yeah. Actually, now I'm thinking about like glow sticks on a string, but a lightsaber. Like that very little lightsaber that Luke pulls out in episode 4, and then he puts it back. I think it's like a something cutting device. Anyway, meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast, Strabo, has come. Giant scaly assassin bug. Oh, those things are cool looking. Scary bug on screen in a second for those of you spooked by bugs. I love assassin bugs. These suckers. They cool. I like red bugs. Anyway, bugs off screen. He has 3 broad horns and is slavering. That checks out. His red-purple scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware its noxious secretions. All right, so we need to kill this thing. Fortunately, I have 2 squads in the caverns. The dwarves were cleaning up the caverns. I can see soldiers close by already. The benefit of it being a bug means it'll leak out all of its juices and then die quick. It's not made of metal or anything scary, so. The noxious secretions could be bad, but I'm not too worried. I haven't had much bad luck with them. Capfu, my one human in the military, seems not thrilled by this situation. Misses, okay. And seems to be having a rough, had a rough day. Well, rest in peace, Capfu. At least that human's out of my squad now, so I don't need to make him armor anymore. That'll be nice. Here comes another dwarf. This is Bastet. This is one of my, she's terrified while in conflict. She's one of my best military dwarves. She did kill one of my dwarves. That's fine. But she runs directly at the creature. We have discovered Capfu dead. Creature is bleeding profusely. She's hitting it a lot. She's stabbing it with her named sword, I think. Yes, so she has a named sword in her left hand. She's also mostly made of stitches at this point. But, you know, aside from that, she's fine. The creature is bleeding very heavily. And she seems to be 1v1ing it pretty much. She's on top of it. And, game's hitching because it does that. And she's killed it. Which is actually like the best possible outcome of that. She stabs it in the head, tearing the muscle. So we're going to follow Bastet, who doesn't even have an injury, which means it'll be very quick and easy for us to figure out if the noxious secretions was actually bad. I don't have any adamantine in this fort yet. I haven't even started digging for adamantine. And I kind of wanted Capfu out of my fort anyway, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, largely she seems fine. She is covered in the noxious secretions, but that's fine. Yes. It absolutely can. You need to make very careful sure that it doesn't end up in your hospitals. Although, fortunately, if a dwarf gets stitches, they keep the stitches in their body for the rest of their lives. So if that dwarf then dies, you can get the stitches back. I was watching a stream once, and there was somebody who ended up with a bunch of adamantine stitches in their dwarf. And so they dumped lava on those dwarves and then drained the lava to get the stitches back. Because adamantine thread is safe. How do you make human armor? I'm assuming you're not in an ad because you're asking the question. Okay, well, you'd go to you could do this from the workshop or from any like from the manager screen as well. So let's just say armor, copper, I don't know, copper cap. Okay, so let's make something real. So let's say copper helm. All right, then you click on this magnifying glass, or in the manager screen you can click on the magnifying glass, and then you can select the creature. By default, it's sized for dwarves, so if we just search for human. Yeah, so everything that isn't a dwarf, with the exception of goblins and elves, need their own sized clothing. So that's how you do that. Hang air. And also, in case you missed it, no banner flags. I don't know if you were in an ad or not. Yes, adamantine can be used for stitches. So you have to make sure it doesn't end up in your hospital. Okay. Are dwarves still dumping stuff? That's the next thing I need to check. No. Okay. Is Baka still chaining people? Yes. Okay. I need to go to this central stairwell and dump everything in the central stairwell, because I think that there is a body in here somewhere. And I also need to jump to my garbage, and I might actually move my garbage. Yeah, it would be labeled as a large copper helm, yes. And then if you look at the description of the large copper helm, it would say it is sized for humans. Baka? Yeah. What's funny is Baka isn't even the captain of the guard. He's just a goon. Okay, dwarves are still storing a ton of stuff in stockpiles, so we'll let them keep working on this. I'll teach that dwarf to export goods. Yeah. I actually wonder how these, like, punishments are dished out. Like, I wonder how the game decides who gets what punishment. Because it's always felt kind of random to me. Not that that's a bad thing, like, but I've never quite figured out the logic in it. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger being the police in this fort. If anybody would like a dwarf, do let me know. Yeah, but I still don't know, like, why do some people get a beating and why do some people get chained up? Martin 3. I could name Martin 3. But say pick me if you would like me to pick you a dwarf. Have you had one in this fort yet, Salva? I think you had one and they died. Let me double check. Maybe not. I'm thinking previous fort. No, you have a dwarf. Oh, wait, no, that's the one I literally just named. Yes, I can read. It was a mother? Then why isn't it listed? All right, well, anyway, this is Salvadaddy II. Salvadaddy II is greatly moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, tries to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is slow to anger, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. She dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And you worship Gongath. And you are a member of the most popular religion. Gongath being the most popular god, or Moisen being their last name. And the sect of Waving being the religion that worships the god of rivers. Next dwarf up here, we have 404. That would be 404 the second, I think, right? Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Silly game. Justice makes for safe fort. Yeah, sure. She's very quick to anger and she tries to do things correctly each time. She lives a fast-paced life and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and she is curious and eager to learn. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She can handle stress and she occasionally overindulges. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Same God, same religion. We are like the gathering place of the sect of waving. Oh, hey, someone who is also... Oh, this one's a former member of the sect of waving. Scandalous. This one has a husband and plenty of family in the fort, alive and dead. And a lover who's not coming with her. Well, some lover that be. One long-term friend. Volbach here is going to be 404. Load. A second. Because we got another one who died. Incredibly brave in the face of living danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, is trusting and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She has a sense of humor and is very humble. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to try to get she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is often nervous. She tends to hang on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally respects the development of a skill and sees competition as wasteful and silly. Hiccups. Sees competition. What? Competition is wasteful and hiccups, yes. She likes metallic gold and sapphire and giant muskox horn, linen fabric and earrings, and the sound of the chant of deserts, and when possible, and the ocean, and the sound of the chant of deserts and the sight of the oceanic spray, which is a dance. She likes whipvine. Welcome to the fort. Next up, boom, we have Zon, who's a brewer. This brewer can be Smbarbor. You are given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the... Well, actually, hold on. That last dwarf? Yeah, dreams of raising a family. You are going to start a squad. I'll make you into a crossbow squad. The romantic axes. Uh-huh. Sure. Sure, definitely. Oh, wow, I can't search with numbers. That's funny. Thanks, DF Hack. I think we can come up with a better name for that. Let's call it the Romantic Bolts. There you go. Much more fitting. What, the Romantic Axes? Anyway, she's given to rough and tumble brawling even to the point of starting fights for no reason. She is a pessimist and made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. You would be a terrible tavern keeper. Has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she is stubborn. She enjoys the company of others, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She rarely is happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She can handle stress, and she doesn't focus on material goods. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. And has a husband who isn't here yet. I feel bad for him. She seems mean. I'm also gonna put her into that squad. This one. Next up is her husband, who is a peasant, and her husband gets to be CEO of the Void. I guess the Void being your wife. He is very greedy and has a strong sense of duty. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to be a little wasteful on projects when he's working on projects, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this as he values friendship. Well, I guess that makes sense why they get along. He's slow to anger and tends to consider what others think of him. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is troubled because of this. And as he values such powerful forces in life. He isn't given to flights of fancy and can handle stress, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork, and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and finds romance distasteful and doesn't care about art one way or another. What a weird couple. Also, you both worship the same gods, so, you know. Sup, Gloves? She's completely closed-minded and never changes her mind after forming an initial idea. And this is Nuclear Sneeze. the second, I think. Well, let me double check. Maybe you actually already have one. Unless you were one that I sent off. Maybe you were one that left. I don't know. Anyway, Nuclear Sneeze is completely closed-minded and never changes her mind after forming an initial idea. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and sometimes to her detriment. She is prone to strong feelings of lust, and she very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She is quick to anger, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is slow to trust others, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to spread this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she tries to keep her things orderly. And she doesn't seek out excitement, and she often feels discouraged. She has a greedy streak, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to think before acting, and she scratches her nose when she's trying to remember something, and stiffens up when she's surprised. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally treasures leisure time, and thinks it is very important in life, and values hard work. You would do well in the Marksdwarf squad, because half the time Marksdwarves are just chilling anyway. Next up, we've got Neil, who is an emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong opinions of others. Okay, so this will be Martin 3. Hopefully to live longer than the last two. Wait, 3. Woo! Those are the only Roman numerals I know. After that, I have to start asking chat. True story. Truly a CEO mindset. Glad you think so. All right, is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he has trouble by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he can handle stress. He is often nervous, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. I'm going to make you into a tavern keeper. That'll be fine, right? Nothing bad could happen there. Next up, we have fried onions. I made you guys want sushi. Drake trouble mastering fear due to his former lives, yeah. Also, I just want to remind everybody that Elfie has referred to the description of the YouTube stream as the doobie-doo, so I guess we're calling it the doobie-doo now. He prefers to be alone and has a very calm demeanor. He doesn't like being put on a hot dog. He likes being kept alone, okay? Fried onions, you keep it away from the other condiments, okay? Just fried onions. Just fried anyway, he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this. For more than one reason, he is he is quick to form negative views about things, especially hot dogs, and acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he often is envious of others. He is slow to anger, and he likes to take it easy. He can handle stress, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is assertive. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and sees competition as reasonably important, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And you worship a completely different god, which is Yusith Toasted, and you're not a member of any religion, which is interesting. Anyway, you have no family that we know of. Next up is Salty Seconds. Who's a quarreler, who's not ambitious but private. Has a much noteworthy family, including many cousins, worships a pantheon of gods, is a member of the sect of Waving, has lived elsewhere in the world, and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He's unfriendly and disagreeable, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He is driven He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he is given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction. And he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He finds obligations confining, and he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And he is quite polite. He can handle stress, and he enjoys the company of others and is trusting, is very humble. He always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised and tenses up when he's nervous, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally disregards tradition and values tranquility, and we can put you in the military. Good luck. And that's it. That's the migrant wave. Yeah, shit's confusing, DS. I don't know. I usually Google it at a point. I just know that 7 is VII thanks to Resident Evil 7. Village. Still chaining people. I was like, why is he moving so slow? Game was paused. So fun to hear them. Yep. Every now and again, people will be like, man, this makes no logical sense. I'm like, mate, you should live in my brain for a weekend. You know, I wonder if the lag will get better once pump stack is finished pumping. So I know traditionally people used to always say that lava pump stacks like wrecked frames. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a decent element of truth to that. All right, well. Let's see, has all this been done? I just need this cleared off. Okay, I should, yeah, I can engrave that with an image of Martin too now. Just because I feel bad. What a way to go, man. Way to go. What a way to go. Dwarf needs food. Wait, we do have dwarves giving food. This game doesn't let me catch a break today, does it? It's okay. The lava will go away. There was more a little bit earlier. No. Does this look like a forest to you, chat? What did I do to anger the forest titan? No, this isn't a Forgotten Beast. This is a titan. Completely different. 100% unrelated. So a titan is a Forgotten Beast on the surface. So yeah. Anyway, but there's not as many of them. Forest Titan got hella lost, yeah. You think it would be like a Tundra Titan or like a Glacier Titan. Anyway, the Forest Titan, if he Verislome has come, a towering three-eyed buffalo. It has 3 stubby tails and a regal bearing. Its slate gray hair is short and even. Beware. Its poison. Sting. Now, you want to know why this is a problem? You want to know why it's a problem, chat? Valid middle management. Valid. I'll say, hey, how you doing, dude? What's up, man? Without getting lava everywhere, just joined. Trade secrets. I definitely didn't spill lava everywhere. Definitely not. Ask chat. I definitely didn't spill lava everywhere. You build the windows before the lava's there, and then you put the lava there. Totally no spoilage. We didn't kill that many dwarves. Only one. No, so the moat is filling, and just as it was hitting, I was like, hey, I could throw some windows in there. So I threw some windows in there. Anyway, let's just say one filling. So here's the reason this is a big problem, chat. All of my military is like 150 Z levels down. Not 150, like 110 Z levels down. In the caverns. Patrolling. Except for my cops. Cormacker, time for you to earn your rent. Or earn your keep. Everybody get inside, Jesus Christ. Where is Freezy Titan? All right, so let's shut the front door. Also. Had to redo the burrow. Playing with the toy boat, okay. And, let's send newbie squad, or cop squad up here, which definitely aren't newbies, by the way. Let's fight this thing. And the only reason you can play and enjoy this game thanks to your tutorials? Well, cheers, dude. Happy to help. Thanks for swinging by the streams. Run to the hills. Run to the mountain home. No, I'm not going to do that anymore. Let's go this way. Here's the thing. You're more than welcome to, like, punch things into a thing and generate an image. You can even post it on my Discord. Don't promote it. Don't talk about it. I have that room in my Discord muted. One of my mods checks it in case people post bad stuff. That's it. I think that AI art should not be legal. Considering the thing that AI art is currently used for the most is making porn and making porn of people without their permission. Literally what it gets used for the most right now. And stealing other people's art. So, yeah, no, that stuff straight up shouldn't exist. It's just a net negative on society, and it depresses me how heavily it's being jammed into everything. Anyway. And there's plenty of examples of people who've generated Forgotten Beasts out there. Like, what's his name? Scoundrel. Has, like... It's also not a... It's just what it's branded it as. Can I call it that? But you know what I mean, though. AI's a brand name at this point. It's like Kleenex. Yeah. Well, I mean, so a lot of Stable Diffusion, Funky, is trained on images from the internet. There's a lot of illegal images on the internet. Anyway, let's do this fight. Why don't you just hire, like, a storyboard artist or two? You know? I think the only situation I would consider using, like, Midjourney or something would be to say, hey, Cooler, can you make me an emote that is like an approximation of this thing? But even that, I'd sketch something in MS Paint first. But anyway. I just use ChatGPT to write haikus sometimes. To show people that it works, and that's about it. Okay, this is shut. So the only way into the fort is this door. And here it comes. Creature crosses the moat. These dwarves may look unarmed, but I swear that they are armed. I swear that they're armed. And the first dwarf I look at is not armed. Why? Okay, you do have a weapon. Did me giving the captain of the guard a new weapon break their weapons? Did it do that? That would happen? Cool. I think it did. No, they got this. Half of them are armed. I mean, this one's got an axe. Cormacker's armed too. He's got a shield. And a sword. Never underestimate having a couple wrestlers in your squad, so I'm not too worried. Can also send the frosty bolts up here. Actually, yeah, no. I have to send them up there. All right, there they go. Fort's dead. Okay, so if the fort dies to this beast, what do I get? Or rather, what do I have to give you? If you really think that this critter's gonna kill the whole fort, I'll take that bet. Like, genuinely. Fort's dead? Creature jumps up. The first two are tangling. Cormacker is stabbing it with his sword, and we get stuck in a fucking head. Twitch! Why is it I have notifications for ad breaks turned on, but I never get a notification for my ad breaks? It's gonna get backhanded into tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting, yeah. Here's the fish, dwarf. You know, honestly, you joke about that. I did once have a dwarf. This was in version 47, not this version. But I did once have a dwarf pick up a dead hamster and throw it. Nah, we got 52 seconds left. Not everybody only gets one ad. I once had a dwarf pick up a dead hamster and throw it at a humanoid forgotten beast. And it... Like, it was just a humanoid with tails and blood and all that crap. And it hit it in the head and crushed the brain. No, it's not unique to me. It's definitely just notifications in general. Yeah, very lost Forest Titan. Just joined. How did you make those windows without getting the lava everywhere? The lava wasn't there when I put the windows there. To the person in YouTube chat. I feel like I'm going to be answering that question a lot. You put the windows in and then you put the lava there. You didn't get any ad this time? All right. So, Aimless Alpha is tussling. Also has a sword and has stabbed it in the tail twice, fracturing it. The dwarves are fighting around the edge of it. It is bleeding heavily. I don't even think any of my dwarves have been hit yet. Although Big Bang is stunned, so Big Bang got hit. Got missed. What? Stunned? Oh, I see. He got hit. He got charged at. So it charged at him and collided with him and knocked him over, but he stood up immediately. He's just a little stunned about it. This dwarf is also armed with just a shield. Yeah, I need to check their gear, figure out what's going on with that. They keep fighting, and it's dead. Meat's back on the menu, it's still on the menu. More meat's on the menu, dwarves. Easy peasy. I see. I'm pretty sure we could have done that with no weapons. Never a doubt. Nope. Never a doubt. Let's find out. I would have to go back all the way back to the beginning of, like, this season, and no, we ain't doing that. I'd have to go back to before that migrant wave and rename all those dwarves, so no, I ain't doing that. Titan needing directions dominated by local dwarf gang. Local dwarfs beat crap out of poor Titan for asking how to get to nearest forest. Highway robbery, if anything. Oh, do they prefer Titan or Forgotten Beast meats? Yeah, I don't know. Actually. I mean, it was a bison, right? So bison burgers? Bison biscuits. Bison Titan. The Bison Titan burger. That actually sounds like something you could probably buy at a... This is fine. That's something that you could probably buy in, like, San Diego. All right. Okay. Ooh, saw them, though. I really wish it would, like, give you a notifier of who found them when stuff comes on stealth. I felt that way for a while. Because something's here that saw... maybe a dwarf up here in stairwell? Maybe? No, okay. Oh, this dwarf. It was Shem. Anyway, Shem, you better run. What are you doing, Shem? Why are you so brave? That's a bad idea, Shem. You're an idiot, Shem. You're going to die, Shem. I'm sending in backup, Shem. But you may want to keep dodging, Shem. Shem! Is that you puking or them puking? That's you puking. Okay. Shem, this wasn't wise. Just, they are Olms. So they're not that scary. But Shem, please. What are you doing, Shem? Did you just get hit by something? Did they throw something at you? I saw something go flying. What was that? The Olm is like dodging this dwarf more effectively than like Neo dodges bullets. You're a spearman. I saw something go flying though. Maybe it was just blood that I saw. Smitchell, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, everybody? Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And Moz, could I get a shout out for the raiding party? How was your stream? How's dwarfs? If you guys want to see more dwarfs, go follow Smitchell. Okay, well, the military should be arriving in a moment, actually. I mean, this dwarf's not dead yet, so... A tooth just went flying. Multiple teeth went flying. This Olm man is very satisfied about all the stuff they've been improving. This one is running away in fear. This elk bird that this Olm person is sitting on is so scared of the fighting, it's running away with the Olm person on it. I love it when creatures are riding on mounts that are easily scared, like horses. Because like if you have a human siege and they're all riding horses. If you just charge at them, usually the horses get overwhelmed by terror and the siege breaks, which I think is kind of funny. Scare the horses and they all run away. They're still fighting. Seriously injured, exhausted, bleeding. Come on, Shem! Okay, my soldiers are getting here. Meanwhile, the Olm person is just bored or tired. So the only reason this dwarf is still alive is because this Olm only has a blowgun. And because they're in melee range, all that the Olm can do is beat him with the blowgun, which from what I can tell is about the equivalent of being hit by like a, you know, like the cardboard tube that goes into like a paper towel roller. It's like whap, 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 whap with one of those. Basically, he's hitting him with a cardboard tube. Yeah, that's the word that I was looking for. So he's got a cardboard tube that he puts these little darts into and goes, except he's just hitting him with it. And the pigtail cap is deflecting it, mostly. Well, he's taking some bruises to the head. If this dude had, like, a knife or, like, a pointy stick or, like, a nail or a pen, guy'd be dead. But instead Shem's still got time. Hang in there, Shem, early razor. Oh, there goes the milk bird again. You know, this is funny because, like, I have a squad in this cavern. Where are they? Very far away, apparently. You were patrolling this cavern up until minutes ago. What were you doing? At least some of them are closer. Lunch break? Maybe, actually. They may have all gone to get more provisions. We joke, but, you know, he might actually have been what happened. Although it looks like backup is here because Andre is on this floor now. Okay, where is that dwarf getting smacked? This one. Okay, Andre's here to assist. And so is Lorbam, who runs up and immediately kills the creature. And is now defending Shem. Shem lives, currently. Is someone coming to, recover wounded? Lorbam's coming to recover wounded. I mean, we'll get what are they called? Giant Jaguar. We're gonna get in fortress mode mounts at some point. Come on, dwarf. Saved him. Get this squad back to patrolling. Jeez. Jeez. All right, so something I'm going to do again is I'm going to go back to this screen, and I'm going to go type in blow darts, dump them all. And I'm going to go to blow guns, and we're going to dump them all. And those. And those. And those. And those. And I'm going to type in spear. Tower cap spears. Black cap spears. Goblin cap spears. How badly was he wounded? Well, seriously injured. Lower right back teeth are gone. His head is really bruised. Neck is torn open. Head is cut open. Right upper arm is cut open. Upper arm is fractured. Upper left arm is torn. Her left shoulder is fractured. Her left shoulder is dented. Her right hand is bruised. So bruised. Yeah, it's fine. But how's the cap? These two dwarves look identical. It's got some integrity left. Needs a new set of clothing, basically. We'll have this dwarf patched up in a jiffy. And the lack of teeth builds character. It's fine. We got plenty of liquid bread around. When's the next time I'll play Cut? Christmas Eve. In the morning. Maybe Christmas Day. Depends on how family schedules click into place. That or I'll swap them. One of the two. It's been pretty consistently the what do you calls it? the bonus day stream game. So it's the game that I've been playing on the extra day. Just because I've been playing so much, like, Fortress mode recently. I think the mount system is technically being used in fort mode for the dwarves hauling dwarves. The mount system is being used for dwarves hauling dwarves and parents carrying their babies. So mothers carrying their babies is the hauling system in fort mode right now. Dwarf, you gotta turn around. Oh, why do you always have to be a brave one? I mean, she is a dabbling wrestler. And focused. But frail. Zany! Not inclined to abstract, but very inclined to suicide. Same with Rovod up here. I feel like I should start enacting a civilian military in this fort. Just train everybody. Okay, you died over there. Rovod. Kickroast is probably dead too. Let's just get both these dwarves patrolling cavern level 2. And I'm going to leave the burrow on for a minute. All right. Because I need to get up here. There's something I need to do up here. I really, really, really need to make another place for Mark's dwarves to train. So that it's not falling into here. God, that's embarrassing. Considering if I did actually let them in here to go get these bolts, everybody would die who picked up these bolts. Because these bolts are sitting in a frozen pile of that Forgotten Beast sludge. So it's like, there's like nothing I can do. Drop magma on top. I guess. I don't know. No, what I need to do is I need to move my training spot for the Mark's dwarves. They need to be training somewhere else. That's what matters. I just need to do that. I could dump lava on them though. Incoming. What's up, Diamond? How's stream going? Fine. Are cave-ins off? No, why in the world would I turn cave-ins off? I've had it for a couple days now, Lyle. What's up, Anander? How's things, dude? Oh, yeah, I suppose that. Well, I mean, non-Fortress entities I don't count, right? Because, like, there's plenty of examples of mounts in Fortress mode outside of your own dwarves. You're back from vacuuming. Congratulations on a successful vacuum sesh. How's myself? You know, getting by. Getting by. Let's fill a lava bucket. Keep an eye on that. Booze delivery. There you go. You guys should try and like push it up in my uses. See how high you guys can get that emote by the end of the stream. Come up with every excuse possible to use that emote. Yeah, we can just do it this way. Don't have a full minecart yet, so gotta wait. Which is this one. Once this is full, Lord's Dwarves are getting to it. Yeah, my dwarves are doing a decent enough job. A decent enough job. I love just the prepared lungs and meat just sitting right there. Makes me feel like I need a bigger stockpile for food, but I really don't. Just let it rot. It's okay. All right, you are... That's rock boulders. Where's lava buckets? Let's just follow the dwarf who's filling it. Jam Jalape's placing it. There you go. Lucas Bat, the Swords Dwarf, is found dead. I beg your friggin' pardon. You were a legendary expert Swords Dwarf, fully decked out. How the heck that happened? I think that's like the first dwarf that I've had die in the caverns in recent memory. Just period. I'm gonna jump down to here as well and double check something. Need to make more coffins, looks like. Going to unforbid these two, not the kids ones, just the other ones. Also gonna go down here and we're gonna make 2 slabs. Or place 2 slabs. Which one's got slabs? One, and I guess the other one's pyrolusite. I screwed up the last time I made slabs. And I made them all out of different materials. Forgot to add specific materials, which makes them more tedious. Everything that is made of wood degrades, except for walls. And let's see if they can... Let's just assign uniform and just go metal armor. Get new stuff. Come on, guys. Except for, yeah, you can swap off that stuff. They're all getting new sets of everything, which seems good. Weaponsmith was taken by a Famood. That's totally fine. Is that lava bucket full yet? I'm like multitasking like a million things right now. Nope, it is in fact not full. Needs to be pushed. There it goes. Wait, what? Oh. It's not full enough to fill. That explains it. Well, I have to build that pump. Grumble. It's not that bad. I can rebuild the pump. Lava won't fill up this high, so it's not an issue. Will eventually be total doom where the entire space is filled with coffins. Yeah, more or less. That's kind of how it usually ends up. All right, well, we're gathering stuff. We are, in fact, gathering stuff. Where's that strange mood at? Single cut pink jades. I don't think I've ever had that many dwarves die. I know I've seen forts where it's like... Because I think in this fort we've had about 200 deaths. And the only reason I say we've had about 200 deaths is there's about 5 people assigned to my main burrow, and I haven't deleted my burrow yet. So you can't unassign people from a burrow if they've died. The number just keeps going up. So I kind of use it as like a rough indicator of how many dwarves have died. One could say that that Dwarf Fortress YouTuber copies me. It's kind of terrifying, really. People have actually, like, jokes aside, stolen my tutorials, though. A number of times. There's a network of websites that, as far as I can tell, are made entirely with, like, ChatGPT that are just transcripts of YouTube videos slightly rewritten with screenshots from the videos, and they're shown as tutorials. That or Sergey, whatever the fuck, is able to... Sergey, an unpronounceable Polish last name, is able to write 80 to 150 articles a day. I mean, maybe he's just that talented. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be judging. What? Oh, okay. I've got them on staggered training, so I assume that they are... That staggered training is incorrectly set up then. Why can't I edit staggered? Anyway, whatever. Let's get them training. That's fine. I don't really want you running around with a pickaxe. It's not really gonna help anybody. Also, why do you have a pickaxe, Baka? Not smart of me. Shouldn't be a miner. Gonna conflict with your uniform. There you go. It's always Sergey. There's like, I found about a dozen websites that all have exact transcripts of my, like, basically the top 30 most viewed short, or the first 30 or so short tutorials I put up for Dwarf Fortress, all have, like, multiple websites that have stolen them. And I decided to turn my ad blocker off out of curiosity, and wow, those websites are unusable. And you also have to scroll, like, through, like, 5 or 6 pages worth of Google to find them, so... I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Few monthly schedule on left. Huh. All right. Well, thank you. I knew that that button was there. It's one of those, like, I see this button, I'm like, oh, right. I recall that. Like, you know that feeling where you, like, click a thing and then you're like, wait a second. I knew what this is. I knew this was here. Equip always. Okay. So when you're not training, what are you doing? Orders only. Okay, no, I want them just equipping always. That's all that I want. Actually, I could just copy, paste, paste, paste. All right. Let's get both of you on stagger training. That's not so bad. You just click copy. Oh, actually, it's not so bad if you're just copying. If you're doing other things, yeah, I could see that being annoying. Down at the bottom here, the tombs grow. All right, 17 new tombs. Was just pushed off a cliff and murdered? What for? Like, was there legitimate reasoning behind it? I once had a dwarf get hit by a bird, which I assume was running at some crazy high velocity. And the dwarf fell over and threw their baby off of a wall, and the baby fell at like a dozen Z levels down and exploded. We got to read a very, very, very detailed description of a baby exploding as each individual limb hit the ground. It was something. Long death was a trip. Yeah, pretty much solve it, right? Jesus Christ. Tantruming dwarf. Wow. Blind in chat. I don't quite remember this many coffins and tombstones before the VOD. Was that from the incident the other day? Most of those are from Tuesday. Because Tuesday was the day that I did all of that. So there's a pipe. There's pipes in the wall behind me. We're in an ad, so the game's paused. There are pipes in the wall behind me. So I can tell when anybody in my building above me flushes the toilet or anything. And I think if a single sink is turned on at the right amount, it makes this like glink, glink, glink sound going down the pipe. It sounds like a cat puking. And whenever I hear it, I'm like, oh, no, it's just the pipes. Oh, God. Baby the size of it, more like a balloon full of, find me a baby the size of a duffel bag, and I'll be impressed. I feel like a baby is like the size of a balloon, more like. I generally don't hear it. Like, I'll be honest, I've lived in this apartment for 10 years, right? So I generally don't hear it until I do, and then it's like, I'm just extraordinarily aware of it. Like, you know that sound they make, like a sound? It's a very specific sound that a cat makes when they're puking. Find me a baby the size of a duffel bag, and I would be impressed. Although, maybe your idea of a duffel bag is much smaller than my idea of a duffel bag. Anybody who's ever owned or lived with a cat knows exactly what I'm talking about. All right, let's turn this pump on. Well, we can explain, but I won't. You'll have to wait for the VOD or the video. This fort was building lava cannons. Wait until this... It's 7 right there. And we'll stop it. So when you start saying 7, not just slushing, once it's solid 7, give it a little bit longer. Worst case, there'll be a little bit of overflow, but that's fine. Should be enough. All right, let's try this again. See if this is enough to fill it. Long story short, I caved it into the glacier and collapsed it into lava. So now there's just a giant hole there. Which, you know, speaking of giant holes, steel bars. This has nothing to do with that. 77 steel bars. Okay, how much? So let's just go to bars. Okay, well, I got a lot of iron. Guess that's good. 250 pig iron. Okay, how much coal am I at? Like none, looks like. I do have some ash, but that's not coal. Okay. I'm going to... Let's just say make 100. I have no idea how much is on the map, but I'm just going to queue that up. I would say Dwarf Fortress would be somewhere between E10 plus or T. And the only reason I think it would get a T is for comic mischief and depictions of violence, because everybody goes on about how graphically violent Dwarf Fortress is. It's not. Has anybody here heard of the hit? It's not underage drinking when they're dwarves, okay? And humans drink water. Anyway. It would just be alcohol consumption is what it would get, which is T. Have any of you guys ever read the hit children's novel series Animorphs? Because the descriptions of violence in Animorphs is significantly more graphic than Dwarf Fortress. So, if I could buy that from fucking Scholastic magazine and read that as like a 10-year-old, Dwarf Fortress wouldn't be higher than T for T. Come on. The Animorphs was funny, but it had descriptions of children dying in like combat as a eagle, but like, come on. Animorphs was nuts. That was a crazy series. You don't remember it? Those books were violent. I read like the first 20 of them, and then I was talking about having nightmares, and my mom was just like, "You still reading those books?" I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Give me that." She read it, and was like, started skimming through, and was like, "Yeah, we ain't getting you any more of these." They spooked you? Yeah. Yeah, no. Dwarf Fortress isn't that bad. Also, for reference to Sayboard in the YouTube chat who asked this question, adults only games are literally pornography. Dwarves don't ever even need to be in the same room to have a baby. So, yeah. Also, ESRB is kind of dumb. Labash, the weaponsmith, has created Das Tengur Ebustikil, an iron mace, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Actually, I have a question. The Binding of Isaac. Does that have a rating? ESRB. M. Okay. Yeah, it checks out. But yeah, I would be surprised if Dwarf Fortress got an M, but it would probably get a T. No, because we have, they do not need the initial charcoal to make coal because we have lava. You just need fuel, and we have fuel in the form of lava. Yeah, it's still not deep enough. It needs to be 7 of 7 deep. Grr. Hmm. It's still filling, though. I don't really want to turn the pump back on. Let's just give it a minute. Anyway. Steel ballista arrowhead. 50 of them. Also, is my manager in prison? No, he's not. Sweet. And, how many dwarves are chained? All right, that's not so bad. I love how most of the dwarves are all chained up. Although Buck is still chaining people up. Ugh. Satisfied after he likes chaining up people, doesn't like beating people. An R rating? R for guess what, bitch? You get to pirate it. What? Anyway, because that would mean it would be banned, right? Who failed a weapon order? I traded low boots. They weren't banned, so I ticked the little button that removes banned for export items. I sold like 200 low boots, which were apparently banned for export, even though they weren't listed as banned for export during the entirety of the trading process. I'm not sure what happened there. No, he was getting negative thoughts by beating people, regardless of if they die. Okay, so we are still placing items in tombs. Because not everybody that he beated died. Just a bunch of them did. I think what it is, this is my theory, because I actually had problems with, I had this happen once in older versions. If an item is banned, it's always banned regardless of if they say it's banned or not. I think that's what it is. At least that's my theory. Where's your office? So you need a weapon rack and a... Actually, let's just make... Not that. $20 of each of those. Because I've got tons of green glass. Like 100 bags at least. Might also need to make new clothes soon. I may be able to fill a magma cart with this. How full is this? Okay, yeah, no, I need to pump some more in. Not much, though. Just a couple seconds worth. The caravan of their own volition. That'd be interesting. I don't think I'd like it, but it would be interesting. Yeah, no, that's the, like, probably the thing that I'm the most keen for. All right, now that needs to stop immediately because it's probably already overflowing. Here's hoping that if it does overflow, it doesn't overflow much. Although it's going to overflow over here, probably. I dislike the trade embargoes can be added after you traded, but the traders dislike the trade embargoes can be added after the traders leave. I've tested it and I'm pretty sure that if the item has left your map before the embargo is issued, no one gets in trouble. I name my nobles, etc. after their preferences, and I've never traded those items. My current fort is full of mittens. Huh. I know that you can mod trade embargoes out of the game pretty easily. I've seen some people do it, but... What am I trying to do with those minecarts? Once it's full, I'll explain it. There you go. Filling it with lava. If you want to know how to do that, I have a video on how to do it. What I usually do if they want clothing items is I just put them all on one pedestal. And then I'm taking the the minecart that's full of lava. Right? Just removed a minecart from one of the other routes. Whoops. Oh, right, duh. I forbid it. Did that out of habit, because of what I'd been doing up until that point. Speaking of old habits, I still scroll to where the stop was, because I'm used to having to do that way in the old game. Okay, we're out of coal. Apparently we ran out of coal super quick. I need to go to this layer to go mine more coal. There is coal, but there's a lot of lignite too, so let's do this. This. I can also mine the lignite too, that's not an issue. I just would rather they mine the coal, because that's what I need. It's all lignite. There's also some here. Might as well start mining it on this layer too. Make sure that there's none. Uh-oh. Okay, well, I do not want to mine through my pump stack. That'd be bad. Did I completely miss that iron mace? I think I did. This is an iron mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of iron and an octagon pink jades. Octagon cut pink jades and obsidian cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of yellow and zircon and menaces with spikes of gabbro and pink jade. On the item is an image of clouds in yellow zircon. On the item is an image of a chameleon in pink jade. Mariana Cross? Mariana Cross. That's a song. I've heard that song. It's not my favorite Ghost song. Although, honestly, when I say my favorite Ghost song, people go like, I thought you were a metalhead! Which is true, I am. But Ghost isn't a metal band. So, my favorite Ghost song is clearly Dance Macabre. Great song. This bucket should be thrown in the trash. Can like non-metal? Sure, but there's some weird people who are like I'm only an old Ghost fan. I mean, I listen to like more non-metal than metal generally. What was the name of that mace? What did you name it, Dwarf? Not that one. Not there. Not there. Shit. there. Thought it was there, but I guess not. Hmm. I just realized ballista arrowheads don't have a sprite. That's kind of annoying. Which one was it in? That being said, I would like to argue. I actually was half tempted to like start this conversation earlier today. I think that Ghost is a really good holiday season band. It's called Dastiger. I have like a brain like a sieve when it comes to artifact names. After I've made more than like 10 artifacts in a fort, I just immediately forget what it is. Okay, well, that's that one. Going to bed, not going to bed. Okay. Do you melt down all the items that your nobles produce? I mean, like if it's a clothing item, you can crush it. If it's a metal item, you can do that with it. I don't know. Also, speaking of clothing items. Okay, so let's wait here. Because I should have a dwarf placing an item. This is what I'm doing. Where the hell are you going? Are you going up? Okay, that makes sense. This is what I'm trying to do with those mine carts. Wait, this thing isn't overflowing yet. I'd be really sad if it was. Game's hitching again. There we go. I like Ghost Band. I own Infestissimum on record. Do I like Ghost? They're fine. I don't think they are the greatest band of all time like some people herald them to. I think of them as like a kind of funny gimmick band that writes some bangers every now and again. I don't think all of their music is spectacular. I think they're okay. But I genuinely, I prefer their older stuff over their newer stuff. Their newer stuff gets a bit poppy for me. Even though Dance Macabre's probably my favorite song by them. Pope Star's pretty good. Oh, the game's paused. Yeah, I mean that's kind of all my thoughts really on Ghost. Are we deep yet? Sure. Yeah, but there's Swedish rock bands that are infinitely better than Ghost. Also, Ghost isn't a band. That's another hot take I have about Ghost. Ghost is a performing artist. Where in the world is that miasma coming from? Maybe whatever it was has already been removed. Do I like J-Rock? I've listened to J-Rock I've liked in the past. I don't blanket state that I like anything. I think Avatar kind of sucks. I've seen them twice. I've never actually listened to their music outside of seeing them live, and both times I saw them, they were pretty bad. So I do have negative opinions of the band Avatar. Just because they were bad both times I saw them. I'm gonna slaughter a bunch of puppies and babies. Because I don't need all of these running around. They're making my game lag. I'm just gonna slaughter 2 of you. Going to geld a bunch of things. A bunch more things, and a bunch more things, and a bunch more things. And a bunch more things. Those two we can leave alive. Geld you, geld you. We'll leave you ungelded. We'll leave you ungelded. Kill one of the albatross. You know, I'm just gonna kill the albatrosses. I don't need them. And Hydra's just gonna stay training. I hate the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I hope I never need to hear them ever again. And you can thank the holiday season for that. Opeth? If you make me pick a favorite Swedish band, I can't, because it's a tie. It's a tie between In Flames and Dark Tranquillity. Well, that answers the question of what happens when you dump lava in an area like that. Interesting. It did clean them, though. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck ABBA. Jesus Christ, man. That movie's pretty good, though. Now you're just stating band names with a question mark. Don't have one, Lazarus. Yeah, I'm going back to my initial plan. Screw this whole thing. We're just gonna keep it locked down. I don't need this area. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Why can't I take what? Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with any of this. Screw you chat and your ideas. This whole thing's just gonna get deconstructed. I do not care. We're just gonna leave that down here. It's whatever. I think that the only appropriate thing to play at a Waffle House is the sweet sound of demolition. All right, I'm going to go back to my initial plan because it's faster, less tedious, and simpler. And I'm going to use a df hack command for my own sanity. Okay, this up here is going to get some floors put in. I'm just going to confirm that they're made out of ice. There's many things that I should listen to, but you know what? The thing that I've learned over the years, there's a lot of music out there. There's a lot of music that I like, and there's a lot of music that I don't like. And if I like it, I'll naturally discover it eventually. And that's fine. I'm not going to go out of my way to listen to anything. I will listen to the stuff that I like, and I will discover stuff as I discover stuff. I mean, I'm familiar with the name Halo Effect. I couldn't name a single Halo Effect song. Okay? I know what I like. And if you're saying it's the old members of In Flames, I'm one of those weird kids that likes the new stuff. So, I might. But it depends on how old, right? I know what I like. And I seek out the things that I like. And I'm pretty good at seeking out the things that I like. And I'm good. Thanks for the suggestion, though. All right, I'm going to build a new archery range because this one is... I'm just not going to use it anymore. That's a matter of where to put it. Context dependent. Just don't even worry about getting into it. It's one of these situations where band was thrash metal band. Band became melodic death metal band because singer ruined his voice. And some people are weird and are like, your old stuff is amazing and fuck your new stuff. And I'm like, guy's an artist. Let him keep making music. Fuck off. Anyway, completely unrelated to that statement. Religiously via rainbow highways atop hills of shining onyx. I've never slurped mud, but unicorn's blood tastes like candied regret and caramelized tears of remorse. Artifacts studded with large balls. All caught up. Yeah, that's because I pushed the camera gone button. This is why my camera was gone. Okay. I'm still trying to decide where I'm going to put this building. Kind of tempted to put it like right here. But the problem is I don't like the way this layer looks. It's like, I know it's just bedrooms and stuff, but you know what, here. We can make this layer look a little bit more presentable. Do it that way. I need the... Oh, right, duh. Like, why is mining tool not working? I'm never going to stop doing that, no matter how long I play this game. I'm always going to have those brief moments where I forget that I have auto mine turned on, and then just be really confused for a couple of seconds. Doesn't matter how long I play this game, I'm still going to do that. Also, we've got ads running, so I'm not going to unpause the game until the ads are done. Speaking of new stuff, Raiders' new stuff's also really good. Hello, potato. Just a fun thing to say out loud. You do the same thing with auto mine? Yeah, it's like, why is my mining broken? What did I do? Yeah, music is a very funny thing to me because it's like, I've been listening to heavy music as long as I've basically had my own tape player, basically. I think some of the first heavy tapes I got were like, I had a Painkiller tape. Bunch of late 80s, like, death metal and stuff. Had CDs. But a lot of people are very quick to remember bands that I vaguely recognize the name of. And 90% of the time, if somebody recommends a band, it's like, you need to listen to this. I look at that and I go, I vaguely recognize that. Probably means that I've listened to it already and didn't like it. Or listened to it already and I was like, okay. And I feel that way about a lot of like 80s thrash. Like I go to a lot of thrash shows. I have a lot of friends that are really into thrash metal. I think thrash metal is fine, but it's not my favorite style of metal. If I want more of that kind of music, I either just go directly into death metal, black metal, or like hardcore punk. No, we don't, because we've cleared it. We're good. I literally, after that stream was over, moused over the entirety of the surface. It's clear. See, I don't like power metal that much. Because power metal to me is like... Okay, the reason I don't like a lot of pop music, I do like pop music. There are some pop, air quotes, bands that I like. I really like Churches, as an example, with a B. But... the reason I don't like a lot of pop music is it feels manufactured. That's how I feel about a lot, like the vast majority of the popular power metal bands. Or it's just like, why? Like, I like cheesy metal. I enjoy cheesy metal. I don't like it when it's like, okay. I mean, like, I enjoy Dragon Force and, like, you know, I like Powerwolf and all of the usual suspects. I enjoy. I don't ever listen to it. I'll go see them live because they're a lot of fun. But I don't listen to it. I kind of hate Glory Hammer. Like, it's fun the first 4 times you hear it. It's like, the more I listen to it, the less I like it. To the point where, like, I actively go out of my way to not listen to power metal. Purely because I know that I get sick of it. Thoughts on Bo Burnham? He's a weird rich man who sat in a room and everybody thought he was a genius. And I watched him sitting in a room and went, well, this is an interesting decompression of human psyche. I will never listen to his music again. I think it's not for me. So, I mean, like, Resurrection by Erection is a goddamn classic, Shanira, but, like, it's all this, it's like Nickelback. It's all the fucking same. Anyway, we do have another migrant wave. So if anybody wants a dwarf, give me the usual shout. Oh, I can type. That feeling when you're typing, sight reading off of a screen and your hand's in the wrong place on the keyboard. I don't really take requests, Zayfoin. Not unless you've been around for a while. Pierre finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and has a strong sense of duty. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and has little interest in joking around. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees the pursuit of craftsmanship to be a total waste and respects the law and dreams of creating a great work of art. Also, I don't think I have any animal trainers because literally every dwarf in this fort inevitably becomes a weaponsmith. But I can give you a dwarf as they show up. Like selenite nickel. You worship that god that doesn't have a religion around it. And you're a high master bone carver. Interesting. You've bone crafted some high master carves. Oh, forest. Duh. Fox. You have a developed sense of empathy. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She is very greedy and she lives at a high energy kinetic pace. She is polite and she tends to avoid crowds. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and likes to brawl. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and tends to be stubborn in changing her mind about things. Laughs very loudly whenever she's surprised. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Well, congratulations, you're about to join the military. Next up, we have this miner. He is very greedy and a bit stubborn. And this miner, who's very greedy and a bit stubborn, gets to be Zale. I say Zale. He is very greedy and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tries to do things correctly each time. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, tends to not reveal personal information, is assertive, and is cheerful. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and occasionally overindulges, can handle stress, and likes a little excitement now and then. All right. I think I should be trading, shouldn't I? Like, we'll just go without trading this month. Or this year. We're on the 20... I still have time. this dwarf also dreams of mastering a skill and personally values hard work. Yeah, this dwarf's joining the military. Doesn't have any family in the fort, though. Does worship the most popular god, however. Did I not save these? I guess I didn't. Yeah, I didn't save the schedules. Yeah, they should go equip their stuff again. All right. Elfie need luncheon? Yeah, I need to make noodles, actually. Or Monty Python Nights counts. Python Nights with the coconuts every time you think of Holy Grail. Yeah, that's that whenever you think of Power Metal, yeah, that makes sense. Checks out. This dwarf here is going to be Clairvore. Clairvoyeur. Tends to be swayed by the emotion of others and can handle stress. Tries to keep things practical, or tries to keep things orderly and is rarely enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to think before acting and is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. Occasionally overindulges and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Tends to consider what others think of him and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting and does not respect the law. Dreams of raising a family. And you have a wife and a older brother who's MMO junkie, and a collection of family members who may or may not be in the fort, and are probably dead if they are in the fort. You worship a bunch of gods, and you are a member of the most popular religion. You used to be a part of the Sunken Fortress. Huh. It's ironic. Anyway, welcome to the Glacier. And next up, I'm assuming, is your wife, who's also a former member of the Sunken Fortress. Did you come from Atlantis? Like, what? And your wife gets to be Hrodgeier. Normal for none of the 3 cavern layers to have critters, Crundles, troglodytes. Yours have only a few small groups of non-hostile rodent people. Depends on animal populations in your world, Jen. So, if you just happen to settle somewhere with low animal pops, yeah. This one has like, my 2 cavern layers only have the cavern invaders. They don't have any just animals wandering around. She very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. And she finds helping others emotionally rewarding. And she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she tends to avoid crowds. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she has a calm demeanor. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Since she values friendship, she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And she bites her nails when she's annoyed, and she tenses up when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. All right, join the military then. You have to be close enough to a dragon in your world, and most worlds have maybe a dragon or 3. And they tend to die pretty early. So a lot of worlds will just have extinct dragons. So in order to getting a dragon to show up, you kind of have to go out of your way to find them. Hello, Vanori. How are you? I think that's everybody who asked. Okay, let's see if I can trade. What else do they want? Scepters and backpacks. Just queue these up quarterly, repeating them quarterly. Let's make 3 of each. It's almost the weekend, and you got the record. Hell yeah! Did it just arrive, or did you just pick it up? There kind of is a dragon slider in Advanced World Gen. Not exactly, but kind of. See? Can't sell low boots. I do need to make more caps, though, I think. It is likely that all of the buckets that contain items contain ice, which means that they are unusable. So I'm going to sell them the ice buckets. All right, and we'll also request the broker. Traps just win at everything? Yeah, I mean, like, you could try and see... Oh, okay, so yeah, if you've shown up near it, all you can really do is just, like... Just build up as much wealth as possible and wait. Yeah, if you increase the number of mega beasts, that'll increase dragons, but... You could also remove literally every mega beast that isn't dragons from the raws and then crank up the number of mega beasts. Is probably the best way to do it. That or just mod the game so that you have a civ that has them where they're tame. I also need to brew alchemy, so we'll do that. Brew from plant. 1100. It'll take a bit, but they'll get it. Because I don't like having automated processes. I do a bad job remembering what's automated, so I queue up things as I need them when I need them. And you know what? I like it that way. Because we play the game differently. Wait, what? I got bad news. You got punched so hard in the head your brain exploded? For a crime that you definitely did commit. 100%. Absolutely committed. Yeah, you know, I mean, it depends on how stupid you want to go with it, Rum Rusher. Can dragons hold pickaxes? If you have a civ that's just dragons? Trying to figure out if dragons could dig. What was your crime? I sold low boots. So half the fort either got beatings or imprisoned. And you got a beating for some unexplained reason. That's what I thought. Okay. I was gonna say, I know kobolds can do stuff like that, but I didn't think dragons could. You'd have to, like, mod them to have hands or something, and... Just imagining a dragon with 4 legs and then hands, and that's... Anyway, that's terrifying. With a pickaxe attached to its paw, or in its mouth. It can either breathe fire or pick. And if it breathes fire with the pick, then the pick go away. No, they can't do anything. I'm just trying to imagine a fortress that's, like, got a population of dragons, and I'm kind of having a hard time of it. Oh, did I run out of steel? That's fine. Can cancel that job for now. Okay, we made plenty. Trogdor. Trogdor! What's up, Deep, by the way? How's things? How's your holiday fort been going? Have you found gold yet? Just start working on your holiday baubles? You know, I'm kind of sad, chat. I had this goal. I wanted my YouTube channel to hit 50,000 YouTube subs by the end of the year. And I'm like, just over 2,000 off. Maybe 2 months into next year. I can mostly read that, but there's a dwarf in the way. The Forgotten Beast, Kova Casnamo Carapequio? Okay. Towering quadruped composed of grime and poop. It has large mandible and it undulates rhythmically, naturally. Beware its poison sting. And its hideous stench, I would assume. Okay, so currently, I think the burrows are off for you. Okay. So this is going to be, I think, the last thing I do in the cavern layer before I shut the squads down. Or not shut the squads down. Stop the dwarves from going out into the caverns, basically. Where's Beastie? Where did I? Okay, I already removed the thing. Is it fighting with stuff? No, it's not. Okay. My war elephants are not super happy about getting gelded, it seems. There it is. Okay, it's on the upper layer, so it'll get to us fast. Really likes the leather sea. Actually, does it have any kills? Nope, no kills. A rightfully forgotten beat. Oop. I guess you were running back in. Well, hopefully, the Marks dwarves are a really good shot because my brand new recruit, who's dabbled with holding a sword once or twice, is right in the middle of the bad. Well, it's time to learn by doing, I suppose. Punches it. Why? You have a sword. But, okay, gets knocked over, sure. Maybe you'll get lucky and there will be other dwarfs in the vicinity. Oh, that's blood. That's Zeofin's blood. You need to go get more... No, okay, you do have 17 bolts. Meanwhile, up here, Dr. Funk did hit it once in the lower body, fracturing it. Dwarf's in pain and pain. Okay. I saw bits of something go flying. It lost a mandible. Did you chop off a mandible? Wow! The recruit slashes the Forgotten Beast in the left mandible with a short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. That's impressive, considering you've seen a sword once before. Jumps forwards. A+ for bravery. I want to say the first fort, or one of the first successful forts I did in this version actually encountered a dragon, which was extraordinarily satisfying. You know, I'm actually going to send the Frosty Bolts down here to maybe assist. Because that's like my best squad. Whereas this dwarf is an absolute rookie. Not even bleeding. Grand Beast is kicking it, but it's being deflected. You're not dead yet. Let's just follow you. Up. Well. So, Zeophan, I feel bad because the dwarf I gave you immediately died. I do actually have a single animal trainer. Do you want the animal trainer? I'd have to put a 2 at the end of your name, though. Because you did ask for an animal trainer. I was like, I don't take requests unless you've been around for a bit. Well, you've been sitting here talking about dragons. So while the music plays, I will reincarnate you as a second dwarf. Zayo! Sorry to your husband, who's now dead. Fan the second, and while the music plays, which I will crank up for a little bit, it's time for everybody in chat to party, and then we will finish killing that beast. She rarely tries to assert herself in conversation and is sloppy with her living space. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She is trusting, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She generally has a greedy streak and isn't particularly ambitious. I added the generally in there. That was me. She needs more alcohol. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally feels those that attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish due to being caught in a snowstorm once, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't particularly respect commerce. You worship Nokar, the deity, and are grabbing Lunchables while everybody's having a party. Let's jump back down to that beast. I've got a rusty adequate sword dwarf here. The beast is cowering over the corpse of the thing that it just killed. Game's chunking itself, that's fine. Viking sees a scary thing and starts to run away like a smart dwarf. Dr. Funk is dashing forwards. Fires another bolt, strikes in the left leg, fracturing the leg with the bolt. Runs past, keeps firing bolts. Misses at least one shot. Creature is covered in quite a bit of blood. Dr. Funk's on top of it. Run them through. Come on, guys. Keep thinking that squad dwarfs died, but their sprite's just missing for some strange reason. Here they all come. There we go. Dr. Funk is continuing to battle. Creature flies to pieces immediately. Well, I will call that a resounding success. I will add this dwarf to here. And just make sure that they're going to get a coffin. Once they discover that that dwarf died, because they don't actually know that yet. I'm going to send the military up here, and they notice. Except for this squad, which you're now going to get constant training. But there's nowhere for you to train currently. Okay, you're going to place item in tomb. Wait for these dwarves to run back inside. They're all cleaning up bits and pieces. Oh, that's an important bit. That needs to go. Gotta go shopping before it gets too busy. Yeah, I have to do that tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. No. Okay. I just saw a young spore tree sprout. Why is there a dwarf wearing nothing but a glove and a loincloth here? Oh, it's because you're taking her clothing. I understand. That is a sign that I need to make more clothes. That is what that means most of the time. Trying to make more clothes. Okay, sweet. That works. I will buy all the bars. need to specifically request Thoths, which is the instrument that they use whenever they play that song that they always play. Because they always play a song dedicated to the god of the sect of waving. I have a question about this faction, chat. This chat is very well... This faction is very well read. Lots of books. But for scrolls, specifically scrolls, they really want to teach everybody the good word of siphons. Like, they really want to teach everybody the good word of siphons. The short version, specifically. We're now stuck in an ad break. Long version of siphon is pump stacks. Actually, wouldn't it just be a pump? Because technically pumps do siphon contaminants out of liquids. Just saying. Pretty sure it's actually just pumps. The geek in you now wants to know about the person who wrote it. Well, I'm sure it's a very important person in this world. I'm sure. Okay, so I've dug out this whole area down here now. Whoopsies. Jump down to this area. I didn't actually... You know what? I can just give them access here. That should be a good way to do this. I'm going to make a big ol' spot for Mark's Dwarfs to train. Over here in the corner. Ice floors. All this ice got to go somewhere. Stuff's still filling. Still filling. And I'm also going to make this into a catapults training area so I can start training siege operators. Is there a siege related guild hall? I've never looked. There's got to be a siege operators guild hall, right? That has to exist. No, that's engineers is not siege operators. That's a different task. You know, Elfie, a problem that I have as an adult is I know exactly how much pizza I can eat. So I just order exactly enough for myself when I order pizza. So I never, ever, ever get leftover pizza. Blind still exists. What a surprise. What? I'm confused. Okay, so this area down here, I'm just going to forbid this tiny little bit of steel armor there. And I'm just going to close this. Both covered under the Engineer Guild? Really? Huh. Okay. You intentionally buy pizza when I order different food from pizza place that use pizza as work lunch for the week? Yeah, I buy pizza when I'm starving and it's late at night and I'm desperate. And I don't really have better options around. That's why I get pizza. So I have a feeling they're going to clear out all those. Uh-oh, this Yeti's going to meet his match in a moment. Way south, cauliflower. As far south as you can go, almost. I mean, there's a few other spots that could be, but almost as far south as you can go. So says the wiki. Thanks. Bless the wiki. All right, so what I need to do now... Gonna be the archery range right there. I'm going to go over here. Deleted that stockpile. Go down here. Grab this stockpile. Shrink it to significantly smaller than it currently is. Jump up to here, and we'll make a new stockpile. Give me for ammo. Just bolts. And I think I can make it 3 tiles wide. Let's do that. Yeah, I want to do this the way I want to do this. Sometimes, like, I have to, like, make it doubly certain. Like, do I actually want to do it this way? Yeah, I actually want to do it this way. Have I seen any child snatches in this fort? No. And the reason I haven't seen any child snatchers in this fort is because the goblins don't know we're here. I'm giving them the opportunity to find out that we are here. Actually, no, I do need... I could just get them shooting the wall, but that's boring. It's just miasma everywhere because I'm slaughtering a million puppies. I've been trying to cull my animal populations for a long while now. Doesn't matter what material I make these out of because they all look the same. Right now, temperatures, the only effects they have is if something is too hot, it actually just like erupts into flames. That's it. And honestly, I'm kind of okay with that. Just because I think that development time for this game is better spent almost anywhere else. Considering, like, when it comes to actual map stuff, we have a lot of other things that I think that this game needs significantly more than, like, temperature mattering. considering all that I think would actually happen if they made temperature matter is people would just complain about it. As an example, they made weather matter. I know people who still refuse to play with weather on because they think dwarves are going to, like, erupt into anger and kill each other if they, like, get rained on once, which hasn't really been a thing in the last couple of years. It was more or less patched out of the game, and it's kind of a non-issue now. Oh, man, did I really... Ugh. Sucks. Okay. Fine. Game. I mean, this is a bigger issue. The fact that if you build flooring and then remove it, there's a chance that you'll just get these null squares that you can't get rid of. That is a bigger issue, I think. I mean, we already have temperature transfer calculations that have minimal effect on the game. I don't think we need temperature conversions that actually have an effect on the game. Okay, I can put a pillar there. It'll look okay. Actually, hold up. I need to remove that. Otherwise, this is not going to be constructible. No, that one. Fortunately, if you end up with a... Oh, I saw the color and I was like, did you just give me two? No, it didn't. It definitely didn't. I just looked like it because there's one beneath it. There we go. That's what we needed. Now I can just put this back. And I can just ignore that. It'll be fine. I need these to get done. I don't think people actually want diseases and poisons. They say that they want it. I genuinely refuse to believe that people actually want it. Also, that gate's shut, right? Yep, okay, I can turn off the burrows. Although there's a number of things in this game that people insist that they want, and I refuse to believe it. Possibly shutter, but I don't care. That's it. If you can't select it, I can't do dig now. Oh no, I don't care to worry about it. This is a solution. It's fine. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, they'd have to add sex first. Which we know they're not going to, because Tarn said that, so. And to the one weird person who keeps asking. That's all I have to say. I ran out of green glass. That's kind of sad. Oh. Rip fort. Remember how someone was asking if we'll find a pile? I guess I missed one. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, fort's dead. Trying to think, how can I fix this? Because they're bleeding already back here, right? I think it's like right there. Where does it start? I'm glad you think it's funny. What happened? I don't want to explain it. That's all I have to say. Man. No, it wasn't bolts. No, that area is completely walled off. It's not possible they couldn't have gotten down there. No, it was out here in this field somewhere. I spent an hour after streaming for 14 hours clicking on every single object out here and scanning with my mouse to make sure there wasn't any other out here. Clearly I was wrong. So. I'm thinking right now, I don't know. I mean, every dwarf in this hallway is dead. Every dwarf that's going that way is dead. They're all doing that construct building jobs. They're all going to go gather that ice.
NANI?!
Are you bleeding? Okay, so what I can do... Not bleeding, you're not bleeding. You're not bleeding. Stonecoat's not bleeding. You're bleeding. Yeah, it's right. It's all the way along there. Is it weird that I'm blaming the cats? Because I know there was a pile right there. And there's a dead cat over here. And a pile there now. It's one way to put it, Neezer. But that's a lot of stuff. I just need this door to shut. You're going to go clean yourself? Well, at least this dwarf's just covered in blood. All right, I'm locking all of the doors. Okay? Everybody who's outside could potentially die. But the other thing that I'm doing is I'm going to pull this drawbridge. Okay? So the infection zone is all here and this. Right there. Let's watch the population count drop. They can't get in the surf up top either. So we're gonna let it sit for a second. This dwarf managed to clean themselves somehow. Are you? Oh, you just climbed up that. Wow. All right. Some of them went flying. Oh yeah, probably. Okay, so everybody inside the fort is safe. I'm going to turn the burrow off now. And just see what they do. Because there's a chance that they just go clean. If they just go clean, they will clean up the piles of this stuff. We'll just let them run for a little bit. And clean. And it's possible that I can open up a different doorway in. What I'm going to do... What's up? I don't want to talk about it. Is what's up. Oh, wrong tool. See how many dwarves are cleaning. Having dwarves cleaning patience. We had 2 rounds. One was about 50 dwarves in a minute or two, and then one was about 150 dwarves in a minute or two. Blood here. Giant leopard blood. Is there a giant leopard stuff on it? Stupid. I do have dwarves that are cleaning. I can close this bridge. No, actually, I can't do that. Yeah, it just makes them lose all of their blood in seconds. There's a pile right there. I don't know if I have a dwarf outside, but if I do... do in fact have a dwarf with a pickaxe outside. Oh, okay, that's fine. Lava levels are rising, so we're gonna hear that a lot for the next little bit. Okay, so that no longer has the extract on it. There's a bunch right here. This dwarf is sitting on a bunch of it. Let's see if they can go build on top of it without dying. Okay, well, first they go clean it up. There's Martin the second. They swallow man blood. I just do this very slowly and carefully. Maybe we can save this. I have no idea where it came from either. I still want to blame the cat. Just because, like, that's my natural feeling towards the animals. All right, something else I can do. I set this to smooth. Actually, hold on. Let me try something. Okay, so because I placed a stockpile there, let's cancel this. Because I placed a stockpile there, they cleaned it up. Let's use this strat again. Get to it, dwarves. Very important job. I'm going to open this. I'm going to cover the entire surface with stockpiles. And they're going to clean. I'm also going to knock down these, because I know for a fact that there's some underneath that. And we're going to clean everything, or as much of everything as I can. I'm also going to take the opportunity to go down here and clean out this, because we might as well. Well, no. Yeah, Sure, fuck it, why not? Actually, can they even... Nah, I don't even know if they can get down there. Okay, so I'm going to do this. These dwarves just volunteered for the hardest gig of their lives. Look at that. Yep, they're cleaning. It sets them to clean certain types of contaminants. It doesn't work for everything. It works for vomit. It clearly works for Forgotten Beast extract. I know it works for alcohol. I didn't want to, like, have to, like, take nuclear options like this, but here we are. Oops, wrong tool. It's like finding needles in a haystack. A lot of the contaminants that they're probably cleaning up is actually blood. Candy, though? Yeah. Yeah, it is. All right, dwarves. It's a very important job. I've got random scholars on the side of the map. One of the cheesiest things I think I've ever done. All right, dwarves, get to it.
Cheese for everyone!
I think if I just left the game unpaused, I think everybody would have died.
Over here, he has a sword.
I realize we're in an ad, but we're not missing much. So this dwarf's cleaning up a pile of vomit. Then I'm gonna have to go and delete all of these stockpiles, but yeah. Okay, so let's also clean all the way up to here, which they probably already cleaned, because they usually clean contaminants up in areas that they consider to be home. At least the trade depot has some food in it. The funny thing about this extract, though, is it's the same color as snow almost. It's like a slightly beigeier snow. Why are they not going down? Oh, what? No. Interesting. I say they're not locked in a burrow. They're like refusing to go down to this area. That's interesting. Okay, you can get down there. So many piles up there, too. Actually, maybe, I wonder if they are going to clean up the wine. Because they're not prioritizing this area, which I think is interesting. All right, things are kind of passive. Okay, you're cleaning. This is what I need to see. That's an Elite Dangerous quote. Raging Cave. Dangerous game here, dwarf. This is like my last resort, by the way, for this whole process. Actually, no, the last resort would be remove all contaminants, but I will not do that. That'd be using DFX to solve this. Anyway, I can talk again. I think panic has subsided a little bit. There's obviously still a bunch down in here, but that's gonna get destroyed by the lava pretty soon. By the end of today, likely. Okay. I think we can take... Okay, let's see how many dwarves are cleaning. Let's just let them keep cleaning. And then we can slowly start letting people back in. I'm going to go up to the surface of this. Why are you standing right there, dwarf? Look at the moods. This is going to be fun to recover from. Vanori, thank you very much for the first notification of money in 3 hours. Cheers, dude. Thanks for 10 bucks. Hope you're having a good holiday so far. Cleaning? Looks like you are. Okay. Nobody has a cleaning job right now. I'm going to take the gamble, chat. I'm really happy we can delete stockpiles like this now. It used to be you would have to, what's the word? You used to have to basically just click and drag a square. And when you clicked and dragged a square, that would just be the stockpile. And in order to get rid of it, you had to click and drag again. And when you click and drag the second time, it wouldn't just delete that stockpile. It would delete all other stockpiles that you would hit. So any stockpiles that you would touch, it would delete. So I need to check the bodies. That's kind of scary. Well, here's hoping. I'm gonna watch this dwarf. Dr. Funk is crying. Yeah, the bodies are covered in it, yeah. But I don't think them carrying a thing transfers a thing to them. Chat room, we have to post more beers. It's been demanded. All right, I think that's the best possible outcome that could have had. Maybe it'll dissolve once they become into skeletons. Who knows? I'm not sure. Wow, those coffins filled up quickly. Oof. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to add everybody to the children's burrow. Is what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to tell them to make everybody a new set of clothing. And I'm just going to let the dwarves chill for a little bit. Let me just double check the kids' burrow. Just make sure it covers everything. Because the kids' burrow is the far better burrow for just, like, chilling. If that makes any sense. I'm just going to add everyone to this one. And just gonna, yeah, leave that one paused. That's what I need to do. And I'm just going to double check that the children's burrow reaches all the way out to here, which it does. Okay. Dwarf's been rescued. Check duress wounds. Okay. I also think that a lot of them just happened to be close enough that they were able to not just die. Which is something. Need stitches, setting. I'm out of soap. Shit. Ran out of soap real fast after that. It's, I have like 7 ash, so let's make ash. Why can't I just type in make ash? Make lye. 17. Soap. From tallow. 17. My heart rate's going like 200 beats a second. Actually, hold on. Is the tomb area down here even in the burrow? Nope. Nope, it is not. Okay, let's just make sure they can put bodies in tombs. I do need to get those bodies buried. Unlock these doors. Oh, you're the legendary hammer. I know which dwarf you are. This dwarf is missing a leg, I think. No, this was the dwarf with the broken spine. Okay. So now that all that's gone down, not even all the beds in the hospital are full. At least I know what I can't do. I'm gonna do this. Because it was the ice, construction of ice, with everybody running outside that caused that to happen. What I think I'm going to do is just take all of this ice that's right here and throw it into the moat. It's gonna go right here, just off the edge. And make sure that this is all in the kids' zone. No, not all that. Not all that. It's way too easy to double click with this tool. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm just gonna take all the ice that is here and just throw it in the dumpster. Throw it in the river, as you do. Not that I don't trust that particular ice, it's just I don't trust ice. Is both a boon and a bane of this DF hack update? No, I completely agree. It's wonderful and it sucks. One of these has to be contaminated, right? I mean, they probably cleaned it, but I don't trust it. Because it started spreading right there. Okay. I guess the good news is I can go down here again. So that's good news. All right, I'm going to select one dwarf. And everybody's getting new clothing. Because another thing about this extract is it, like, damages clothing. Is something that I noticed after the last one of these. I don't know if I actually stated that out loud, but... Okay, so let's go cloth, loincloth. Cloth. Tunic. Cloth glove. Cloth sock. Cloth shoe. Actually, hold on. How much leather do I have? Leather. To spell leather correctly. 248. Yeah, I can make leather shoes. And still have leather. Feels weird making shoes out of cloth is all. Cloth. Cap. I don't know. What else should I make? Mittens. I've seen some doors with mittens. And let's make silk robes, actually. I'm going to do 225 of literally everything. I'm going to end up with a lot of extras. That's fine. I can go into bins. Although shoes and mittens and whatnot I should cut in half. So let's do 115 mittens. 115 gloves. 115 shoes. And 115 socks. And tunics. Loincloths. 25. Should have enough cloth. A Yeti is fighting with a weaponsmith. Excuse me? Why? Of all the things you could be doing at this exact moment, you choose to punch a Yeti. I mean, I understand taking out your anger on somebody who isn't another dwarf, but like, he's not even agitated. He's just a slightly annoyed Yeti who's mildly perturbed by your existence. Kids burrow? I don't think this dwarf ever actually made it back into the burrow, but they're fighting. The dwarf is winning for whatever it's worth. Doing it for TikToks? Right. Anyway, here come the military. They're here to do debunk. There's got to still be contaminants somewhere on the map. I guess whenever we explore elsewhere on the map now, I just have to put stockpiles down. So once this thing has lava in it, I will just put stockpiles around the edges and we'll just very carefully clean. What's that say? Someone that's like 300 something. Cancel store item in location, drop off inaccessible. Yeah, okay. Maybe? Clairvoyant? I don't know. Up in the top left, it says pop. There darks, and it says 225. That's the number of dwarves that are in the population of this fort right now. 225. Right below where it says pop. And this represents the moods. Don't ask why everybody's pissed, but everybody's pissed. It's been a rough week for these dwarves. I like how we do have like these biannual plagues where like 2/3 of the population die though. Although this time we only lost like 5, which I'm actually kind of proud of. Ooh, a vampire murdering spree. I haven't seen a vampire in a while. It's been a long time, actually. 69er content. Nice. This is true. You know what? Everybody's trying to haul items. Haulers. Nobody does this. That'll stop those job canceling until I let them out of this zone. Logan, deal with it. Oh, it's because you are currently hauling this book. All right, well, I can do this. Problem solved. Probably in the same situation. Got an item in your inventory. Oh, you've got a dead cat. Oh, that's a shame. There we go. Let's leave the dead cat there for a bit. A lot of people are mad in the fortress here. Need some time off or something? Organize a festival. Like, give them a burrow that's, like, centered on top of the, you know, what's the word? Nicest areas of your fortress, and then don't let them go anywhere else. I literally told you not to haul, dwarfs. I like how I tell them not to haul, and they're still hauling. Oh, fine. Only selected do this. The humans can haul. Will that solve it? And I will take the humans out of this burrow. It's the great party and the great changing of clothing. Everybody's getting a new set of clothing, and we're not allowed to leave the upper floor of the fort, basically. Everybody's adding me on Discord today. Ranger Rick, can you do me a humongous favor? Please stop adding me on Discord. Especially while I'm streaming. It's all good. It's just, I think it's something important. And then it's just like, if you have a question, post a screenshot in the chat and ask a question. Don't, like, at me on Discord, because then I have to tab over to Discord. Also, if I seem snappy, it's not anybody in particular. I'm just not salty, but stressed, I would say. Yeah, this fort's not quite endgame, but more or less endgame at this point. I was worried that would happen. I have to remake like half my stockpiles. At least for these layers. Like I lost my cloth stockpile, I just realized. At least it was like just these layers, but that's okay. And as far as that altar goes, I have no idea. Maybe it's tracking traders that haven't arrived yet. Maybe you have some stuck traders just off map. Because of the materials, I would assume that they're elven. Elves tend to have gem altars for some reason. This is all fine. It was not on this layer. Is there any other stockpiles I'm missing here? I don't see any others missing. Okay. Only 55 blocks away. Sounds like a bug then. Send in the save file. I did a 3D print that runs the whole night and accidentally the printer currently stands in your bedroom. This seems like a bad choice of thing to print by you. Must have a non-gelded adult male koala. I thought I gelded them all. I guess not. Maybe one was already pregnant. Oh, right. Shit. I have to redo my quantum stockpiles. Well, that's easy enough. So if they can figure out how to make a bed out of teeth, then I suppose that we will end up with those in that stockpile too. Otherwise, what are you loading? Which one? Yeah, you're the beds one. Okay, so you now load from here. The wood one I named. You now load from there. Oh, I just made it all other materials and just kind of made a statement. Because I have... It it has an option for just other, right? And other is virtually everything that could possibly exist. And I allowed other materials in that bed stockpile, so if they can figure out how to make a bed out of whatever other is, then I guess we get an other bed. Otherwise, it'll just be a normal bed. Looking at DF gameplay because I'm not sure whether to buy it or Baldur's Gate 3 instead. But the fact that you look so much like a guy on the cover of Baldur's Gate 3 makes me think I should buy both games. I look like the guy on Baldur's Gate cover. That feels like a weird compliment. I don't know how to respond to that. I think I had another stockpile up there, and for the love of me, I cannot remember what was in it. Like at all. Actually, I just got to double check that the dwarves can actually go up here. Yeah, they can. All right, I think that's everything. Actually, did I connect that last one? I don't think I did. Did I connect that last one? Boulders. Load from. was a big one. Oh. Interesting. You don't have a track stop for some reason. Why don't you have a track stop? How long has there not been a track stop there? Well, I mean, guess as good as mine. But Dwarf Fortress is a weird game. It's one of those. It's one of the original make your own fun games. So if you enjoy games about making your own fun, you'll probably enjoy this game. But it's a very heavy like roleplay game like that. Can't say I've ever done such a thing, Martin. Nope, they do not work with any version past version 50. Both current versions of Dwarf Fortress have absolutely no third-party tileset compatibility, which is a big complaint for many people, because there's some people who seem to think that this tileset is ugly. I think it looks nice, so it doesn't bother me. But some people really hate the change. And also, like I said a minute ago, if I seem kind of grumbly, it's because I just had something really annoying happen. So we have to go through and fix it. Which is a pain in the ass, to put it simply. But it's fine. I'll live. Yeah, but the free version isn't compatible with tile sets. And a lot of people's issue with the free version is this version of ASCII is not square ASCII. It's rectangle ASCII. Which a lot of people do not like. Let's give most of my soldiers a break. So they can go get new clothing too. What else can I do? I'm trying to think of like everything I can do to like increase general happiness. What do I have for bars right now? Fuckloads of iron, bunch of silver, steel, pig iron, not enough platinum. Always need more platinum. Not enough rose gold, always need more rose gold. Is there any materials that I could make? I don't know what black bronze requires, but I can try making one, see how much we have. So if I could just make like, I don't know, a shit ton of black bronze rings or something. It's copper and what? I can never remember what these materials need. It might actually be something I have like 3 bars of, which is why I'm not going to bother making a ton. Tried to talk smack about the tile for version 50, but then I showed him the were creatures and he had to eat his words. Have you shown him the portraits that they're working on as well? Because that's the part that like is really impressive for me right now, are those portraits. There's so much character to those portraits that NeoRace is good is working on. Okay, so we're going to go back to sealing off the outside. And I'm going to remove the burrow from these dwarves. Pull this lever. And go down here. Seal this off. Meissner, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription from the Prime. Those do pay me better. Yeah, they don't really have a way of getting over there, so that should be okay. All right, let's remove this. Or rather, remove everyone. Child. Unk. All right. Jobs may now commence. Did I just see a strange mood? Yes, I did. It's full of blue owl. It was currently hauling something. Well, that's good to hear. Glad your friends come around on it. I need a sweater. Chilly. About 10 degrees Celsius in here. I woke up the other day and could see my breath again. So usually when I wake up and can see my breath, I know there's a problem. Oh, interesting. You've grabbed the Boyer's shop. Nice to have something different. Yeah, no, they've been at it for a while because I think that whole event happened while this dwarf was at it still. No, it started right before we got the contaminants in the fort. No. Well, not unless they have their own complete fort to themselves, with all of the amenities of a regular dwarf. Boom, boom. So for the exact same reason as every other dwarf that's kept by themselves separately, they would need their own mayor. They would need their own person to complain to in charge. They would need their own source of, like, food and drink. They would need other people to party with. It's not possible. You cannot have a single dwarf separated from the entire fort, regardless of whether or not they're a vampire. That doesn't matter. Without them going insane. Period. They will go insane. For the exact same reasons of the discussions yesterday. 2 goblin cap logs, iron bars, stray one-humped camel bone, fellite gabbro blocks, giant pink rough shades, gabbro blocks, and iron bars. Good luck, dwarf. Hosts, okay. Like, you know, I explained why they couldn't do it, right? And it's a pretty logical thing, which is they will go insane because they have no one to complain to. And, you know, once again, you're just bringing the same question up, which is redundant to a degree. So, unreliable, quick lever pulling then. Burrow your children in an area close to levers and pull the lever. This is reliable, quick lever pulling. It's right beneath my tavern. Vast majority of my dwarves are in the tavern, generally. Don't put them in your tavern because if somebody tantrums or if there's a fight, they can be toppled. So what you want is you want it to be close to a very busy area, and the closest dwarf to it is the one that gets summoned to go pull it. Dedicated lever pullers have been a thing of the past ever since it was possible for, what's the word? For, ever since it became possible for dwarves to, oops, what's the word? Ever since dwarves needed to complain to somebody in charge. Mirrors don't exist in Dwarf Fortress. It's a thing that people did a lot in version 44, I think. Also, I realize none of this stuff's actually landing in the lava, but that's okay. It's something people did quite a bit in version 44 or something like that. But once they added like basic therapy from nobles, it ceased to be a thing. And it's just like, you know, a lot of other things that this game does. Like, one of the biggest problems with this game, and as much as I love this game, is this game's been around for a really long time, right? It's 22 years old. Or rather, the first playable versions existed 22... Oh, shit, I just... That's a lot of bolts. Oh, well. Cancel that. I don't know. Lost a couple bolts. World won't end. One of the... Okay, you know what? Let's just make iron rings. Let's just make, like... Iron ring. 300. Because I have tons of iron. Iron bracelet. 300. Anyway, the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress is that this game's old. It's been around for a long time. And because this game's been around for a long time, there's a lot of outdated strategies that people still talk about and people still read about. Because, like, where do people get information about video games? People get information about video games from wikis. They get information about video games from forums. They get information about games from Reddit. And if you're stupid, you get information about video games from ChatGPT. So the result is you get a amalgamation mishmash of things that have been patched out from the game. And people see what looks like a really cool strat. And then they get obsessed with it. And they go, I need to make this work. And then they come to me and they go, well, why doesn't this work? And I say, because it was patched out 8 years ago or whatever. And then they proceed to ask me every single possible variation of how they could possibly make it work. And I just keep giving them the same answer. And it does two things. It pisses them off and it pisses me off. Because people don't like to take no for an answer. And I don't blame them. Like, you know, I don't blame you guys for not wanting to take no for an answer. But my God, I wish you would just listen to me when I'm just like, it don't work. Anyway. Yeah, we'll attend a meeting forever and until they go insane. The only time they cancel attend meeting is when they're literally starving to death. And then they will go right back to attending meeting. So unless you mod mayors out of the game, well, actually no, because they'll even if you only have 6 dwarves, they'll want to see the expedition leader. So yeah, danger rooms are a good example. Certainly, Chris. I mean, that would be neat if they could, but they can't, right? So that would be a matter of something being patched into the game. If they could meet through windows or bars or fortifications or something. But that's not a feature. That's not a thing that this game does. Anyway. Me throwing garbage into the moat. Alright, did they fill that up? Yes, they did. Okay, so you get removed from this. And you had to stop right there. And that minecart and remove those. If you set up a danger zone the exact way the forum tells you to, Raging Cave, one thing happens. Your dwarf will turn into spaghetti pus and be in about 435 giblets. Okay? If you set up danger rooms in a way that they work, they are redundant. Because just telling your dwarves to train in a barracks is faster and more effective and trains more usable skills. So, no. No, actually, they really don't work. Like, at all. The environmental storytelling of that shoe is just that dwarf needed new clothing, and new clothing became available, so they took it off. Oh no, it's worked ever since they patched it. But they patched it in two ways, right? They made the method of giving damage more effective. And they made training dwarves in barracks more effective. They just made it redundant. It's literally all they did, is they made it redundant. I mean, if you take a fully untrained dwarf and you put them into an old school style danger room, dwarf is instant-gibbed, like just dead, right? If you put a partially trained dwarf in, yeah, they'll train, but it's significantly more effective and less stressful for a dwarf to... Because, okay, so the way danger rooms worked was you'd use a few gimmicks to make infinitely unloading and reloading minecarts with, like, what are they called? Coins in them, and you'd make them ricochet around in a room so that a dwarf would dodge them, right? Well, there was a system that wasn't in the game in those days, right? It's called the stress system. This. I mean, it was in the game, but not to the degree that it is now. And it was more or less not irrelevant if dwarves got stressed, but like the way it operated was completely different. They didn't need specific things to get specific thoughts. They just kind of had their general mood. So because they didn't need specific things to get specific happy thoughts to not go insane, you could do stuff like that. If you trained a dwarf like that now, you know how we were talking about vampires going insane? Same thing. They'll go insane if they don't die. And just telling them to train in a barracks is faster. And they get happy thoughts from it. So, like, nani the fuck? Why would you do that? I don't know. If you want to use it as a form of execution, then fucking the world's your oyster. Go hamsters. Have fun at that point. But, like, that's not what people used it for, right? So, if you, do you know of a reliable way to get past to get grass to grow on the stone surface? You made it wet and dug down. Grass? It needs to see sunlight. Otherwise, you just need to dig into the caverns and have cave moss. You don't actually need to dig to the caverns. You just need to reveal the caverns and have cave moss. No. They added a stress system. Mate, we're talking about a strat from... Like, danger rooms were active in, like, version 34. If not earlier. Which is, like, 2009, dude. The game didn't have minecarts in 2009. And I know because I've been playing version 28A off stream for side project. And version 28A doesn't have stress. It kind of does, but it doesn't. It doesn't have mine carts. It doesn't have any power. The military system is completely different. The way you train dwarves is completely different. The speed of XP gain and loss is completely different. It's a completely different game, practically. And back then you had to use gimmicks. Because, okay, right now you tell a dwarf with no skill to mine through this, it takes what? 10 seconds, they dig through that? In version 28A, which is 3D, it has Z levels. If I tell a dwarf to dig across that far, it takes... You didn't need to do it in 44. It was redundant already in 44. It would take maybe a minute and a half. Partially due to the frame rate, but also just the speed at which dwarves gain skills. The game was a lot slower back then. Like, a lot slower. Like, for me to cover the first year of time in that game... Uh-oh. Or in that version of the game... took a crazy amount of time. Like, a year took me, like, 2.5, 3 hours to clear. Because of the frame rate? Not rip, no. It just melted a little bit more than I was expecting it to. No, it did exactly what I needed it to, so it's fine. But, like, yeah, I just... Stop reading about old strats that don't work anymore. God damn it. You guys are raising my blood pressure. Thanks for the DF history lesson. Yeah. You're welcome, I guess. That was what I wanted them to do, yeah. It dumped 3 tiles worth of lava down there, and it melted what I needed them to melt, and burned the rest. It's not that it stresses me out. It's just like... It's not that it stresses me out. It's just, it's the game that I play. And it's my fault for... Not my fault for playing this game. That's the wrong word. It's just the way that... I guess it's just the way that this game is. I don't really have a better way of stating it. It's just kind of the way that this game is. Holy shit, Deep Space. You didn't need to do that. Thanks for the 20 pack of gift subs. Jeez, dude. Is there a way to make an efficient slaughterhouse out of troglodytes to train your dwarves? I mean, when you say slaughterhouse, you're referring to, like, ways to train your military, right? Just get them patrol... Once they've trained a little bit, just get them patrolling the caverns. That's very effective, yeah. It's okay. Crossbows can't break glass windows, so it's okay. But seriously, Deep Space, thank you very much for the kindness. You really don't need to do that, man. I feel like you give practically all of your Twitch revenue to me sometimes, and it's kind of crazy to me. Actually, hold on. Do that. Let's do it this way. Right, no, I need the soap job to be 1, because there is only 1 lime maker's shop. Oh, it's this. Thanks, Elfie, for the $1. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when you say thanks for the DF history lesson, it makes me think, like, how can I make a video to, like, explain all of this to somebody who hasn't played the game for 10 years straight? You know? Like, but I don't know how I would even do that. And then how would I make it in a way that people find it? Because, like, at the end of the day, the wiki exists, and the wiki is wonderful. But at the same time, the wiki exists, and the wiki is the thing that has all of that information. And because all of those old versions of the game are still available, and you can still download them, and you can still play them, all that really needs to happen is there just needs to be one person who Googles Dwarf Fortress, who doesn't know what the version numbers mean, to start playing Dwarf Fortress, and then not realize that they're reading about a version that doesn't, like, that they're not playing. And that's the problem. And that's, like, a problem that me, as somebody who makes tutorials for this game, has been trying to figure out for, like, 3 or 4 years now. Because, like, this isn't a new problem. This isn't a new issue. This isn't something that's, like, new to Dwarf Fortress either. This is, like... This has been a problem for a very long time, right? So it's... It's tricky. And I don't know how to deal with it. Or rather, I don't know how to fix it. Playful bolts. So I made a Rangers Guild, and I made a crossbow training spot so my dwarves can out train. When they're not training archery, they can hang out here. How many sandbags do I have? White sand. 120. Okay, let's do green glass table. Green glass throne. Green glass. I don't know. And here's the fun part, right, Clairvore? Building destroyers do still work. They work for trolls. I've seen them work for trolls. And they also work for ogres. But you know what's also weird?
Bean shall join in the giving.
Took a while for that one to hit. You know what's weird? I haven't seen trolls show up as part of a goblin siege since version 50 hit, right? And it's like, oops, what did I just click? Bookbinding. No, I don't. I mean, actually, those could be cool, but green glass. Let's do not statues. I've already made those. Let's just make some blocks, actually. Let's just do 100 of them. Well, it's not even a matter of not reading that part, right? Like, if you've never played this game before and you end up on the wiki, and let's just say metalsmithing. Okay, here, actually, and you've ended up on the wiki, right? And you type in metal. Metal? What? Metal. And let's just say you click this because you don't know what to click, right? And you end up on this page and you don't know what this means. And you start reading. You're going to get a lot of really inaccurate information. You're also going to read about bugs that no longer exist. What if you end up on this version? You're still going to get some accurate information, some inaccurate information, and some items that don't exist, as well as some bugs that don't exist. You're also, on this page, getting very incomplete information, right? And then you just need somebody to do a Google search and read a forum post from 2014 that says something else, right? Like metal duping, right? I keep getting people asking me if metal duping still works. They patched it out, largely, for almost every item type. Most of the Google hits are version 47. Sure, yeah, because people don't search on the wiki. They go search on Google, right? So, yeah, I don't know, man. What? Yeah? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Wait, did that dwarf just fire a bolt that way? What just happened? Let's unlock this. Now, the vast majority of items, to my knowledge, I haven't gone and done the testing myself, but from what I was reading from someone who did, the vast majority of items give you like 0.5%. Oh. Interesting. Do you have it on you? Nope. Do you? Nope. Do you? No, they don't. Okay. Running on the stairs. Nope. None down there. At least I saw it this time. Okay, I'm seeing this dwarf cleaning. This is scary, yeah. We're also in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause for a second. This is like being hit by a chemical attack. It's actually like someone saying Dwarf Chernobyl is actually a really accurate feeling. So that door has a pile of it underneath it. Never to be seen again. What's up with that? Okay, number one, that can't have been one of your dwarves. That has to have been a visitor because otherwise they would have discovered the vision down there as they went down. Has to have been a visitor. If it was anything else, it wouldn't have happened that way. That's the first thing. This thing is covered in wine, by the way. So that's the first thing. The second thing is a passage is a walkway that leads from one cavern to another cavern. It's not ichor, it's extract, but yes. It's this. It's right here. It's in this doorway. The ichor is unrelated. That's a different Forgotten Beast. Yeah, and visitors can leave through the caverns. Okay, so the dwarf is cleaning. Okay, so if I go here, just piles of snow. Cleaned it all up here. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to dig here. That dwarf's taking a nap, fair. He's got some blood on his knee. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, there is extract underneath this door. I have to take a leak. I will be right back. Also, I just realized, isn't today the second shortest day of the year? Tomorrow being the longest? You have a headache? I'm sorry. Hi, cutest, how are you?
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Yeah, the only reason these last two infections haven't been absolute catastrophes is I've caught it instantly. It's the only reason this hasn't been at, like, absolute calamity. There we go. That's all I needed to do. I'm not sure why this stockpile... Oh, did I accidentally make it bigger? That's
I
fine.
hope this MKES the pop-up go away.
So there's 3 little dots. when you get the resub pop-up, Holy Spokes, which says skip notification for this month is one of the options. Click that, the pop-up will go away, and you don't have to share it if you don't want to share it. But thank you very much for the 6 months. Welcome back. That's an interesting stat. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this door. And I'm going to have to do this very carefully. I was gonna say, I swear to God, big critter, if you try. Okay, never mind. They did clean it up in there. Okay, we're clear. I just needed to check. I needed to check. I needed to know. Oh. -2C in North Carolina. That's pretty nice. Brisk, pleasant weather. -23°C isn't too bad. What is it outside right now? Google says 8°C right now. Outside. And raining. All right. Crisis averted. Crisis number 647 averted. Also, look at this. This layer is filling finally. Clearing more of the crises. We're going to get a lot of collapsing sounds all of a sudden.
Woo!
What, I missed this stream? Oh, shit, what problem is? There it goes. I never know how to answer that question because it's like, well, a lot of stuff has happened. I don't know how I can recap that. I'm not the best recapper, I guess. That is inhumanly hot. If it's hot enough for a dog to get burnt paws if they go outside, it's too hot. I'll see you later, Chris. Cheers. This isn't going to get old anytime soon, the lava hitting ice walls and collapsing. About 5 hours and you missed. Yeah, about 5 hours you've missed. Accurate. Wait, it's not -13 inside, is it? Because that's not good. Stuff's collapsing over here too. But this is the last level that it's going to fill up on. So this is going to be our last, I guess, layer of lava that'll fill up. And once all of this obsidian is formed, we'll know where we can construct. So our battery is going to go right here, I guess. This has been filling up since yesterday. It was draining for a good chunk of it yesterday, and I didn't realize it. So yeah, technically, but with some delays that weren't expected. This I can start up again. Okay. And I need to citizens only in there. And I can go over here. I can probably make tables. Yes. And I can put weapon racks. And some armor stands too. Let's actually remove one on the corner. Look nicer. Beers because you're having one now? Hell yeah. Yeah, if it hadn't been draining, it would have filled halfway through yesterday. But it'll be done, give it an hour. Itching again? Fine. God darn puppies. I have way too many animals, chat. Just way too many. Cats, war leopards. Geld you, geld you. Geld you. Don't need a pig. We'll leave you ungelded. And leave the rest. Hot water and a little bit of lemon. Or just hot water. Both are pretty good alternatives to keep yourself warm. Plain hot water is actually my go-to while winter camping. Or plain hot water with a little bit of salt. Which sounds weird, but... Did I set my barn owl to be killed? I think I did. Canceling that one. Yep. That I want to keep. I want to keep the big owl. All right, and then I can take these two and just get them training constantly. And update their uniform. White pony one. Go ahead and go pick up equipment. Why is that, Gordon? Do I boil pine needles in it? Mate, I go overnight camping. I don't go like long distance camping for 6 months. Why would I need to boil pine needles in it? That's like a vitamin C thing. Like stop you from getting scurvy. Like clearly you think I'm a much more intense camper than I am, but I'm not. All right, let's start building a thing. And let's go. Collect sand. And sand or green glass blocks. Making 500 green glass blocks. Let's go. I'm the only one teaching you? I mean, it was more relevant. Well, actually, that's not totally true. Generally, for me, it's like... Okay. Whenever I see that and there's a skeleton there, it's like, ah! Did it happen again? it's honestly there at this point for people telling me to use df hack commands. Or to tell me to do things different ways. But yeah. It's also for other games. Games that aren't Dwarf Fortress. I do still, like, you know, play roguelikes that I'm not great at. I know that some people refuse to believe that there are games out there that I'm not amazing at, but, like, I also don't think I'm amazing at Dwarf Fortress. Like, you know, there was a person earlier who was just like, why is there a reason I don't have so many repeating orders? It's like, well, I'm lazy is the actual response. But at the same time, some people refuse to believe that. And instead will just be like, you're playing game wrong. You don't have all these things. And it's like, but what? Why? Why are you asking me? Also, fill pond? What pond? Oh, I know where I forgot to remove that. Oh, yeah, right there. Like, there are people who will just, like, go after you and just, like, tell you that you're playing the game wrong. And I mostly just have the tag there so that I can just retort and be like, essentially. And it's like, it's a legacy thing. People were much more strict about backseating back in the day on Twitch. Or block, rather. Good to know how much of that I have, though. So yeah, it's mostly a legacy thing at this point, I would say. I mean, I think this fort's been entertaining, and this fort's nothing far from perfect. Trust me, it's far from perfect. I literally thought I set you guys to training. I guess I didn't. All right, so this area down here is going to this. F4. I thought I had another thing on F4. I guess not. But yeah, anyway. I may have to actually make a more direct, I guess, way into here at some point, but oh, backseating can absolutely be engagement. I mean, it's, I don't know, maybe my old ways of being super anti-backseating have laxed off a little bit, but I've laxed off a lot. I mean, some people don't believe me when I say it still to this day, but like, believe me when I say I am a lot calmer than I used to be. Just trust me. I am way calmer than I used to be. In almost every aspect of just me as a person and the way, like, my stream runs. I know that's hard to believe for some people, but it's the truth. You've had more fun with forts that kind of suck. I mean, for me, the most entertaining Dwarf Fortress streams are people like Ghost Wizards or people like, trying to think of people that I've watched a bunch, or people like Deep Space. You know, it's just like management. Pfft, for shame, chaos reigns supreme, and that's how this game gets genuinely compelling and entertaining to me, when it's just like, oh yeah, no, stuff's just breaking constantly, because it's just like, let's just intentionally throw shit at the wall and break stuff, and that's where this game gets fun. If you make things too efficient and perfect, then it gets boring. Oh, what? Yeah, I saw, like, you know, it's funny. Casual Elephant is one of the best streamers out there if you're really, really high. And he gets it. He knows what his audience is. He knows what his audience wants. It's just weird memes and strange happenings on screen. Like, how do you just, like, piss yourself laughing while watching a stream is get really stoned and then go watch Casual Elephant for an hour. Because it's just like, why'd your head just explode? That you have a fart command? What's happening? Why does it keep track of how many times people type an exclamation point fart in a stream? Yeah, he's a good dude. He is delightful, yes. I think I'm actually gonna swap all of this from channel just to this, just to dig. Dig first, channel later. So I'll go faster that way. Dwarves are all watching diagnosis demonstrations. Dwarf fell asleep while training. Makes sense. I'm actually just going to cut this in half. And add a second one. It's a weird direction to think to shoot. And we'll put this squad here. And the more experienced squad on the top. Also going to connect you to this zone. Actually, I wonder if they can't train because they're not in the guild. I mean, if you're burnt out in a game, please, for the love of everything, stop playing. Go play something else. I think one of the reasons people complain about the speed of updates of this game is because people are used to playing games until they burn out, and before they burn out, the game updates, and then they keep playing. Whereas, like, with Dwarf Fortress, this game updates when it updates, not when you burn out. This game doesn't operate on your schedule, which is fine, really, for this game. Yeah, okay, that was the issue. Interesting. Which is totally fine for a game like this, but for, like, the way modern games try and work is they just try and, like, get the next update out before their player base is tired of playing that version. DFCK3 in League? Oh boy. That's tough times. Mostly the League part. I got feelings about League, dude. But so does a lot of people, so. They're not even remotely unique feelings. I just got feelings about League. Crusader Kings 3 is CK3. Oh yeah. This is really just me trying to, like, you know, okay. I know how to make an infinitely repeating. So dwarves have a chance to pick up an item and keep it as their own if they're hauling it. I'm going to assume that that includes hauling it to a minecart. If I make an infinitely repeating minecart stockpile, will they equip all the items? That's not going to happen. Tarn has stated factually that, or stated on the record a couple of times that alchemy's not going to happen. It's been, the whole idea has been thrown out. I mean, the skill was removed from the game for this version. And there will be a point where the idea of it gets looked at again, but that'll be for, what's the word? That'll be for, no, I can't do rings in the stockpile. I can cut this stockpile in half and do the other half as rings, though. And that'll just be for when magic is out. There will be some sort of alchemy and some sort of that sort of thing, but it won't be alchemy. It's not going to be called alchemy. But yeah, I think the death nail on alchemy was the fact that it didn't make it into this version. Because this version was kind of like the great culling of features that are never going to make it into the game. Still trying to get rid of all that rotten stuff. No, the thing is you do it with one. Not 2 stockpiles. 1. If you're talking about infinitely repeating ones, make a stockpile. You erase a bit. You put a track stop here, set to go here, and then tell it to fill from here. So it just infinitely fills in a circle. They did remove a skill from the game called Alchemy, which previously did literally nothing, so... I mean, I guess you can disagree with me on the never point for one reason or another, but... Even if it's just for meme's sake, which I respect. But I don't think Alchemy will ever make it into the game. The knowledge of chemistry is in the game. But if you're talking about chemistry, and this is the direction Tarn would go, because I've talked with him enough about this. If you're talking about chemistry, then, like, okay, you're talking about, like, things that they're learning about in the library. Okay. So if they add chemistry, they should also add mathematics, knowledge of migratory patterns. I guess bandages, are in the game. Valves, bridges. What about all of these other things that are just knowledge that exists in the game that the dwarves know of but don't do anything with? There's a lot of that. So it'd be really weird if just, like, one thing was added into the game. What about astrology? What about all of the astronomers that show up, right? What about the linguists? Do they have to add more languages to the game? It literally is feature creep. Well, I mean, there is, like, some weird long-term plan that, like, it won't unlock abilities in Fortress mode, but, like, something to do with, like, already, like, reading books in adventure mode let you do things, right? Like, if you read a book that contains a poetic form or a poem, you can then go recite that poem. That adds gameplay. Doesn't add gameplay to Fortress mode, but it does add gameplay to adventure mode. And there's a lot of stuff like that, right? Like, you could be a dwarf that reads a book about mathematics. Okay, and then the rest of your goal for the rest of that adventure mode is to then write books about mathematics and give it to other people. Your dwarf still lives, yes. I found your blood on somebody recently, but that doesn't mean you're dead. Yeah, you're still alive. You're currently making loincloths. Working hard. I mean, you're in the military, so, I mean, you've lost a couple toes. You've got a lot of scars. Could be worse. Not hardly a sweatshop. It's more like a freezer. I don't think Shaku ever came back. Yeah, never came back. Some of the other ones did. That's the thing. We'll have to look them up in Legends mode at some point. How are we doing on the shoes and clothing, actually? Yeah, we're cleaving through them at a decent enough clip. I'm just going to do a thing real quick to speed up this clothing production and also help these dwarves with happy crafting thoughts. Which is, I'm going to go here. These are all going to get deleted when these jobs are done. I'm just clicking blocks so they get built faster. And I know that the blocks are coming from in the fort. In the near future. Well, that's good. I mean, you almost stepped on one of those acid piles that makes you explode into a pile of blood, and you didn't die, so that's good. Hey, serious salsas. You didn't miss Dwarfs this time. What's up? What's the king want? Backpacks and scepters, low boots. Can't export bolts. Well, that's fine. I don't think so, salsas. Yeah, no, salsas, I think, got caught up in the plague. Yeah. Yeah, no, you didn't make it, unfortunately. I mean, we did lose almost half of our dwarves. Actually, no, if you factor in the migrant waves that came in, we did lose half of our dwarves. Probably lost about 150 to that thing. Almost time to trade with the elves again. Well, on the bright side, craft an object is getting solved for just about every dwarf. I'm going to get these 2 squads training. And I'm going to fill up the extra spots in the squads. I'm just going to search by need for training, maximum, erase. Name searching. Blazing Iceberg, I will chuck you into the squad. Obviously scroll through the dwarves that already have training. Dastot, sure, why not? I think I just clicked on that dwarf, actually. This peasant who doesn't have a job. Gotta learn skills somewhere. Fried onions can go into the military as well. Was it a were critter? No, it was a TLDR. Forgotten Beast had deadly dust that got contaminated into the snow, and with contamination spread into snow or deep liquids, it spreads infinitely. And got stuck in a hallway, and let's just say 150 dwarves bled to death in that hallway almost instantly. It almost happened a second time today, and then almost a third time, but I caught it right away those 2 times. So we survived, but barely. Okay, let's make another squad. Let's just focus on crossbow dwarves. Let's do that. Because the thing about crossbows is they do get a lot of downtime in between training. So I find that they tend to be more okay with being crossbow dwarves. Also, combat for a crossbow dwarf from behind a wall isn't as scarring as, like, being in the middle of a bloody battle, right? And it is a good way to get some happy thoughts into dwarves just because they like practicing a thing. And I do need some pretty big a pretty big army if I'm going to attempt to assault hell. Which, it's 3:40 p.m. If we do another 14-hour stream, we could maybe make that happen tonight. Maybe. Exclamation point asterisk on maybe. Okay, so that's a new squad. This one is... These dwarves are arming up. Let's check armor availability. I need more backpacks. That's fine. I also need more shields. Have enough of everything else, which is fine. Steel buckler. True dwarf's death. Oh, trust me, I wouldn't have wished that death on any dwarf. Ramsey gave birth to a baby girl. Congratulations. That moment when you open up a Discord server that you're in and you just see an essay has been written. It's like, I'll read that later. No, dwarves practiced locking. No, the dwarves didn't practice social distancing. The dwarves practiced locking the doors with the areas with the dwarves in there that were dying of the thing and waited until they stopped moving. And then very slowly encroached on it, realized that was a failed thing that wasn't going to work, and then they burrowed underneath that area and caved it into lava, and then went underground and memorialized all of those dwarves. That's what they did. So, no, they went, like, full China and just locked everybody inside. Which was, I don't know, kind of dark, if you ask me. Dark. There's going to be a lot of clothing everywhere for a bit, and that's okay. There's a naked dwarf over there, but that's because Mom's holding him. How you feeling about this, Ramsey? Interested after learning about weaponsmithing. Well, that's fair, but, like, how do you feel about this? You want to practice a craft? We're out of meals. Do we have prep meals? 202. Non-trivial amount of prepared meals. I wish it would, like, decipher between empty and full barrels. Let's make some lavish meals. Oh, it was we had at least 2 very aggressive quarantines. The last time we did it, I had to lock all of the dwarves outside that were outside, wait for the ones that were coated in the stuff and bleeding to die, and then make them clean up all of the contaminants in the snow outside. Also, cheers, Jake. Jake Talks Games. Very aggressive quarantine, yes. And, you know, we've had many situations like that happen, and it's always dark when it happens, but, you know, it is what it is. Dwarf Fortress isn't always a happy-go-lucky time. There we go. At least we actually have soap in the fort again. Let's see how these newbies are feeling. Pleasure after practicing at an archery target. Worried after being unable to pray for too long. Yep. Okay. So all of these new squads, I think I'm literally just gonna put all of them on monthly orders, except for the armored ice. They're just gonna and the bloody glacier. They're just gonna be set to no orders. Everybody else is gonna be set to constantly train, and I'm gonna cancel this so that they can take turns. You shall never forget the lizard man romance. That was a thing. You know, he came back and we killed him, right? He came back and we killed him eventually. Took a bit, but we did end up killing him. You watch the VOD later. I mean, he was evil, so fuck the guy, but... Okay, something I would like to check. Got punched in the spine and suffocated? Yep. Had it coming. I think I'm going to... over here. Done editing. Copy. Paste. Done. Copy. Right. Yeah, I think that's enough. Couple months on, couple months off. I can put them on a much more intense training regimen when I need to. I think it's party time. Always this one room right here. It's always the one they're partying in. Chat room, can I get your party emotes in the chat? I'll be back in a second. I return just in time. I have consumed a Cliff Bar. Because knowing this for it, something else bonkers is going to happen in the next 10 seconds. All right, so I got some more dwarves training. Ooh, that's a heavy hitch. Okay, I think I'm finally getting my population of animals under control a bit. Keep you. Finally. No, we'll just clip you. Clip you. Clip you. And Deadlies wants you to post beers, chat. All right, we're gonna do that. Does this need to go out? That's fine. Yeet. Hello, Hobo. How are you? Hobo, did you want me to open your Christmas card on Christmas, or do you want me to open it on stream? Because I haven't yet. That's why I'm asking. I think I may have asked this the other day and then completely forgot to look if you ever responded. But, you know, still me. That. Mind over here reminding you to control your pet population. Yeah, except this time I'm not, like, calling out pet owners, fortunately. Unlike yesterday, which, you know. I do that. All right, let's go grab it. Let's do something holiday-ish. So obviously, I can't show the front of it because it's got addresses on it, and I don't want to doodle over it, but I can show the back of it. Got this seal on it. Speaking of Crimbus, is anybody else somebody who likes to hurt themselves like myself and spends time reading the shit posts on the Steam forums? Because underneath the update from yesterday, there was a few people being all weird about War on Christmas bullshit. They're like, it's Merry Christmas, not Happy Holidays or whatever. And a bunch of people like took them to town. And it turned into a Pastafarian rant about Happy Linguini and bullshit like that. It was a good time. Very entertaining. I enjoyed reading the entire thread. Oh, that's cool. It's got a flaming skull. It's me. Happy Honda days. Exactly. Merry Honda. Wow. There's another one. It's two-sided. That's actually really cool. Two-sided. It's neat. Your handwriting is easier to read than my dad's. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the card. I'm terrible at doing holiday cards and stuff like that. Like, genuinely, I'm really bad. Add it. Two-sided in the ink that bled through. It's cool, though. It came out good. Just had your first macabre mood? Did they say foul mood fell in terrible, or did it say that the dwarf was gonna stalk and brood? Because if it's a foul mood, fell and terrible, good luck. Otherwise, it's not so bad. I moved to a small neighborhood. Two neighbors have asked me when I'm going to put up my lights and if I needed help holding a ladder. You didn't know what to say? You know what you should do? Let's go buy one of those. Just say, oh, you know, I just moved in and like I haven't picked up anything new yet. I'll have something next year, and then next year just go get one of those like 12-foot skeletons from Home Depot. Don't put it up for Halloween and then put it up when Christmas comes by, and then just like put a Santa hat on it. Or just say no thank you. Like, you that is the smart way to go about it. Well, I mean, generally when you move into a place, you're going to be there for a bit, right? So naturally, you have to play the long game. If you're going to troll the neighbors, troll the neighbors and go hard with it. Stock and brood, luckily. Your enviro reigns to... yeah, the thing with stock and brood is like, it's not that bad, so you'll be okay. Without trying to spoil things, you'll be okay. If the skeleton falls, he can't die twice. There you go. There's a house in your neighborhood who put up a skeleton for Halloween and left it up. They made it a turkey for Thanksgiving, and now it has a Santa suit on. That's fantastic. If it's one of those giant ones, there's a whole bunch of Etsy pages and like Facebook pages and stuff where people are making clothing for them, which makes my heart warm. I like it. Yeah, it's one of the big ones. Cool. I like that trend. That's one of my favorite, like, dumb things of the year. Is just like, oh, well, people own giant skeletons now for some reason, I guess. Let's just do that. The modern Snoopy flag. It's one way to refer to a giant skeleton as the modern Snoopy flag. Let's do all that. Oh, that'd be easy. Just give it a big basket. Just go buy like one of those like baskets that they expect you to put like chocolates and stuff for like business parties in, and then like fill it full of fake eggs. That'd be easy. Like not even a question. Like I know how I would do that, and I'm not creative in that way. Also, if you're curious as to what the heck I'm doing, I'm literally just doing my damnedest to make basically just like a glass pillar out of the fun spear, or fun spire, I guess. Or I'll come back down eventually. But, oh, game's chunking again. Uh-oh. Ran out of plant cloth. Makes sense, but... which means I don't need anywhere near as many of these now. Get rid of a bunch of them. We're probably still making plant cloth in real time. Aw, there you go, Elenartho. Yeah, I know somebody vaguely through the internet who works in games industry, and her and her partner bought one of those 12-foot skeletons, put it on the roof of their apartment building, and then moved out. Just like starfished. And you know what? I think that might be worth, like, the, you know, the buy-in just for the prank. Because you can go check on Google Maps in, like, 3 years and be like, it's still there. Let's do that. 12, 14, perfect. See how the lava's doing. Oh, it's full. Look at that. All right. I have 500 obsidian, apparently. Rock blocks. Make 1,000. What's the only thing that I have 1,000 of? Well, I have like 800 phthalate. Gabbro it is. Dwarves are all becoming decent little mark dwarves. What squad are you in? Frosty Bolts. Let's get Frosty Bolts training. You kept wanting to chat and then realized I couldn't. I don't recall what it was about, though. It's been okay. Bit stressful. What do you mean by vault? Out of curiosity. Bah. Chat, do you decorate your house or place of living based on the season? Do you do that? There's part of me that's starting to think that because like on one hand, I feel like every year I see significantly less decorations than the year before. But at the same time, depending on the part of town and the community, I'm seeing way more decorations than before. Specifically, like, since COVID. So I don't really know what to think about it anymore. It's like, for a while there, I was like, oh, well, clearly nobody else is doing that anymore. No Windows, no phone, no monitored access to internet. Can't log into Twitch. Have to log in via YouTube. Oh God. Oh, there you go. At least you can watch via YouTube. Economy issues? Wait, economy issues would lead to more or less. Seasonal decorating feels extra wasteful. Yeah. Like it's certain, not demographics. It's hard to explain. It's like there are some people who have like just almost completely stopped decorating, or like we'll just put up like a string of lights. Like even my neighbors, like who used to just like decorate all over. I was talking to him earlier this year. I asked him if he was going to do it this year, and he was just like, hey, you know what? Half the lights don't work, and I don't feel like buying more. It feels weird throwing them out. Was literally his reasoning. He's like, but I have one string of lights, so I put one string of lights. I'll put one string of lights up. And he's like, and they're the nice ones that I've had for years. They're like LED ones. I bite my nails. Just got one that hurts. There we go. It's gone. Anyway, but at the same time, there are some people that's just like, why is there 150 inflatable Santas on your lawn? I realize they're $30 on Amazon, but like, why is there 150 inflatable Santa Clauses on your lawn? Like, I've seen a lot of those like 12-foot skeletons popping up, but like, those things are kind of made to last at the very least. Like, they're pretty sturdy. Like, they're sturdy enough. Like, they're not just gonna, fall apart. Should we go out in the night and pop them? My hero. Why not 110 10-foot skeletons? Because they're expensive. Like, I was looking at those inflatable Santas because I was curious. I was like, where are these all coming from? There's literally one on Amazon here for $35, which is like enough that, most people could, without too much concern, buy a dozen of them. Okay, maybe not a dozen. Without too much concern, most people could buy like 3 or 4 of them. You will spend it all on skeletons? Will you go the extra mile and actually get like real skeletons, or are you just like, nah, I'm good? Yeah, they're like they're about $400 here, which is like too rich for a lot of people. Maybe not most people, but for a lot of people. Just to keep it displayed year round. We're all on the exact same page with it, I think. Everybody kind of wants the 12-foot skeleton. And like I was talking to my mom about the holiday known as Christmas. Just like basically stating like I don't care about this holiday anymore. And she says, yeah, me too, a little bit. And I asked her why she was tired of it. And she just said it's exhausting taking part as a family in that holiday because, it's a lot of food you gotta make. It's a lot of cleanup afterwards. Not everybody helps. It's like not the easiest thing to do, just like as a family. And also the exact issue that I have with the holiday, which is just the holiday is so over marketed. It's like painful to take part in it. And it's not like over marketed, but low effort kind of, if that makes any sense. Like Halloween, right? Like Halloween's pretty heavily marketed, at least here where I live, but it's just a thing that a person does for fun, right? Instead of a thing that you have to do with the entire extended family for fun. Does that make sense? Depending on the neighborhood, there is places where people can afford to get 50 of those Santas and be like pocket change. I mean, that's not unique to my city, dude. That's literally every city. Every city in the world has a rich neighborhood. That is not unique to Vancouver. That's just where people live. Where people live, there are places that people can afford to just buy 150 giant whatevers. They use LEDs. But I guess the pumps do use some electricity. Probably still cheaper than air conditioning. Yeah, I honestly think it's like just a difference of how I honestly think it's just like capitalism and marketing. And they're all falling over now. Just have to hope for a really windy day. Some migrants have arrived, despite the danger. If anybody wants a dwarf, give me a shout. Why are you standing there? Just walk into the fort. Oh, aren't gates still open? Duh. Also, this dwarf's been outside for who knows how long? What, Taylor? Oh, okay. I'm checking if people have had dwarves that have died. I love Halloween because it's a no participation needed holiday. You don't have to participate and people won't bat an eye. But Christmas here in the States, you get dirty looks if you put up the decor because of the if you don't put up the decor because of the war on Christmas. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's like I'm purely talking about like, you know, Western Christian values bullshit kind of thing. It's kind of what it comes down to, where it's just like, if you don't participate, no one notices if you don't participate in Thanksgiving, which is fine. No one gives a shit if you do or don't participate in Halloween. But if you are not actively participating in Christmas, the people who are weird about Christmas think you're like anti-North America or like anti the country in a way. It's very strange. Glass half empty 2 is still alive, so I don't need to name you. All right. Get some dwarves named. Let's get some dwarfs named. Now that I finished that thought. So this first one be Pablo Rasta the Gelder. Oops. How did I manage that? Yeah, turkeys would be real happy if you didn't, like, celebrate Thanksgiving, right? She often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods, is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, can be very single-minded, and is slow to trust others. She could be considered rude and prefers to present herself modestly. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and rarely feels discouraged. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is assertive and she is quick to form negative views about things, and she is quite ambitious. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that engrave in trade and commerce fairly disgusting. She greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Well, I guess go geld animals then. Do you have any family? Nope. And no religion. That's a dwarf. Do you have any... Wait, you've asked to be a gelder? I mean, it's the first one that showed up and you said first, so that's what you get. No banner flags. Whoops, flags. No banner flags. Yeah, it doesn't... I use them interchangeably. If I'm addressing a large crowd of people, I generally say, Happy Holidays. Or if you really want to confuse people, say Mary Holymus. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She enjoys the company of others and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and has an active imagination. She has a greedy streak, and she is often cheerful. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Also, I'm just realizing that the elves did not come and trade with me this year. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly. Mom and Dad are dead. Auntie Porcelet's still alive. Auntie Jetpack Tux is alive, who's my manager. And most of your extended family who lived here are dead. You are not a member of any religions, but you were a previous member of the Trumpet of Shafts, which is close to our mountain home, if not the mountain home. And you're a member of the Submerged Labyrinthine Crypt. That's a name. I might steal that one later. One's Te, Le, B. You have a developed sense of empathy. I think the vast majority of people in the world, someone over there, who do Christmas, are not Christian. But it is a Christian holiday, right? And also, American culture is Christian culture. Yes, that is very, very true. Not so much with Canada, but we still have problems with that. Always hungry for Indian food. So good. I'm getting Indian food for lunch tomorrow. He enjoys being in crowds and can be very single-minded, and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he is curious and eager to learn. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he can handle stress. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he has a greedy streak, and he has an active imagination and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception and treats it as such. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. So much for that developed sense of empathy, eh? The fort in a while, how's things been? Chat, give Koyo Doka a TLDR. Is your dwarf still alive? Wow, your dwarf survived multiple near extinction events. Can't find the pick-me's now. There we are. Holy sporks. Spokes. Doesn't often feel envious of others, finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's quick to form negative views about things and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated, exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored, and he often starts talking to himself when he starts getting bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally finds the entire concept of sacrifice for others to be truly disgusting. Values romance and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And doesn't know much and doesn't have any friends or family. And I think that's every dwarf. Oh, nope. This one is going to YouTube, which is Say Bored. Say Bored. Just, you have to, when it comes to America, you have to, if a country mentions God in the anthem, There's an ingrained culture there and an ingrained bias there. Think about it in that perspective. Uh-oh. I got a dwarf that's brawling under the influence. She has a very, sorry, I need to sit closer to the monitor. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, often is sad and dejected, and is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't seek out excitement and isn't given to flights of fancy. She has a calm demeanor and is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, is quite ambitious, and does not tend to reveal personal information. She gnaws her cheek when she's annoyed, needs alcohol, dreams of raising a family, and personally holds the view that commerce is a vile obscenity, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. You'll love it here. Dwarf is an ex-dwarf. I'm actually going to maybe make a new squad out of this dwarf. Sayboard, do you... Here, you know what? Never mind. The big knife. Oh, wait, wrong thing. The big knife is the... Oh, knife. The big knives, even better, is the name of this squad. The best I could come up with. Username checks out spicy topics. I don't consider this to be a spicy topic. This is literally just like facts of how countries work. Which is why I, like, scream that America isn't a country. It's, like, 50-some-odd countries in a trench coat pretending to be a country. Elfie? Oh, also, most people in the U.S. don't understand how U.S. politics work. So if somebody who doesn't live in the U.S., who didn't grow up in the U.S. doesn't understand how U.S. politics work, that's perfectly normal. It's designed that way. You're not supposed to understand how it works. Because if nobody votes, then the 15 people who do get understand how it works, they get to like the person they want, and then life goes to shit. Anyway. I'm getting added in a Discord. It's like a game show where everyone talks shit about each other. I mean, I would watch a game show like that, but let's eat this horse. Wait, no pets. Not visitors. Okay, what was that other animal we brought? That, and wasn't there a goat or something, or am I going crazy? Why is there a dead body over there? Oh, it's the Yeti. It's fine. Dwarf's a novice mace dwarf. It's like I said, it's kind of designed that way. Oh, hey, you can join this squad. Martin, you have a good night. A yak calf and a mule. Water those. I like these two scrolls. Of animal diets, right? Written by Mina. Over here we have the animals, and other travesties. They're written by the same person. Wow, this is authored by a different person. Okay. The animals and other travesties. Animals are travesties, chat. Okay, let's get back down to here. What'd I do, Chaku? Why are you glaring at me? Am I in trouble for something? I mean, what else would they be? Humans or animals? All right, so I'm just going to willingly, intentionally just dig stairs straight down into here. Do you guys think that something scary is going to come out of it? Yes or no? Shout outs to Avos for volunteering. Nope. Not so far. Stone for heat. Okay, so go so far. Okay, water. That's pretty terrifying. Ah, fire. Okay, also I've uncovered a treasure of the gods. 2 of them even. Large, thin, faceted right gauntlet. And a large, thin, faceted left gauntlet. I thought it was gonna be the wrong gauntlet, but you know. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's go back to building this weird structure that I'm working on. I'm just kind of skimming. This is one of those times where I'm just kind of skimming the chat. Oh, that's something scary. The Forgotten Beast Tig has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of flame. It has three long curving horns and it undulates rhythmically. Oh. Cool. If that thing gets to the surface, it would okay, I haven't seen this before, and I don't think I will, but I really, really want a Titan made of fire to show up at the edge of this map, or any just like ice permanently map, because I know that any creature that's made of fire just instantly evaporates all water around them. And I want to know if it would like fall through the glacier and then immediately turn into obsidian, or if it would fall through the glacier and then turn into, like, what would happen if it walked onto a glacier? Like, I want to know, but getting it up there would be very difficult. Okay, let's see where it worked. Okay, actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell this squad, and this squad to go station like right there. I wanna see where this thing goes. I need to get them moving down right away. Rhythmic undulation, yes. All right, Hot Stuff McGee is running. What's the upper level it looks like? Okay. We'll send them out here. And these two squads right here. And I'm going to... Make sure everybody's in the burrow. That's not so bad, actually. As far as scary time to be in the military. And Tig has no kills. The thing is, creatures like this die really quickly if they get hit with ranged weaponry. So I'm not too afraid. Okay, this is gonna take a minute. Just gotta relax for a little bit. Oh, it's dead. That's cool. Remember how I said they die really quick if they get hit by ranged stuff? They're very brittle, is the thing with them. Let's just jump to this. Oh, this poor dude. Well, I mean, that's going to clean the caverns up a bunch. Frames aren't going to be super happy for a bit, but... They're already recovering. It's okay. Ambitious but rubbish. The thing is, if you try to fight one of those in melee, you're almost guaranteed to die, right? It's like a web spitter. It's like good luck because it'll just set smoke and then you can't see it, and then it's just like you, smoke, and then the creature. If you hit it with like a crossbow, it has almost no chance. So I'm not super surprised that it died. Let's just let them make green glass blocks for a little bit. Oh, shit. Do not actually want them making green glass blocks on these. As useful as that is, I just want them collecting sand on those. Forgot to do that, because I do actually have coal now. That's the problem. Eruptions don't happen every now and then on any maps ever. Cave-ins can cause them, but things don't erupt. Volcanoes do not erupt. They never have and they never will. Unless you embark and you retire and re-embark on one spot. It's the only thing that can cause an eruption. That being said, there was a mod once that added earthquakes to the game, so maybe you were playing with a mod unknowingly. But then barbecued the map? Okay, there you go. Sorry, I'm touchy about people spreading false information about this game based, like, which it's kind of hard to explain aside from, we talked about it a lot earlier today. Dwarf Fortress actually used to have floods. Version 28A. Every, or no, 23A. Before the game was 3D. There was a river in the middle of the mountain that every year would flood. And it would, like, overflow the banks and flood, like, 2/3 of your fort and push all the doors back, and then they'd clean all the mud up. And then they'd go back to their things. And that would kill everyone? I don't know. I think if you expected them and could plan for them, I could think of a couple ways you could do that. What? No, I just don't want people trying to do things that never existed in the game. Of course Mate, I've been watching H-Bomber Guy since, like, the Sarkeesian effect, a measured response. So, if you know that reference. Yes, I saw the video that got 12 million views that came out like 2 weeks ago. Duh. If I understand that reference, geez, man. What do you think I am? Not plugged into the internet? What do you think I am? Not terminally online? Is there a simple method you could use for preventing them using meaningless magma glass furnaces? I could set them to use less furnaces. I just have to remember to pause the jobs, really. If I understood that reference, I would accept that statement. But I didn't, so. See that one time. Is there a way to have dwarves not perform tasks they have no skill at by default? Well, they won't. Because ideally you have enough dwarves that somebody else will do that task. That isn't them. I would say make a guild hall, make it public, train a couple dwarves up in that skill, make it not public, and then you don't have any problems with that. Besides, what does it matter if you end up with a couple of crappy items? Other dwarves will, you know, just eventually go make better items. How that works. I think I have crimes. Yep. Adil the weaponsmith broke a bunch of stuff. I did see that fight go off. That is a lot of convictions, dude. That feeling when you just click on a random thing and click confess, and then realize that the person who confessed to the crime actually died on the map. I should check these more often, these cold cases, because apparently people have figured out who this dude was. Somebody else explained it. Huh. That's interesting. I don't recall that dude dying on the map, but I guess he did. Doors, probably. If not doors, then bridges. Best ways to is the best way to catch forgotten beasts in Dwarf Fortress. Yep, called it. Knew that was coming. Mostly it is just personal pet peeve to have 12 bad reviews when I already have 12 bad brewers when you already have a good brewer. Oh, something super specific like that, right? What you want to do You click on the workshop and just assign that good brewer to it, right? Like, you just go to workers, click this button, and select your best brewer, right? If you're that bothered with it, make guild halls, because dwarves will train all of their skills in that regard on guild halls. That's literally what they do. That is the point of guild halls. I want all my dwarves to be decent at doctoring, so I have a doctor's guild here. I have a stitches guild and a bone doctor's guild. I want all of my dwarves to be at least decent with a crossbow, so I have this ranger's guild. I have a weaponsmithing guild, which is why half of my fort are weaponsmiths, right? You have to teach the dwarves the skill that you want them to have. You have to give them a way to learn that skill. That is the video game. It's not, the game isn't about like having, 3 dwarves that are good at a thing and then everybody else just kind of fills in around the cracks. It's more of a game about everybody is kind of doing their jobs, and you need to figure out a way as the player of making those jobs slowly spread so that everybody is doing their jobs correctly, especially like with children, right? You need to have public guild halls so that children can learn the skills. Otherwise, they just never will. Like, they just won't. You have to go out of your way to make sure that happens. If you could just, like, tell a dwarf, go do this, it's not Dwarf Fortress anymore. It's a different game. And I think a lot of people go into Dwarf Fortress with that mindset because it's not our fault. We're programmed by other games that we play that is how games are played, right? We, like, learn to expect certain forms of management from video games. That's not how this game works at all, right? It's a very different game from other games, which is why this game's kind of special. It's because there really isn't anything else that lets you do that, because everything else kind of just looks at what most people want and go, that. People want factorial. People want precise management. That. Give them that. This game says, no, we want to give you a very particular type of gameplay. Which is why, to this day, I still say I don't play this game because it's perfect. I play it because there's nothing else like it. Speaking of training, time to start training dwarves on a little thing I like to call throw Rocky at Wally. Yeah, I change it up almost every fort. Tegari. $12 catapult parts. It's goblin cap, and I'm gonna chop down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trees. Maximum number I can cut down for the year. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I've done towers where everybody lives in the tower. I've done, like underground patterns. I've done just flat, everybody on the same layer. Like, it changes, like, basically every fort. Sometimes I'll do a similar design 2 forts in a row, but usually it changes. Uh-oh. Not actually sure how I just caved this in, but I did. You dead? Nope, but that was close. Okay. Gonna climb back up. You are injured. Let's do a little ramp. I'm not sure how that happened, but it did. Something must have been constructed. That dwarf didn't land in the water, though, so that dwarf almost died. So I think that dwarf should consider themselves lucky. Struggle with making different, interesting bedroom designs? Yeah, fair. Just try doing a different shape every time. I think my bedrooms in this fort are really boring looking because I was worried about space. These are not my favorite bedrooms I've ever done. Not even close. Cleaning your own blood up. What a trooper. Stodier the Mason withdraws from society. I will keep vague attention on what that dwarf is doing. Just trying to drain all this water out of here. Stairs are more consistent. In my opinion, stairs are permanent, ramps are temporary. This is my blood? I don't even know. Kind of horrifying, actually, if you think about it. Dwarfs suddenly seeing their blood and then realizing it's their blood. That's a little annoying. No, actually, let's do this. Erase this. What you can do. Okay, you're doing this smart way. Where did all this blood come from? Is it me? Last one went down because no one knew what a cold stalker is. Okay, fair enough. And I didn't let them into my tavern for a while until they went berserk. Well, that's funny. I mean, they were probably trying to steal your stuff. Like, they were probably a criminal. So, like, you were probably, like, right to be cautious with the cold stalker, but at the same time, yeah, that's kind of funny. So we are just draining all of this lava out. It's obsidian, so I can put a little bit right there. A bit right there. Hold on, I'm just gonna do a thing. You can judge me if you want, chat. I think I've spent enough time on this, going after all these different creatures and trying to keep the caverns clean. And you know what? Not gonna completely disable them yet. But I'm close. You know what's interesting about this fort? I still haven't found the second cavern lair. Tote? Toad. Toads. Yes, chromies. It's possible to create a magma sauna? No. Oh, wait. Do you mean like you want to kill your prisoners with lava? Or are you saying you want to make a sauna? Okay, we have unlocked a Spirit of Nightmares. Pawns, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? Misters with lava. Drop a boulder into lava. It'll create lava mist. Lava being poured. I mean, I guess you could pump it up. I mean, if you're trying to kill your prisoner, explain to me what you mean literally without dancing the words. Do you mean you want to kill your prisoners with lava? Well, that's very easy to do. Pour it on their head. But you say sauna. Okay. Just, okay, to be clear. Because, like, steam doesn't do anything for anybody. Because that's what I thought you were going. Like, well, that didn't do anything. If you want to kill your prisoners with lava mist, put a pool of lava in the middle of your prisoners and drop a rock in it. Just use a dump zone. A lure. They don't work that way, Lucas. I've tried. They don't work. Well, not recently. I've tried a long time ago. I haven't tried recently. Ponce, how was your stream today? What were you up to? I mean, actually, I could do the science in about 10 minutes if you guys want to see if I could make a magma lava mister. I know exactly how I could do that. Want me to try? Can't you just drop minecarts in lava next to the bed and watch them get misted with lava? Minecarts with lava next to... I mean, yeah, that wouldn't be misting them. That would just be dumping lava on them. But yeah, you could do that. Okay. Well, we have to kill this thing first. What's Void Crew? Guys, I know Ponce. He plays competitive multiplayer stuff in some variety. I have no idea what this is. Looking at this game, it's like, I feel like I should know what this is, but never heard of this. Interesting. Nope. No, it definitely just, I mean, aesthetically, it looks like Destiny, so I don't think it's that. Okay, so this dude's got black metal stuff and jagged wispy cloth. What are you? A huge goat in humanoid form. All right, that's awesome. Composed of pineapple opal. Wait, so it's a fucking rainbow hypno goat? That's phenomenal. I love that. So, for reference, pineapple opals look like this. So it's like a shiny, glowing, multicolored rainbow hypno goat with a bow. That is awesome. Although he's gonna try and kill us, which is sad. Anyway, composed of pineapple opal. It eerily reflects the light of the stars and moon, even better. It was created by the dwarven goddess Albod and is part with night and nightmares. All right, I'm gonna screenshot this and just say this might be the coolest demon I've ever seen. I'm gonna put it on Discord in the Dwarf Fortress room. Somebody draw this, please. This is just a too cool of a description of a monster. It's just, remember, it's wielding a bow and arrows made of black metal and what's the other bit? Large jagged wispy cloth. Also screenshot that, because that is way too goddamn cool. Spirit of Nightmares. It's gay Baphomet. Isn't that just Baphomet? Like, just normal Baphomet? In many ways. All right, well. Oh, cheers. Thanks for the super... That's called a super chat, right? Thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. I don't know when that happened, but I only just saw it. Thanks, Big. Couple pennies. Goes a long way. Kill it. Yeah, so... I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to run into one so soon. But, I guess I will just tell my... Fortunately, it is a ranged creature. Watch it just melt to death, actually. Okay. Or, oh man, I was kind of hoping it would fall into the water and then, like... And then turn to obsidian. What was that? Okay, well, it's chasing down Arath, who's now bleeding. What's it doing? It's bashing him. Okay, so it's smacking him with his bow. All right, well. Actually, the burrow doesn't really do much because this area's in the burrow.
Bring out your dead!
Also, Leroy Jenkins. Pineapple opals are some of the rarest gemstones in the world. Their price reflects prices can range anywhere from 1,000 to 500,000. How big, though? Because I've literally seen, like, pineapple opals, like, yay big. Unrefined ones, obviously. All right, soldiers are already here. So Domas is up front, proficient, and adequate lower band behind him. Well, dudes, I must pray to Lorbam. This is worrisome. You know? Wait, hold on a second. Damn it, I was gonna say, are these two, like, husband and wife, like, charging in together? But nah, wife's not here yet. Come on, Domas. So you are proficient and skilled versus talented. They charge directly at each other. A long hallway. I've seen people with 400 dwarves in their fort above 50 frames. So, yes. So, there's blood. It's giant Olm blood. I don't know why giant Olm blood just fell off of this dwarf. So your guess is as good as mine. But this dwarf just, like, runs at him. And, also Plague Seer? Oh, that's even better of a name. I didn't even notice that bit. Swordsdwarf stabs the Spirit of Nightmares in the right arm, in the right upper leg, fracturing it. So it's got a broken leg already. Uh-oh. Dwarf drops Stabber. Drops the sword. It's bashing him with her tall black metal bow. And the Swordsdwarf stabs the Spirit of Nightmares in the leg with his named sword. Yeah, they don't. They both have weapons and shields. But because this fort is so old, all the weapons and shields, more or less, that everybody uses are named. Where's backup? Dumed, the competent. Followed by Manom. Oh! You gotta get to your hubby! Come on, Manom! It's not that much further, even. It's like a few more layers. He's dying over here without you. He's crawling away. You can help him. He's bleeding. He can barely hold things. His neck's torn open. His neck is oozing. Oozing, it says. Meanwhile, the creature's on top of Lorbam here, who's, you know, doing okay. He's stabbing the spirit. Or what, rather, slapping it with the flat of his sword. Pretty effective, I'm told. What is that? for fuck's sake, I can't get away from it. Why is there suddenly Forgotten Beast extract on the ground? It's just, I can't. Ah. It's. Anyway. They continue fighting. I don't ask, Kagiri. Just don't. This puddle is more dangerous than this. Good news is neither of the dwarves are bleeding right now, which is a good sign for the two dwarves. They are fighting. Probably just punching. Yeah, one of them's punching it and the other one's stabbing it. Backup is underway. Dwarves are dueling. As long as you don't get covered in the extract, do not fall in the extract. Do not fall in the extract. Whatever you do, do not fall in the extract. How about you? Have you fallen in the extract? Nope, but you do have own blood on you for some reason. So the creature here has dropped all of its items. All of its items. And it's dead. And it appears that Lorbam got the kill. Well done, Lorbam. I send them back up to training. I mean, all the items on it are not usable by me. I can melt them down, though. Like Plague Breaker. No, I don't need to quarantine. And the reason I don't need to quarantine is none of them are covered with it. What I do, however, need to do is just make sure somebody cleans it up. There's also an artifact starting, apparently. Yep, Stodier has begun a mysterious oh, there's a ghost. Shit. And also, it's okay because it's not a pile, it's just a dusting. I just need... I think we're okay. It's a pile, it's not a dusting, and it's not in the snow. The thing that causes the extract to be so dangerous when it's on the ground is when it's a pile. The pile is frozen and it's in snow, because if they're covered in snow and they walk over a pile of a different liquid, it immediately coats them entirely. Is why the snow specifically makes it so dangerous. But there's no snow down here, so yeah, we're fine. I just need to wait for a dwarf to show up and clean it. I'm just keep an eye on it. Dude, go get a new sock, Goden. Snow also makes it invisible, yeah, so I can't spot it. I might quarantine it specifically. Well, we're in an ad now, so I'm just kind of watching this. Well, all the bits and pieces get removed. I don't know, probably Armpit hair? I don't know. What do the dwarves use to clean anything? Can you break it down into gems? Everybody always asks this. No. You gotta play Caves of Cut for stuff like that. No, with Dwarf Fortress, all that stuff is purely difficulty to kill and strength of the creature itself, not actually mechanics that affect the game directly. Not all dwarves have beards, though. Same brain cell. I mean, this is like the same argument that I've seen for years about Dwarf Fortress, which is how do dwarves fish? And to that answer I have, with their beard hair. And then you're like, well, unless you've modded your game so that female dwarves have beards, how do female dwarves fish? Because lady dwarves don't have beards. Well, obviously, they use their beard hair. No wonder it smells fishy. Damn right. See, Hobo gets it. It's just so fine it's invisible. I mean, I'm definitely making a bush joke, but I mean, you can go whatever direction you want. Meanwhile, this dwarf wants you all to screw off because Stodier, the swords dwarf, has created Igararith, an enormous steel corkscrew. You imagine the kind of fish like beards? That's probably more what it's like. They just stand there and grab them. He has created an enormous steel corkscrew, and he offers it to the Frosty Beards. This is an enormous steel corkscrew. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted. It is studded with steel and encircled with bands of goblin cap and spore tree. This object is adorned with hanging rings of gabbro and menaces with spikes of pink jade and leather and goblin cap. On the item is an image of thin crosses in tunnel tube. It's a weapon rack. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Three. Let's do those three for right now. Is unbreakable from beasts? Would mean it's untoppable, yes. Every second I missed you. It's just a corkscrew. Yep. It's a slightly pretty looking corkscrew. But it's going to be displayed gloriously in the Metalsmith's Guild. I need a pipe section. Let's make a glass pipe section for it. Oh, also, I see something I need to turn on. Labor standing orders. Collect them webs, dwarfs. Every second, yeah. I was constantly worried, hoping you were okay. It's terrifying about you. I mean, you asked. God forbid I answer. Oh boy. Well, I guess I can still keep doing this. remove that. Definitely water in this area. Sorry, never again. Don't ever leave. You know, honestly, run's probably the right answer. It's probably actually the right answer. Music doesn't get old for this game. You know, I always say there's two very important things that you need with any kind of like colony or city building game. And that's the game needs to be fun to watch. As in, not necessarily on Twitch, that's irrelevant. Fun to watch for the player. The player has to enjoy watching just whatever the little characters in the game are go about and do their thing. And then the second thing is the soundtrack needs to be good enough that you don't turn it off immediately. And it's actually kind of funny because like I've had a couple of people who tune into my streams just be like, wait, is this the in-game music? I'm like, yeah. Like, wow, it's great. I'm like, wait, hold on. Haven't we been talking about playing this game? Have you not listened to the soundtrack? And they're like, yeah, I turn off the music for games the second I start playing. Like the number of times I've seen that now is like astounding to me. Found it on Spotify. It's on Spotify. It's also on Bandcamp, and I have it on record. You can buy the record from a few places. Yeah, also the record recording is there's a recording of the record on my YouTube channel. Which, unlike a lot of channels that upload soundtracks, I didn't monetize it because I don't think me recording somebody else's music and uploading it to YouTube is enough reason to make money off of it. Gonna buy the vinyl when you get a job. Yeah, get your priorities in order. It's also on YouTube too, on one of the composer's YouTube channels. Dabu uploaded it. That needs water on it. Little bit annoying. Vile Force of Darkness. Vile Force of Darkness is particularly good, yeah. There's water behind this. Once this opens up a little bit, we will drain that as well. But while all this construction is happening, jump up to the surface. Just trying to get a bunch of these animals a little bit more secured because I don't like them all just running around like everywhere. Even though I'm aware a lot of them are war animals, it's like I can disable that later if I need to. The humans have arrived to trade. I really hope they brought me wood. I know that's a weird thing to say, but I do really hope they brought me wood. And these are just going to start firing at will. The beauty of catapults is catapults do not friendly fire. So you can just fire catapults infinitely. Use them as a way of training. Wow, those black metal arrows are valuable. But, you know what's more valuable than black metal arrows? All of the shirts that I have that are falling apart. As record and not record? I can't help but hear it as record, not record. What? This is the same thing, though. I have no idea what you mean. I'm so confused by that statement. I mean, you know world is a genre, right? Are you saying record? Like a recording? I mean, it's about context in the sentence, right? The English language is fucked. They are the same word. So, yeah. But it depends on what I'm talking about. Right, so I want them to send me wood again. Yes, wagons. Well, large gems and windows. Well, I mean, I could give them windows this time. Tape recorder. Record player. I can record a record all the time. The English language is fucked. That's not my fault. It's almost like a recording goes onto a record because it's a recording, right? You record the music and put it onto the record, and it's a record of what was played, right? And then you have a record of it, literally. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So kind of hoping that those original dwarves will show back up. Wait. Interesting. Do you have a record of that? Because I don't believe you. I need proof. Lucas Bat. Please don't actually. I mean, if you think English is bad in this regard, try speaking Chinese. Or more specifically, try speaking Mandarin. Like, if you think this is bad, oh, you sweet summer children. I don't know how many of you guys have seen that one YouTube channel, but there's that YouTube channel that is just this guy pronouncing languages. And there's this video that he has where he explains how to pronounce 8 different words in Mandarin, and they all look and are pronounced identical to one another. And they all have completely different meanings. He claims they're different. I refuse to believe that they're different. Became a meme ages ago. Yes, that one. Well, I mean, so's Buffalo, but, you know, like, we'll worry about that at a later date. One is kind of a joke, and the other one is actually a valid sentence. And you know what? It's also Boom, boom. A valid sentence in Spanish. You're very much in agreement. There's an entire 100-syllable poem where 100 syllables are translated the same in English. That's cheating. 90 for the same diff. You can round up. You're allowed. I see that we've seen the same video. No banner flags. Yes. English, ambulance. Spanish, ambulancia. German, Krank. Krankenwagen. Fantastic. Wait, hold on. So it's like an ill vehicle? That's fantastic, actually. Sick wagon. German's a fun language. Sorry, when I read German like in context, I just read German, but when people talk about German in English, it never isn't funny. It always just comes out funny. It's still not as bad as Dutch, but it's just always ends up being funny for some reason. Oh boy. I need you to get up here and trade with Deepo. Come here, Dwarf. Where are you at? My German is awful because I remember none of it. But when I hear someone speaking German, I understand most of it, and I can read quite a bit of German. It's like, as long as the person I'm speaking with understands English, I can generally communicate, like, relatively incoherently, but, you know, coherently enough to figure out where the toilet is. That kind of shit. I know enough German that I could be a functional tourist. Maybe a little more than functional. I think I asked them to bring me whips last time, but I'm pretty sure they just straight up didn't show up last time, so. Because last time was like halfway through Calamity number 14. Hey, humans, it'd be real nice if you could bring dwarf-sized clothing next year. Thanks. If you want to force me to hear that, you have to do it via bits. I ain't reading it. Nah, I don't need to buy the food. We got plenty. Plenty. Buy the thread. Did they bring me any cloth? Nope, they just brought 750 pieces of cheese. What the fuck? Buy the books. Buy the scrolls. They used to bring cloth and leather. I just stopped for some reason. Yeah. Wild. It's going all right. Warning. Well done. Clap. Chromoise. Finnish is torture? Finnish is just a thieving language that steals all the vowels from every other language. Or to steal a line from my friend Belliner, who lives in Finland, Finnish is what happens when you have a bunch of crazy drunk people locked in a room in the darkness all winter, every year, forever. Have you looked at Finnish ever? It's generally under bins. Yeah, they didn't bring any bins. Straight up, like I scrolled through that section. There was nothing in there. Although I learned a term that apparently we also have in English, thanks to Finnish, which is pants drunk. It's when you're so drunk that you can't do anything except for lie on the floor in your underwear, which is apparently a term that the Finns specifically have a word for. And I learned of this word from Bellinair, and he explained to me that about this word, and then I looked up a definition for it and found a Webster's dictionary definition on the internet that states that the English also have this term, which we stole from the Finns, which is literally pants drunk. So thank you, Finland, for giving that gift to the world. I haven't been pants drunk in a while. Neither have I, actually. I have been. Not in a minute, though. It's like I'd be lying if I said I hadn't been. Okay, so I guess what I gotta do, I'm just gonna pump this stuff out. Let's make, green, glass, cork. Let's make 10 of them. Oh, that makes sense. I understand, marker drunk. So this here is going to get removed. I can remove all of this, build a wall piece right there, and we're just going to pump this lava out. Would be the easiest way to do this. Just pump the lava out. Same with this water. I could also just pump this water out. I'm going to have to do. Nope. There's a maximum of 4, minimum of 2. Well, there's one every other tile, guaranteed. Right? So depending on where you settle, based on the number of squares you have, because 4x4 is the default. You can go for, if you do a 1x1 embark, you have a 50-50 chance of getting one. Otherwise, it's guaranteed. Sometimes they pop up through the bottom cavern layers. Sometimes they're just in the lava sea. Ooh, actually, I should be channeling up. Shit. Should be fine. Hold on to the walls level drunk once, and it's no, or a day. It's sorry, I just read 2 different sentences. I've only been hold on to the walls drunk once, and I'm pretty sure that I shared that tale already. Or with big tarantulas. Yes, I do recall this. I guess the gems will get pulled out of here pretty quickly optimally. Okay, well, though I do need to be kind of careful. I dig out too much down here. God, I wish it would stop hitching. I wish I knew it was causing that hitching. It's funny, there was somebody in YouTube chat not too long ago who's just like, 238 dwarves and it's playable. It's like, I've had better frame rates with this many dwarves. And more stable frame rates as well with this many dwarves. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. This. Hum. 3 down. I'm gonna have paid leave. Hell yeah. It's always a bonus. Everybody freaks out about the multi-threading thing, but you want to see something, Canby? I have multi-threading turned on right now. I'm gonna turn it off. Wherever it is. Where is it hiding? There it is. Barely change. I lose like 4 frames a second when it's off. Usually hovers around 60 with it off. It's been hovering around 65, 70 with it on. Multi-threading barely does anything. No, the thing that drastically, like, it does help a little bit, especially with bigger forts with more open spaces. But like the thing that you need to realize is it's not multi-threading that has increased the frame rate. It is the fact that the game is on SDL2 now instead of SDL. That's what was the big frame rate increase. That and just general optimizations that Putnam's been making in the code. People just like blanket assume that like multi-threading is gonna fix all your frame rate woes. That's just not true. Yeah, I should be able to just funk. Yeah, we can just leave that. That just appeared. What the fuck? Oh, water. Yeah, that was gonna happen. Eventually. Did I just obsidian a dwarf? I think I did. Maybe not. We'll see. Ban the Beast. Thanks for the follow. You know I'm sleepy when I start saying thanks for followers. I almost never do that. It's been a long week. I don't know how many of you guys watched the stream on Wednesday, but it was inhumanly long. And since then, I've done a number of other streams. Once at work, people tried multi-threading to make a process better, and you ended up just wasting a couple weeks to break everyone in the project. So yeah, I think that multi-threading is just a catch-all term that makes sense to people who don't understand how programming works. No, well, Tuesday I streamed for 14 and a half hours. Wednesday I streamed for almost 12. I've been streaming for 8.5 so far today. Tuesday I streamed for 14. Wednesday I streamed for like almost 12. It's just been a long week. I've just been working a lot this week. Certainly. Absolutely. There are things that processes help. But general optimizations of unoptimized code will help dramatically more than multi-threading will. Fair enough, Ugly Orc. You don't need to wink at me. It's weird. Multi-threading has just been very successful. As somebody who works, I guess, marketing adjacent, Multi-threading has been very successfully marketed within games, to the point where there's a couple high-profile examples of games that ran poorly and then got multi-threading, and then boom, it's amazing now. And it's something that people can easily understand. They know that their processor has a big number, and they want people to use, and they want the game to use all of that big number. Game would run better if it uses all of big number. It's a logical thing. Like like it makes sense to people, right? And that's, I think, why everybody obsesses over that as one catchphrase, one term, because optimizing isn't fun. It doesn't sound exciting, right? People don't think about it as much. Trying to make up for the fact that I didn't do a bonus stream this week, I guess. The only place you've seen multi-threading do useful things, processing lots of data can be broken up into chunks and like different parts. Rendering. That's all I have to say is rendering. But yeah, I mean, like, I've played every single patch and every single experimental build of this version of the game since, like, it's come out. And all of the most impressive performance jumps have been slight optimizations. Like, how dwarves look in certain directions and how dwarves decide where to walk are the biggest jumps in my experience. Whereas, like, realistically, multi-threading wasn't that big. No, actually, it was line of sight, not pathfinding. They haven't really changed pathfinding at all, aside from how dwarves get out of trees, which is something Tarn changed before version 50 came out. There was a really big jump back in performance back in 2019? Or was it 2020? I can't remember. Where Tarn changed how they climb out of trees when they get stuck in trees. Before, if they would get stuck in a tree, bang, frame rate gone. And Tarn changed it so that they would instead stop trying to move. That was one of the biggest performance increases because that was like that was like the last real common cause of frame rate death, where just bang, 0 frames, it'll never recover. Unless you chop the tree down or the dwarf dies, which would take hours. It was like the last one of those. We're okay. Yeah, I mean, that was opening this one screen, right? Which is funny now because, like, there's other screens that pop up like this, like the trading screen, which now take forever to open in comparison. Yeah, but did your frame rate go to 0? Unemployed Chaku? Did your game end because of it? Who cares if someone dies in a tree? It happens sometimes. Check your trees. Make sure you have enough, like, ways to get out of trees. Certainly. But it's weird to, like, obsess over something that doesn't actually provide that much of a performance increase for the game. But that's, like I said, just games in general, right? Especially considering, on paper, Dwarf Fortress has been multi-threaded as long as I can remember. It's just the graphics run on one layer and everything else runs on another. Or the graphics run on one thread and everything else runs on a different thread. So, like, if we want to be technical about it, Dwarf Fortress has been multi-threaded for ages. There's a few things that can cause dwarves to get stuck in trees, such as, like, agitated animals scaring them up. Trees is a pretty common one that I see people encountering. Yeah, absolutely. Cry. But you need to remember, I'm not talking in it depends. What I'm talking about is people talk about absolutes, right? I had this conversation with Putnam off air the last time I recorded a video with her. And she said, everybody is super thankful I added a minor multi-threading performance increase to the game. However, vast majority of people don't have it turned on. Everybody's going, oh my god, the game runs so much better. You enabled, holy crap, there's multi-threading in the game, oh my god. But vast majority of people do not have it turned on. It's basically people who watch YouTube videos about it have it turned on. It's off by default. Yep. Mm-hmm. And the number of times, like, I've had that happen in my chat and like, noticed that happen in real time, where somebody will be like, yeah, no, it's so... and I'll just, like, mention in passing, oh, also, if you want your game to potentially run a little bit better, check if you have multi-threading on. And then, like, 4 people in chat will be like, oh my god, it's off. It's stuff like that, right? I just think it's funny more than anything. Like, it's not a problem necessarily. It's just, it's a buzz term that's been very effectively marketed, intentionally or unintentionally. And I think it's funny. All right. For collect sand, I do need another 21 of those, actually, because I queued up some other stuff. Silk robes, those still haven't started. Cloth. You know, we probably have enough clothing. I can probably call it on the cloth. Yeah, which is why, like, me with my brand new fucking Ryzen 7 that was bought earlier this year, the fucking heat trap nightmare massive beast of a processor, I probably am seeing more performance increases than most people. Courtesy of that. You have to be careful with that. I'm actually just going to... Oop. I'm probably seeing more performance increases than most people. Jack over in the YouTube chat, Ulfsire would be glad to hear that. He just sent me a DM saying he'll finish a bottle of wine if my video gets 1,000 or 2,000 views, which I think is kind of funny. And I sent him a screenshot and it's already hit it. It just hasn't updated. What's up with the stockpiles? It forces them to clean up blood and extracts. I'm being cautious about contamination because this shit keeps appearing. And one of those extracts is very dangerous. No, totally. Like, I bought a new processor because mine was failing. Like, the little local computer shop, I literally called them and asked them if they had that particular processor. And he goes, we have 2, but I can only... What? He's like, we have 2, but I can only sell 1. Well, you good there, Dwarf? Well, yeah, okay. That could have been bad. See, this dwarf's cleaning. There you go. Oh, that's an issue. Wrong justice state. I forgot to throw this, so right when the first big plague happened was right before I was going to throw this zombie into the river. So let's throw this zombie into the river. What's wrong justice state? Oh, they're in a, so if I don't know if this is a bug. I think it's a bug. where if you arrest somebody who isn't a member of your fortress, if they commit a crime in your fortress, they get put in a prison cell. When they come out of the prison cell, they're then captured and put into a cage and left there. But they can't release them for some reason. So you have to construct the cage and then wait for them to be removed manually. And it causes a lot of job cancellations. I don't know why that happens. It's kind of annoying, but it's also kind of funny to me. I've seen it reported on the bug reports over on the bug tracker, so it's known, I guess. But regardless, you get this wrong justice state spam. And I was going to throw this guy into the... And usually what I do is I just construct them and then I throw them into the lava. But I forgot to do that with this guy because my entire fort was bleeding to death because of, like, rapidly spreading infectious disease, which caused them to all get Ebola simultaneously. And Dwarfs had a baby. Yeah, Rith had a baby. So let's throw this criminal into the river. What? Wait, what? Where? Oh, there he is. Okay, he's already in the river. Perfect. Goodbye, Dismal Hunter. So long, Dismal Hunter. I hope you rest easy, Undying Hunter. Okay, soldiers are training. Okay, so those are fine. It's just white sand, white sand, white sand, white sand. Okay, so here, I'm going to make a pump. It's made out of green glass, green glass, green glass. And also, now that I remember, I'm gonna go up to here, oopsies, and I'm going to make a pump, and it's going to be made out of that artifact, so nobody steals it. Guess I don't have any more pipe sections. Also, somebody broke my window? The hell? I need to make more green pipe section, or more green, green glass tube. Make 10. Party time? Party time. Hey, chat room, it's party time. Go grab your favorite emotes. On my screen, devilish, right? mode scares me, Baka. Like, genuinely, I find it kind of terrifying. Hey, chat room. I got bad news. The YouTube stream only has 57 likes. I don't know, it's just scary looking. It's fine, you can use it. Use it all you want. It's just, I think it looks scary. Yeah, it's shamefully low likes today on the YouTube stream. Okay, let's jump back down. Yeah, I know it's very much off on my screen. Very, 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 very much off on my screen. Get everybody a constant training for a bit. $63, that's a slight improvement. Keeping the likes up on the YouTube stream does actually help the stream because YouTube, as much as it's like nowhere near as heavily trafficked as a Twitch stream, it does, however, remind people that the stream is live, and it also does increase the number on the Twitch stream. It'd be nice if more people watch the YouTube stream, but at the same time, it's mostly just a loss leader for the Twitch stream anyway. Overlapped some of that, but that's okay. This. Okay, so we're doing that. I'm going to go up here, and I'm also going to put green glass up here, green glass here. I realize that this is a slow way of doing this, but it's going to make actually besieging hell significantly more possible if I have a very clear image of where the baddies are coming from. Yeah, pushes it up so more people learn that I'm streaming on YouTube and know to tune in. All that kind of jazz. Yeah, it's gone up significantly, in fact. That's significantly better. I always wanted to hit like 100 likes. It's kind of funny, like, I tell chat, hey, go like the YouTube stream, and then I watch the likes go up, and then the views trickle up afterwards, like, not because of the people who tune in. Most of the people who tune in to like it just tune in and then immediately tune out. But, like, then I see it push up over time. It's kind of neat how that happens. Thanks, guys. Also, to those of you who keep asking me to stream more CUD, I'm planning on doing a Caves of CUD stream on Christmas Eve before I head off to family to do stuff. So on the 23rd, or sorry, 24th, I will be doing a CUD stream for a little bit. And I might also do one on the 25th if timing and family stuff ends up working out. And I'm also on a little bit of a Path of Acra kick right now because it's been long enough that game's just had a lot added to it. So that's kind of the evening flavor, especially because I've been streaming so long recently. Like, it's just easier to play a game that I could just play a run of and be done with instead of having to like be like, all right, we'll come back to this tomorrow. Big campaigns kind of need more time. Adra, what up, dude? How's things, man? Somebody just dropped the ring. Dog bone bracelets, actually. Probably from that dwarf that died. That or somebody just dumped them on the ground to go get something else. I keep on thinking my Captain on the Guard is dead, but they're just not wearing their armor right now. It says 75 on my screen. Things are all right. You took in a stray Rottweiler. Oh. Forgotten Beast, Kogun, Asmol Mothram has come. A towering skinless newt. It has large mandibles and a bloaty body, and it has a poison sting. It stings poisonless. I don't think that's going to live very long. It is on the level where it can get in via here. That's probably where it's going to go for. So I'm just going to bring this squad down and this squad down. In fact, I'm going to bring them all the way down. Maybe not all the way down to there. That's a little dangerous. Let's bring them down to here. And let's see where the thing comes in from. Kogan. Oh, never mind. It's going up. Today I learned of and joined the Kid Fox Discord. It's a good Discord. It's helpful. It's technically the official Dwarf Fortress Discord. Game's hitching again. Thank you for the number go up. You like Rotties? They can be cute, yeah. I feel the same about Rottweilers as I do about all dogs. They have to be nice. I like nice dogs. Seriously injured. The obscure curses. I like to be blatant and blunt with my curses. I think it's just gonna die, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll hang out down here though for a little bit in case it shows up. Actually, hold up. Oh. I was like, man, why are my gems not going to where I need them to go? Well, ladies and germs, it turns out it's because those were also deleted. I was like, I'm sure I had other stockpiles that got deleted, and turns out I did. I absolutely did. Cool. Let's fix this. This one right here. Rough gems. This one. Cut gems. And cut gems. And that was the first ones I did. You, gems rough. You load from this. Gems cut. You load from that. You like dogs who don't jump on you? Fair enough. What am I doing with the glass floor? It's aesthetics, but also it's better to seal in stuff as you're building versus just going after it. It's kind of a bad idea to have a lot of holes in the pillar because there's more places where things can escape when they get through the pillar. Where is it? Okay. Game's hitching again. Are those 3 perpetual? Probably. Lore hasn't like tantrumed or anything. And those are just poets, so probably. I don't pay too much attention, to be honest. As long as the numbers aren't too high, I generally don't care. But likely. Thing is taking some pretty heavy damage. It's not doing too bad though. It's got some kills. There goes a nose, or an ear, or some sort of cartilage. It is in fact the good news spammer, and I'm gonna ban them this time because, you know, we all know the good word of Jesus fucking Christ, the God that none of us need because he doesn't exist, or rather, sorry, she doesn't exist. And I think that using Twitch as a place to spread religion to people who couldn't give a fuck is rude as hell. So, I'm waiting for it. If you could just go away and never do that again here, that would be lovely. Or we can be friends and you can keep your wrong opinions to yourself. Anyway, moving on. Where's this creature going? A bit strange, yeah. It's very weird because, like, they hang out and talk perfectly normally for like 10 minutes. And then it's just like, here's a half paragraph about you should be Christian. It's like, and then they leave. And it's very weird. Very, very, very weird. That dwarf's about to die, probably. Captain the Guard's gonna get him. Boom. Something like that, Rev, yep. You know, you could have told me that was a Burke Black emote and I would have believed you. It's like a cannon. It's like, yeah, that looks like a Burke emote. Nope, not a Burke emote. Wow. Oh. Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. I thought it just walked right into my fortress. I was like, excuse me? Where's it going? Isn't that, like, kind of a common problem for Chihuahuas? Like kind of constant nervous erections? Like, I used to know somebody who bred Chihuahuas growing up, and the older one always had that issue. I was kind of just under the impression that that was just, like, a thing that happened to Chihuahuas. It goes away sometimes. I mean... I mean, you've informed the Chihuahua that if it's hard for more than 4 hours to inform their doctor, right? I mean, like, that stuff can be dangerous. Seriously, ease off on the Cialis, jeez. A keyed. That's a blue diamond. So... Time to pump some lava out of here. That sounds terrifying, Pop. Genuinely terrifying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very, very weirded out. I ran into this stream on Twitch years ago. Who plays video games. And the whole point of their stream was spreading Mormonism. So it was really weird. Because it was like a stream that you'd watch and you'd be like, oh, yeah, perfectly normal stream. For like 10 minutes. Also, this dwarf's dead because crimes. It was a perfectly normal stream. And then every now and again, it would just turn into just like this advertising for Mormonism. And he eventually just like vanished off the site or got banned or something. But it was weird to me. It really was. Sorry, Wolfie. I know that you're in ads still. You can't hear me, but I'm apologizing for whatever that's worth. You missed the shot. Hey, I wanted to get him. Psyomegas, I think dead. Yes. It's very... Oh, wait. Were you one of the ones that left the map on a mission and then never did come back? Just like when Dad left to get some more milk and a pack of cigarettes? Stream that you watch and then... but their whole point was they were trying to push Mormonism. Anyway, Aethernull has bestowed a gift sub upon you. And thank you very much for gifting a subscription. That's the first notification of money in 3 hours. It's like, this industry is so weird. There's times where it's just like, it's constant excitement, and then there are days where it's just like, well, you know, we're chilling. But thank you. Appreciate you. Although Deep Space has got me covered, so we're good. We are good on the week, whatever it's worth. But yeah, so like, it was literally just a person who played normal video games, and I remember like noticing them in the RuneScape and Minecraft categories. This was ages ago when I used to watch Twitch, like before I really even started streaming. And like their whole shtick was that they were trying to convert people to be Mormon. So they just sit there and they just then randomly would just like stand up and start babbling. It was bizarre. That is a take. Boom, boom, jeez. It is actually illegal for them to approach you on the street here. You know, Hobo, you know what that take reminds me of? When our mutual friend said that Microsoft was raping his computer with Windows 10. Do you remember that? Remember that? Weird days. Speaking of, one of his old friends started streaming again for the first time in 5 years. Still had notifications on. I got bing. It's been 5 years. I was like, whoa. Person's live again. Digital Missionaries is kind of sci-fi. I don't know about that. Also, Elfie beat me to it, Tobes, but yeah. Nerf them in your settings. I like how you're doubling down on that take. I disagree, because one of those things causes you permanent mental and physical trauma, and the other one is someone who's kind of annoying. You're comparing, like, stepping in a wet puddle to getting shot. Like, I mean, I understand the image you're trying to create, but, like, maybe don't say that again, is my statement. Also, this dwarf is haggard because they can't stand or grasp anything. By the way. Yeah, what Hobo said. It's like, oh, like, I get it. Like, it's a shitty thing to do, absolutely. But what you need to remember is, what you're saying is extraordinarily tactless and tasteless. And a horrible take. That's all. Equating someone babbling at you about a religion and being annoying is not permanent trauma. Poplio, thank you very much for paying that subscription forward. Appreciate you. I don't think my life would be ruined if someone wakes me up on a park bench again and asks me why I'm not in church because I'm sleeping outside. Which has happened to me before. I don't have trauma about that. It's a funny story to tell people about how that person woke me up. Again? Wait, you've seen it multiple times? Okay, I don't think that this Forgotten Beast is going to be an issue. If it ends up being an issue, I will fight it. Woke me up to the wonders of Jesus Christ. Mate, I was raised Christian. It didn't work then. It's not going to work now. Man, if I could figure out what was causing this hitching, I'd be so happy. You know what? I'm just going to do a thing. Let's turn off temperature and weather and see what happens. If the game keeps hitching, I'll turn them back on in a sec. Boom Boom, can you do us all a humongous favor? Right now. Drop the subject. I'm not comfortable with it, and I'm clearly not the only person who feels that way. So if you don't drop the subject, I'm going to have to remove you from the chat until you drop the subject. Okay? Yeah, being Catholic is just being Christian on hard mode. About damn time. Obsidian, that's obsidian. Actually, sorry. Whoops, wrong layer. Gotta go one layer up. That's gems. Don't want to go there. No, because one is a necessary facet of society, and the other one is a cyclical generational abuse structure. Like, there's a reason why religion was at its height in the Middle Ages, when the vast majority of people were literally shoveling shit all day, every day, and standing around and looking up at the sky and going, well, at least it'll be better when I'm dead. And it sticks around because turns out it makes people a lot of money. People like money. Speaking of spicy topics. Blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, most people couldn't read. So you just take what people said at face value, because what the fuck else are you going to believe in? Most people didn't live to the age of 20. People needed hope, something to believe in. Neither are birds. What's your point, Lucas Pat? This is a very fishy take. Well, if you really want a G6, just remember the song G6, and then you won't want one anymore. Potentially unemployed Shaku. You're gonna be a live streamer. Live streaming is a pretty effective grift at times. I can tell you that for fact. Okay. A pump for ages? Nah, not really. Time's passing very slowly right now because I'm not sure how obvious it is, but every like 10 to 90 seconds, the game drops down to like single-digit frames per second. You know what? I am like this close to putting all of my livestock into a cage and throwing them into the lava to see if that improves my frame rate. Because it's like, yeah, the frame rate most of the time is great. Stuff keeps happening that is dropping my frame rate down to like nano levels, and I hate it. Like it's actually driving me nuts. It's not the Olm people. I've exterminated them all multiple times, and my frame rate hasn't improved. It's not the Olm people. Stop blaming it on the Olm people. Jesus. It's not their fault. You don't need to blame the Olms. It's also not weather nor temperature. Anyway. There's been many times I've had absolutely no Olm people in my fortress. Blaming the Olm is so much more fun. Sure, but if you say it, then more people say it, and it maybe is fun for you, but it's annoying to me because I know it's not true. So... No, I thought that's what people say when they meditate. Certainly, but I'm seriously frustrated, okay? Give me a break here, mate. Like, understand me here for a second. An animal got stuck on a fungi. That's not going to hurt my frame rate. Trust me. I know enough about how this game works. I know it is and isn't going to affect my frame rate. All right? And also, what that would do, if something was actually stuck on a fungus and was trying to track outwards, what would actually happen isn't my frame rate would dip down to almost nothing and then jump back up and then dip down to almost nothing and then jump back up and then dip down to almost nothing. What would happen is it would drop to nothing and stay there. This jumping back and forth wouldn't happen. Is the doors probably, possibly, potentially. But my God, it's annoying. I'm gonna just do this. If people keep being annoying about it, yeah. That's that. And believe it or not, I'm kind of annoyed right now. And also, it's been perfectly stable with more dwarves than this already before, so I kind of disagree with you, Decided Evil. On this particular fort, for clarity's sake here. It's still doing it. Oh. Thank you for questioning my orders. I mean, my biggest suspicion is temperature, because this is a glacier, and I do, in fact, you know, have lava on the surface. But then I turn off temperature and nothing changes. So, like, what it feels like is it feels like older versions of the game, where if you used to play on a much bigger than the default map, whenever animals would wander in or out of the map, the whole game would chunk down to nothing. But that really hasn't happened in a very long time, and it doesn't feel that way anymore. It's the only way I can explain it. Forgotten Beast Osmos has come, a towering feathered donkey. That used to say ass. It has 3 stubby tails and has a bloated body. Its dark pink feathers are patchy. Beware its noxious secretions. Besides, there's only at most 40 old people in the basement, meaning if it's coming from animals, the game's at 0 frames a second right now. If it's coming from the old people, then theoretically my bards should be causing more of a frame rate problem. And I don't have that many bards on the map. I have like 30. That's like nothing. And I turned down their numbers so much that, like... Mate, I did that not even an hour ago. Pablo. I exterminated every single one of the things on the map that wasn't my dwarves. And also exterminate all... I don't even think that does anything. Is that even a command? That was a pretty dope beast battle. Sorry for being kind of annoyed at the exact time that it happened, so I didn't really comment much on it, but... What? Weird. What the hell's going on there? Why is there an icon floating in space? Odd. Never seen that before. I mean, it could also be the pumps, right? Pumping lava up still. Because that pit up on the surface still isn't full. Yeah, it would have been a couple second long beast battle. Wait, is it flowing off the map somewhere? Raiders. It's like... What? It's still pumping. The pump stack isn't just full. Where's it pumping to? Yeah, except I have keyboard control disabled, though. Did I accidentally enable keyboard control? Oh, I did. Weird. Turns out I enabled it out of frustration, which is why I'm not used to seeing it, because I always have it disabled. Okay, well, pumps are basically done. Then where's it going? Oh, I see where it's going. Well, I could disable that and stop that from happening. I don't need that to be happening. Oh, that's possible, yeah. I need to fill this up. I don't know how I'd hit Alt-K, but... I must have just clicked it. At some point jumping into that menu. Alright, let's just go trade. Which do I not need? Basically, like, my last hope is that it's something to do with that pump stack, but, like, I'm out of ideas, and I've been out of ideas for, like, 2 days. Which was part of the reason I was kind of suggesting, like, shutting this fort off, or retiring it a few days ago. But chat was overwhelmingly going, "Nyeh," which I understand. People like this fort. This fort's cool. I agree. It is very cool. But, goddamn, some of this shit's annoying. I don't really have too much to sell either. Literally and figuratively. An arende. Which is interesting because, like, actually, hold on, I can try something again. Fix. Stuck. Retrieve units, that's what I'm looking for. Nope, nothing to retrieve. Nothing to fix. Fix empty wheelbarrows. That needs to be done anyway. Stuck doors. 0 stuck doors. Stable temp. So what would that do? It'll likely use numpad for movement, or KJL. Basically, you need to be able to use move diagonally. So if you're one of those people that's used to using WASD, it'll be like WASD QE ZX, because you have to be able to move diagonally. Yeah, it can be useful. Although usually just deconstructing your trading depots can fix the merchants. Diagonally? Yeah, it's a roguelike. You want to join as a citizen? Sure. Nope, nope. Or rather, it's a roguelike sandbox. Gives you an open world RPG in the world that you've generated, right? Think we'd be dead if we did? Decided evil? Dwarves are like queens. They can move in any direction. Well, I don't think queens can move up or down, but sure. And then to move up and down, you hold down shift and hit greater than or less than symbols. I don't know, never played 3D chess. Can't tell you. I don't even know what that means. Looks like you face rolled your keyboard. So I'll just assume that it's correct and complicated. No, it, like, destroys your brain. Unemployed shotgun. This is a weird conversation. But honestly, okay. I would honestly say that guaranteed death counts as uncomfortable for this particular discussion. I would say you're both right. Literally at that awkward point where it's like, well, I really don't want to buy anything from them. We'll just take the books. Because they haven't brought what I asked them to bring. It's like I asked them to bring wood. They didn't bring wood. They didn't bring logs either. I need logs. That's why I asked you to bring logs, but you didn't. Holy shit, that's a lot of copies of Siphons Abridged. Alrighty, Nasty. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Maybe see you on the 23rd. Oh, sorry, 24th, not 23rd. Siphons Abridged is a very popular book in this world, yes. I do need to get some jobs going again, though, because I do need green glass. All right, let's go down to my forge. I'll wait for those jobs to kick in. Get them all over here. Oh, wait, no, they are already forbidden over here. Perfect. I don't want to talk about getting rabies anymore. Can we move on to a, like, normal human being subject? Can we go back to talking about, like, why religion is bad? This subject just makes me feel like I'm losing brain cells. Like, I feel like someone is, like, casual trolling, and I feel like you guys are all, like, falling for it. Is what I think is happening here. I mean, not to, like, be weird or anything, but we all just kind of went through a global pandemic. The last thing I want to talk about are diseases that kill people, so I'm just going to time this person out and change the subject. It'd be lovely. We'll slowly go through and unforbid things again. I'm 99% just trying to fix frame rate right now. That's like all I'm working towards currently. Of this fort? Memorable in a positive way? Did I see my stream? Wait, what do you mean? Did I see my stream recap? What does that mean? How do I see my own stream recap? Oh, Steam recap. What, for the year? Yeah? Like, top 2 games were Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress Hack. I read that as stream, sorry. I was like, what? How did I see my own stream recap? Because Pop just asked what my most memorable... Anyway, yeah, sorry that... It's the same reason why the Steam Deck and the Stream Deck are, like, the worst branding in history. Like, that should be illegal. Like, someone should have told Valve and been like, nah. Now you can't add one or remove one letter and call your thing that thing. That's mean. far too close in to the two industries. Fire making din din. Enjoy the din din. Cabbage and bacon. Ooh. Sorry for just putting the hammer on that conversation, but every now and again, there's just like, yeah, nah. It's funny, I'm totally fine with talking about, like, why religion is bad, but, like, someone comes in and starts talking about infectious diseases, I'm like, you know what, why don't we just don't? Oh, you ain't sitting down, you're just anticipating, I get it. Let's let more of these liquids out. Although this is kind of tricky because technically everything down here just got lava in it now. Scary things may come out of this, which is why I'm going to send the military down. But probably all the crime stories are the most memorable stories from this fort. Like, just all of the random thieves that have shown up. You know what's another thing I'm going to do? I go to work orders, standing orders, chores. Children don't do chores. Just turn off the chores. Well, at least I can confirm now it's not any of the work orders. It's not chores. There's nothing stuck in trees that's causing this. I've unlocked another Echo of Divine Forgotten Retribution. Another one of these things? Guardian of Lies. What is that? Humanoid composed of ice. Okay. It has a pair of fan-like antennae, and it is very solidly built. It was created by the dwarven god Oak, and it is part with lies, mountains, treachery, and trickery. It's very agile. It's got blow darts? Flashing metal. Very indecent metal, frankly. It does not. Because hospitals are higher priority than Autoloom. So some will go into the hospitals before.
This is madness. Madness.
Yeet. Cheers, Hobo. See you when I see you. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the holidays. It's a split flashing sparks skirt. And a tall flashing metal cap. Like, this creature's a strobe light. Huh. Alright, well, what I want to do is, like, I gotta go up here and just make all these in the bud. And go, alright. Military pretty close. It's not too bad. Let's just get military standing right here. Yep, they're already going there. Perfect. I should put a door there. Aiden and Vikingo are running away. Booking it as fast as they can. Creature kind of slowed down for a second and hesitated. It's just like sitting there. Sees Doomed running directly towards him. Same with Plaguebreaker. I like how these two are the first two once again. Stodier's right behind them. Who's proficient. Plenty of proficient and adept swords dwarves. This one's talented. Dwarves collide. Fighting begins. Okay, so he fires a bolt but misses. Dwarf jumps away from the flying, thick, flashing metal blow dart. Swords dwarf attacks the Guardian of Lies, Blowgunner, but he jumps away. The Swords dwarf attacks the Guardian of Lies, Blowgunner, but he jumps away. Reading this question over in YouTube chat. Been trying. Well, that's rude, Nolan. Thanks for the statement there. I've been trying to figure out, I can't figure out why. For example, I mined out a 5x5 area, but the UI seems it's sometimes as like a 1x10 and the meeting area temple part of the UI. I have no idea what you're even asking. Oh, the UI wants, or the dance floor wants a 5x5 dance floor. It's 5x5 square. I don't know what this 1x10 is. Thing. Creatures fly apart. Also, the rude thing that was said was, the view count loves infectious diseases, implying that nobody's watching. It's okay, you can leave. Go join them. We got plenty over here on Twitch. And the Forgotten, or not Forgotten Beast, but the Divine Retribution immediately dies. And it becomes water laced with water laced with water laced with water, 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 and water. Well, that's fun. Why is it like this? Because it melted. And it was made of ice, which then became water laced with water laced with water. No, but it's laced with water. Or rather, I don't know, but it's laced with water. I'm going to be honest with you, I refuse to answer that question because that is the equivalent of, like, you know, is a hot dog a taco, which is the internet equivalent of, I'm going to start arguments for the sake of starting arguments because I think it's funny. And I got a spoiler for you. It's not funny and it's not appreciated and I don't like it. So if you want to do it, go nuts. I'm just going to kind of give you the cold shoulder and basically tell you to fuck off if you keep doing it. Because that's my take. So. Using the wrong kinds of blocks in places. All right, let's get back to digging. I mean, like, I understand the memes behind it, but, like, it's... Come on. If you want to go start fights on Reddit, go start fights on Reddit. And do that on Reddit. My chat isn't Reddit. Reddit exists for a reason, so that you don't, like, bring that annoyance into the rest of the planet. Yeah, I know that you're saying it was for a meme. I was just giving you clarity because those conversations always get going and then keep going when somebody brings it up. I'll tell you this, Grimnar, don't worry about the UI. I don't know exactly what you're describing, but if you have a functioning temple and dwarves are socializing in there, just call it Dunzo. I'd need to see a screenshot of what you're trying to build to know what you're talking about. Oh, you're all good. Don't worry about it, it's Mitchell. And trust me, as somebody who's existed on the internet professionally for a very long time, every single time one of these comes up, it's like a constant point of discussion, and it's just exhausting. That's all it is. It's exhausting. Which is interesting, because munching on ice is horrifically bad for your teeth. But it makes sense if you live somewhere in the Arctic, to a degree. I mean, beer is liquid bread. That's not an argument, nor a discussion. That's just kind of a fact. Okay, well, I still have the squads up here. We have a dead warrior. Here's a question for you, chat. Is the dead warrior dead? Because seems pretty alive to me. And it's a large skink in humanoid form composed of ash. It bellows and cheers without pause. It was created by the dwarven goddess Akmish and is part with death, fortresses, and more. No, yeah, I agree. Currently, but it's about to be. No, it's a dead warrior lasher. It's a lasher. That's actually kind of scary because it's got a thin glowing metal whip. I wonder if my dwarves can equip that. You'll only get dwarves partying if a certain percentage of your fortress know a song and all take part. I don't know what that percentage is. It's happened a ton in this fort. The last fort I had, I don't think we had a single party the entire time. So it's weird. You'll see a couple dancing every now and again, but it's not enough ever really to actually get the party song to play. Yeah, I think that... Let me clarify. I think that's what it is. Filtress. I think. Because the only times that I've had constant parties are when either it's a very monoculture, where the dwarves are all from the same faction and all know the same songs, or when there's one really, 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 really popular religion. Because if there's one really, 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 really popular religion in a fort, usually what ends up happening is there's one or two songs that are associated with that god that everybody in that religion just knows. And then they'll get those little music notes above their head and whatnot. All right, so this creature, I'm scared of this one because it's lashing. And Mama down here dives down in, strikes the dead warrior lasher in the lower body with her bronze pick, but the attack is deflected by the large, blocky, glowing metal high boot. I told them to kill it. Yes, I did. The military is 2 floors away, so... He attacks, bruising the muscle through the pigtail tunic. She says, the miner attacks the warrior. The miner says, in the midst of conflict, I am not scared. And then the miner misses the dead warrior lasher and says, this is my fight too. This might require an answer. The dead warrior lasher strikes at the miner, but the shot is blocked by the bronze pick. The miner then attacks the dead warrior lasher, but she jumps away. The miner strikes the dead warrior lasher, but the shot is blocked and just barely parried by the thin glowing metal whip. Hey, chat room, could you guys go do me a favor? Could we get a round of beers in the YouTube chat? Just for my own personal sanity. The miner then strikes at the dead warrior lasher, but the shot is blocked with the glowing metal whip. It's that whip that's scary to me. Let's just unpause the game for a second. See what happens. Okay, well, it's occupying the same tile now as the dwarf. Dwarf is bleeding and winded. Military is on the same... I thought they were firing a bolt down. I was like, what's firing a bolt at you? Military is running... Oh boy. Dudes, you're supposed to... How are you going to get in there from down there? Go up and over. Dwarves are smart. They've been told to kill. Oh, there we go. Dr. Funk has dove onto the creature. Hits it with a bolt, breaking half the tissue. So it is made of ash, so it should die really quickly when they start hitting it. And also, if we could get the likes on the YouTube channel stream up to about 100, that would be pretty rad. Dwarves bleeding, but not dead just yet. Heavy bleeding is the dangerous one. She's not faint yet, which means she is faint. She's not pale yet, which means she hasn't lost critical amount of blood just yet. As for the creature is now dead. I think Dr. Funk got it. Let's see. Did you? Nope. Wait. Did you get it? No. Who got it then? Who got the kill? You hit it last. Did it just fall apart? Flying steel bolt. Oh, did somebody else shoot it? That must have been one of the other dwarves. It wasn't this one. Regardless, creature's dead. I don't think they can wield it in regards to the whip. But no. I do not have any lashers in the fort. Yeah, because it's thin. I don't know, I can tell them to equip it and see if they equip it. It's gonna take forever to find. Whoops. Yeah, it looks like they can. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe. Looks like it. Certainly not the baby, right? I very much doubt the baby got it, but that would be something, wouldn't it be? No, it's not the baby. I didn't see the baby hit it at all. Give divine metal armor to all my animal training. Oh, because they're not, so that they're immune to fire? That makes an element of sense. Dusting of ash, interesting. What? Aw. Mom died. Rest in peace, baby. Migrant has arrived despite the danger. Hello, how you doing, Cypher? That's a damn shame. How old are you? 0 years old? I don't know when they were born, so not gonna be able to look up how old they are or how much older they need to be, even. Yeah, I usually completely skip the divine metal stuff and just go for adamantine if I'm gonna do that, just because adamantine is easier to acquire in larger amounts and excuse me. It's easier to acquire in larger amounts and it's almost identical, if not identical. Unless they're artifact items. The artifact items do slightly better, but I do sometimes melt them down, but, you know. What was I doing? I was going to do a thing. I came up here to do a thing. I can't remember what it was, but I'll re-remember later. Instead, I'm just going to go over here and do the other thing that I was going to do. It didn't. Which is, I'm making a tavern down here. A non-public tavern with a connected dining hall. For the basement dwellers. Well, I was also actually going to check this. This is something I was going to check. Got dwarves that are firing boulders at will. At the walls. Dabbling siege operator. Several of them, even. Yes and no. Adamantine is the lightest material in the game. With some exceptions. One of the lightest materials in the game. So it's one of the sharpest materials in the game. So it's better than steel swords, axes, spears, that kind of thing. But it's the worst material in the game for hammers and maces. But it's divine metal's way harder to acquire at scale in large quantities. Is it good for arrows? Dwarves can't make arrows unless I'm crazy. Dwarves make bolts. Yeah. Yeah, dwarves can't make ballista arrows. They just make... Or dwarves can't make arrows. They just make ballista arrows. And wheelbarrows. Yeah, I don't know. Probably. I've never tried it. I feel like that would be kind of a waste because arrows are kind of disposable. Or rather, bolts are kind of... Even I do it! It's your fault. I blame you. No, I'm tired. Bolts are kind of a disposable item, so you have to expect that they're going to slowly deplete because whenever they hit a solid object, they vanish, they break. And, like, you can't repair them or get them back at that point. So I'm even, like, tentative to... Guilds and low boots. I'm concerned and careful with making... bolts out of steel, let alone, you know, other things that are more valuable than steel. But probably. You mean Glumprong? Glumprongs are the evil aligned tree, I think. If I'm not mistaken. It's Glumprong and... oh, geez. Featherwood. Featherwood, which actually, I think it was Tekid in chat. Somebody in chat did the math. And it is a slightly lighter equivalent to balsa wood. For Featherwood. Which I think is kind of funny, actually. Oh, I know what I went up to the top to check, but I'll just do this first. I was going to go check if those gem stockpiles are working. Although, personally, I think that featherwood trees are the scariest thing in Dwarf Fortress, because there's something about a tree that lays eggs that I don't want to think about. Gonna see if you can get your praying and excitement needs met. Cheers, dude. Best of luck. And I'm way less disturbed by fingers growing out of the ground than a tree that lays eggs. Bolts are, in my experience, a very ineffective way in general of getting rid of zombies. But what they are good at when it comes to undeads or zombies or, like, as you said, living corpse or intelligence undead, what they are good at is they're good at disarming. And then it's easier to clean them up after they've been mostly disarmed. Which is, I would say, noteworthy. Yeah, wasn't that Long Death? Every single time the elves would show up to trade with Long Death, they were covered in feather tree yolk. Pretty sure that was Long Death, right? It was a weird bit. Oh, also, adamantine is fireproof. It's not dragon fireproof, but it is fireproof. What's Long Death? Long Death is the longest fortress I've ever built. Not the longest ever, but definitely the longest one I've ever done. We made it to 300 or 470 something years. In a version version 47.04. Hundreds of parts? Oh, parts as in like VOD parts, right? Yeah. No, all the VODs are on my YouTube channel. You can go watch them. I don't recommend it, but you can. I used a heavily customized variant of Krug Smash's tile set, which is technically an ASCII tile set. I didn't ever use graphical ones because they made the game lag, and I'm weirded out that more people didn't notice that. But the reason for it is because like the game rendered the graphics on your CPU, so if you had any graphics, it made the game run slower. So like one of the most popular tile sets back then was called Space Fox, which I like refused to use because it made the game feel like it was running like 40 to 50% slower by default to me. And so I hated it. I despised the tile set just because it felt bad to play. Like there was a noticeable delay when you'd go to press the buttons and move the screen around. It was very annoying to use. I'm actually just going to expel these 3 humans. This whole band. Because they've been in my fort for a while, and they're all very pissed, and I don't really want them to just suddenly start getting super angry with me. I'm just kind of tired of having them around. So I think for the catapults, I need to stop them from destroying the boulders, which they currently are. But as I've been going back for, like that side project that I've been working on, I maintain the thing that I used to always say, which is, play Dwarf Fortress long enough, it doesn't matter what tile set you use, it all just looks the same. Like, it might take a minute to, like, figure out what some tiles mean, but really, it doesn't matter. It stopped mattering to me a very, very long time ago. Let's see if those gems are working. It looks like it. Okay. Let's cut gems order going. We're in an ad. Were they Radagast? That's a funny thing to say. I mean, they were covered in egg yolks, not like moss. Just in my experience, what they were covered with. What Radagast was covered with was like mushrooms and moss, right? Mm-hmm. Old memes die hard, Canby. Old memes die hard. That meme itself, though, is pretty moldy at this point. I've seen some pretty low-res versions of that meme. It's one of my favorite terms that I've learned in the last couple of years is moldy memes, which is just a term for a meme that has been downloaded, saved, copied, screenshotted, downloaded, saved, copied, screenshotted, uploaded, compressed, download, saved, compressed, zipped, extracted, screenshotted, repeat, until its compression's gotten so bad that you can barely see it. It's a good subreddit, too. A lot of weird old 4chan nostalgia. I always called that deep fried memes. Yeah, true. That's another way to refer to it. I've seen that one too. I think I prefer moldy. Like it's getting a little moldy, but still works. Still good. Still got it. Deep fried memes are on purpose. Is that the case? Interesting. Okay, so let's get the military back up top here. Okay, let's see. Handle that down. That's probably got lava in it. The layer beneath this, everything's gonna start having lava in it pretty much because it's the magma sea next. I'm planning on rebuying MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. Not rebuying. I had MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries on Game Pass previously, but I'm gonna buy it and a DLC or two because I kind of want to play that again. A thief? What? Oh, I know what happened. Those were the dudes that I expelled. That's the collapse of the whole fort. What do you mean? What, the frame rate stutter? It's a collapse of my sanity. The fort's fine. It's still perfectly playable. It's just really annoying. Yeah, I don't know. You're asking somebody who gets maybe like 2 or 3 games offered to him for free a week. I think my idea of the value of video games is a little bit different than the average person. So it's hard for me to like be like, yeah, I'm looking forward to this because it's like, well, I mean, if I was, I would have just bought it. It's kind of how that goes usually. Or I would have accepted a key for it or whatever. Not dead, Bastet. I can say that much. Let's see. Not pissed, currently prepping to fight demons. You've killed 2 forgotten beasts and one of my dwarves. You seem to enjoy training. You want to make romance. Well, start hitting on your other soldiers then. You only get kobolds if you happen to be close to kobolds. It turns out, though, that kobolds, like, if there's kobolds in your world, they are prolific, usually. Although the sad thing is, like, there's a very high chance that they will just go extinct because they are so weak. Like, I had a world once, and I went into Legends, and I tried to figure out, because I noticed that there wasn't any kobolds ever. And the reason there wasn't any kobolds is because a single troll ate all of them. It was 12 kobolds at the beginning of time, and they all died. It was a pocket-sized world, so very small world, but they are extraordinarily weak little buggers. So they tend to just kind of die. Yeah, it's a little sad, but also kind of morbidly funny in a way. Congratulations on a successful returneth. Nothing crazy has happened in the interim. Blind Cave Ogre? I haven't seen a Blind Cave Ogre in a minute. They usually show up in the caverns, generally. Blind Cave Ogres used to be fun because they looked exactly the same as, I can't remember the underground, I think, tunnel tubes. It's like the yellow tree, or not yellow, the kind of white yellow tree in this version, but in older versions they used to just be white. And the trunks look like a white 0, and Blind Cave Ogres were a white 0 that was the exact same shade. So you just be chilling. Whoops. Did I just insta-gib like 3 dwarves? Where'd they go? Anyway, yeah, the that or they just ran, one of the two. I didn't see the population drop, did it? Did it -5, really? Well, I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. Where the frick did they go? Like, normally there's a body or, like, evidence. Like, they're not in the water anywhere. They literally got smithereen. Jeez. Eh? That... Wait a second. Well, this dwarf flew up. Note to self, don't dig and construct at the same time. It danger. I knew that, but I'm tired, so. I don't think about these things as much when I'm tired. I really need to put these flames out. Something evil is emerging. Well, that's a problem. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. It's an opossum fiend who's already bleeding. That's kind of funny. Clumsy and sickly. Large eyeless opossum. Twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically and its yellow hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poison bite. All right, well, I'm just going to go here. I'm sure I'll get notices in a minute if they did, in fact, get obliterated, but... It's kind of interesting that it's, like, coming out of down here, though. Although, maybe we... It might just be stuck in the lava, actually. Okay, well, it's no longer bleeding. What did it get hit by? One of my weaponsmiths is fighting with it, but what caused it to start bleeding? Oh, a miner grabbed it. Okay, so... Well, That's bad. Sorry, Stukos. Imagine just getting pulled down into lava, which is literally what's happening to this dwarf. That's pretty brutal. -3, -4. Yeah, there you go. Well, we'll find out who died in a minute. Anyway, it's named now, because it killed 2 of my dwarves. That is funny. Okay. Let's get the squatties to kill it. I don't think it'll be that bad. Is going for Telenartho, though. Dwarves are coming down. It's ducked down a layer. Diagnoser hit him, but he jumps away. So he basically dodged off the ledge here. There is a bunch of Zon's teeth right there. Zon just lost a lot of teeth. I saw a bolt go flying and hit it. Seems like Andre, the regular guy, and Manam are on top of it. Bits and pieces of it are flying everywhere. It's starting to bleed real bad. Its intestines are out, and I think it's dead. Yep. Whew. Well, that was kind of scary. Also kind of hysterical. It's funny, whenever I get to this point, this is kind of bad, but I very quickly, like, just stop giving a shit about my dwarves' lives because this portion of the game is so tedious. It's like, I couldn't care less if they die when I'm digging too deep, because it's just like, well, I mean, I'm digging too deep anyway, so, like, I just need to keep my soldiers alive more than anything. Make that into a pit. That into a pit. The goo doesn't do anything bad, don't worry. Miner's been found dead. Bunch of stuff was slaughtered. Dwarves don't like choking on smoke, so dumping water on these will put these diamonds and gems out. I think the first 5 went obsidian. Possibly. I mean, they disappeared so quickly, and I didn't see any obsidian appear. That gosh knows. I mean, I'm sure we'll find it eventually, but actually gonna send the military up to here just so that they aren't going crazy. Let's work on this over here. Let's bring some thrones. Some of this. And some of this. And some of these. Let's bring down a statue, which I'm sure I've still got plenty of. Well, turns out I'm like out of tables. So let's make some green glass tables. And they'll be fine. Which is why I'm not using them. I'll use them to catch things that can be tamed, like dragons or other such things. There we go. It's starting. Avuz, Alath. I need some more miners with picks. Some more steel picks soon if I need them. There was only 2 that vanished in the collapse? Okay. Well, we'll find out. We'll be digging through it all anyway. What's up, Zaphon? From what I gather, the YouTube stream mostly acts as AFK mode for people on Twitch when they're at work and Twitch is blocked. Which is a comment I'm getting a lot, actually. Okay, that's been done. And then the second one is... notifying people that the stream is live, and most of them tend to tune into Twitch. And then there's also a third option, which are the people who are just on YouTube and don't watch Twitch, and I find that those people mostly just tune in for the first days of a new fort. Did you die yet? I think you died like... Well, no, I mean, yes, but no. Your first one did. I was like, didn't you die like right away, but then I renamed you? So, no, you are still with us, currently. Instant replay for people on Twitch also. Yeah, that. But, you know, I do respond to the chat over there. They're both parts. Hell yeah, keep them. Remember to make them clothing their specific size. They bored. Because if they join the fort permanently, they will want new clothing, just like other dwarves. Lanix? I think Lanix... Yeah, Lanix, I think, perished, like... Yeah, a long time ago. Release it and they will come. They shouldn't release adventure mode because it's not done. Release it now and they would be pissed. Waiting for a dwarf to bring another bucket down. I'm just gonna put glass blocks in all of these. Make sure it's all connected so that it doesn't cave in, and then we'll keep digging. No, I know exactly what you mean. My stream's doing fine, right? Like, we are doing just fine, regardless of numbers. I know numbers could always be higher, and I will be sassy at people on YouTube who are like, yeah, stream's dead. Because I will always be sassy at people who do that, regardless of how many views I have. I could have 2,000 concurrent viewers or 10 concurrent viewers, and I would respond the same way to that. But at the same time, like, stream's doing better than it has any right to, frankly. And, you know, this is a game that... And I've said this many times. Streamers on Twitch assume no one's going to watch them if they play it. It's a game that's been around for forever. And it's a game that very few people streamed for a very, very, very long time. And if you're a game like that, you're basically fucked. Because people on Twitch are always looking for the next new thing. And they assume if a game's not going to get them views, that it will always never get them views. So they play it when it's the new hotness and then they vanish. And it's very hard to convince people to start streaming that game specifically and sticking with it. And this is that kind of game where it needs to be like RimWorld, where it's like one of 3 games you play. And unfortunately, the very first release version of this game on Steam wasn't a good enough release version to get a large number of those people who would normally pick up a game like this and stick with it and add it into their rotation. It wasn't good enough to make them stick around. I wish it was, but that's just the reality of it. Unfortunately. Oh, wow. Hold on. I've got memorials that are toppled? Wow. That's interesting. Oh, wait, no, they're not toppled. I just forbid everything else there, right? Duh. Okay. Let's go here. Streamers are a very fickle bunch. It is 700 Andy. What's a 700 Andy? Forgot to turn my camera back on. Late. Oh yeah, Robaz is around. That's interesting. Cool. I've never heard of the term Andy in regards to views before, so that's new to me. I mean, Robaz is like one of those people who pops in once every 6 months. Never heard that before, Noken. Must be like for normies, not oddballs like myself. Anybody dumping or filling ponds? But Robaz used to stream this game before it came out on Steam. Just not frequently. Fire up. Yay! Poppled? I did not say poppled. I'm pretty certain. Why are they not bringing these gems up? Also, I really should just sit here for a second and unforbid everything in the spots where they need to be. Forbidding everything didn't fix the frames either way, so it doesn't matter. Maybe it's a PoE thing? Perhaps, I don't know. I've literally never heard that mentioned before. Nope, never heard that. Started following my Twitch because another DF streamer recommended your YouTube tutorials, and then you were a guest on the Kit Fox. You've been following on ever since. Fair enough. Cheers. Thank you. No, I mean, I'm doing fine. Like, it's not an issue. I mean, I was mostly just commenting about the YouTube channel because someone was being sassy earlier, but... And I know that this isn't really the prevailing take right now, but I don't actually expect most people to like adventure mode as much as they think they're going to. But maybe I'm just being an undersell right now. I don't know. You're not the only one who thinks power over Ethernet when they see PoE. I think Pillars of Eternity, but you know. God damn it. I need to remember to click that button. There we go. And muscle memory failed me. GRE is what I'm trying to type in. Certainly, but you know what to expect, right, Jin? Not a lot of people know what to expect. Person of etherity. I don't know. Can't let that lava out. Certainly. But, you know, people read endless open world RPG and that says things in their brain, right? I don't know. I'm just being cautious. But at the end of the day, having played a decent enough amount of adventure mode and knowing exactly what that thing is, I don't think many people are gonna like it. Like if I'm being completely frank here, there is a reason why there is a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community who goes, I don't give a fuck about the adventure mode. Skip it and patch Fortress mode. There's a reason for that. You know? And I think part of the reason for that is RimWorld is an extraordinarily popular game, right? You know what isn't an extraordinary... I'm too tired for that kind of humor, Seth. Please, dude. You know what isn't an extraordinarily popular game, but has its fans and it's a game that people love? Caves of Cud. Or Tome. Because that type of game, that type of feel of game, a traditional turn-based roguelike, is a very particular kind of game for a very particular kind of person that a lot of people just bounce off super fucking hard. That's the split in the community, though, City Sim and the Personal Sim. I'm talking about video game sales and player counts. I hope people love it. I hope people love it and play it concurrently with Fortress mode. I really, really hope they do. I'm just not the person sitting here and going, when they release it, the audience will triple, because I'm not convinced it will. I think a portion of the audience is going to be extraordinarily happy that their favorite mode is back. And I think some people are going to be like, oh, thank Christ. I can think about something else now. A multicolored metal short sword. A short sword I can use! Holy shit! Who gets the pride sword? Kind of want to give it to the captain of the guard. It just fits this fortress. Too many named weapons in this fort. And I'd like to remind you about this as well. Before launch on Steam, which means that the majority of the people at the time watching my channel on YouTube, I did a tutorial, or not a tutorial, a poll asking people, what mode do you play the most? And I've done this a number of times at this point, like enough that, okay, I need to put it in a stockpile and remove it from the stockpile. So what I need to do, so it's claimed as mine. Actually, you know what? I should give it to the king. I should give it to the king, shouldn't I? Kingy, you can have that. And I will put it in here. I've done this poll many times, so the stats are very consistent with it, which is, what mode in Dwarf Fortress do you play the most? Which is always Legends, Adventure, Fortress. It's like 1% Legends, 2% to 6% Adventure, and about 90 to 89, sometimes as low as 87% Fortress mode. I've done that poll like 4 times. I'm not disagreeing with you, Nokajin. I'm not. I'm disagreeing with the statement that you stated. Maybe the UI is the barrier, though? No. No, it's not. People live and die on first impressions. Play 90 minutes of a thing. It's going to paint whether or not you like the thing, right? People keep coming back to Fortress mode. People rarely would go back to adventure mode. The portion of the people that did stick around even didn't stick around for adventure mode. I do think it's fascinating. I love the mode. I'm looking forward to playing it. I can't wait. I disagree with the statement that Nokajin said, which I will read it once again. Adventure mode. Release it and they will come. When I commented that view counts were low on YouTube today. No. Maybe another 20 people will. It's not going to be as big as the initial launch. It'll be big. It'll certainly bring a lot of people back. I don't want people to overhype themselves. And I think people have already done that. I think Legends is the most important mode in the game. Can be. If you don't read Legends for like an hour before you start a fort, I find it hard to even play the game. Like, just period. Because you don't have any context for anything in the world. But if you have some context, the game gets infinitely better immediately. Which is also why I think adventure mode is important and powerful. But most people don't think of it that way. And by most people, I'm not talking about the people watching the stream on Twitch. I'm talking about the wider player base as a whole. Most people who play video games think of them as separate games because of the way they're presented. I think there would be less of a barrier and people would stick with it longer if they were more integrated, i.e. something a little bit closer to what Dungeon Keeper had, where you could push a button and just zoom in. Exactly. Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. What DS just said. That's what I'm talking about. It's the entire written history of your whole world in a list, is what it is. It's like numbers from the frickin' Bible, but for your world. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you've just never even looked at it. It never even occurred to you. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like I'm arguing null points that people won't listen, and that's okay. Too much into Legends? I do it before and after. Like, the initial dive is to just get an idea of things, and then you go back in afterwards to see how things changed. But, you know. The Lemon of Avalanches. That's the name of this tavern. Fortress mode with no context is just another colony builder. Legends mode is what makes it special. And I'm also aware that most people are stuck in an ad right now. Is it reductionist to say that? I think if you don't experience all three modes concurrently, to some degree, you're going to have a significantly lesser experience than if you explore and read some Legends, build a fort or three, play an adventurer, repeat. Yeah, and fried onions? It's not like this galaxy brain explosion comment. Cheers, Blazing. Thanks for hanging out today. I've been saying that for years, and so has a large portion of the community, Dominic. I'm with you. Yeah, back when what do you call it? Back when World Gen was super slow, yes. As you should, profile name. I just don't think that this game is going to quadruple in size, like some people say. Instead of 3,000. You told him how to generate a world for 3,000 years. Well, that seems like a you problem. Because most normal people just click create world, enter, enter, enter. But I don't know. That seems like a silly situation. I've seen similar stuff to that, like that, but I don't even want to talk about stuff like that because it just kind of makes me sad. Green. Man. Wish they'd make my green glass faster. I need to make more green glass forges. I might actually swap out some of my smelters for green glass. Oops, can swap this. Donk. It was a joke. Well, you didn't write it to be read like a joke, so... Can you explain what to look for in Legends before you start a fort? Click on Civilizations and go to the Dwarven factions. Read about their early history. Read about the kings and queens. See what they did. Look at their lives. Find an artifact or 3. Maybe discover the source of necromancy. Read about a demon or 2. Find out the names of a few things. Discover a location that you think is interesting. Spot a place where wars were happening. And then it helps you decide where you're going to embark. It's like getting a backstory for your character in an RPG before you start. If you go watch the first part of the VOD for this fortress, I actually read Legends for like, I don't know, 40 minutes before I started. Turns out it's a law for a reason. Cajun Voodoo. Cajun Voodoo, I gotta get you and Cajun Bard in the same chat at some point. For no particular reason other than you guys have similar usernames, which always amuses me. It's just like a pile of large frilly fabric stuff right there. That's funny. All right, so let's take a peek. I should be able to just zunk. Relatively safely. What just discovered them, though? Oh, I see. Get him, beastie. Those poor Olms. Never even knew what hit them. Although I'm actually kind of surprised that this creature's still alive. It's pretty damaged. It was very heavily injured in a fight against another Forgotten Beast. Kind of thought it had died. It's an Olm party, and there you go. Welcome to the Olm pit. I actually did forget about it, so that beast's title is very accurate. Those ohms? Oh, the ohms, duh. Right. I was like, those ohms didn't put up any resistance, and then I reread it. Turns out you skim read when you're streaming most of the time. They are Olms, O-L-M. They're Olm people. They're like weird salamander things. Here, let me find you an image. These little duders. They're kind of cute in a weird way. They don't have eyes. They're like weird salamander noodles. It's like as if a salamander was trying really, really, really hard to just evolve into spaghetti. Or if a spaghetti was trying really, really, really hard to evolve into a salamander. One of the two. They're cool. They live in caves. They don't see. Any debugs? What? And people have a almost Fox level of obsession with them for some reason, and I don't fully get it. I suppose because they're cute looking. All right, well, I really need to get all this stuff hauled out of here. I do really need to get this stuff hauled out of here. I keep on thinking the frame rate's getting better and not stuttering as much, and then I always realize, no, it's not. I'm just going to increase the size of this rough gem stockpile to the rest of this. Just so that there's more likelihood that they'll get picked up. It's number 70, so let's just double check that this is set up correctly. Yep, that works. That works. Wait a second. No, it doesn't. Doesn't have a minecart. Why did that? No, it wasn't working. What? Peddler's been missing for a week. Huh? Peddler? I don't have no peddlers in my fort. Excuse me? That's odd. Where the heck did you come from? A random visitor, maybe? Strange. I'm pretty perplexed by that one. Where the heck did I get a peddler from? Usually peddlers are like thieves. Yet it's giving me a notification of a peddler going missing. Riding a bicycle, clearly. Generally, that or they're like someone who's lying about who they are at the very least. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is connected to this. Not there. Connected to this tavern, I'm going to attach a room right here. And this is going to be a double room. It's going to be split down the middle. The top half is going to be a Mark's Dwarfs training spot. And the bottom half is going to be a barracks. And I'm going to get my 2 squads that are currently standing right here to stand in there and train and work. And I'm going to give them beds or a dormitory that's attached to both of them. In DF anyway? Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say not in real life. It wouldn't be a merchant, because then it would say a merchant has been missing. That's also part of the problem. I did these backwards. Don't ever accidentally delete all. Don't ever use a thing which requires covering your entire map in stockpiles and then delete them and then forget how you had your stockpiles set up. Happened to me. I'm like, right, YouTube chat, yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a do it now button within things. If you click this, if we're talking about like in workshops, tight, you click the exclamation point. Otherwise, if you're talking about making a dwarf do a thing faster on their own, like go mine a thing, you can increase and lower priorities on these tasks. But there is no way to just click a dwarf and say, you do that, if that's what you're asking for. Because the dwarves need some level of autonomy, otherwise you ain't playing Dwarf Fort. Aside from that, it would be just like assigning a specific dwarf using this button and then hitting the do it now button. Yeah, what Salty said. It's changing over a stockpile and waiting roughly 2 in-game years to have them transfer every item. You can remove and disable every single job in the game and just set them to haul. That can be pretty efficient. I lever and I pulled it with the do it now though. Don't levers have a do it now button? I seem to think I can like have this vivid memory of me muscle memory doing that. Yeah, you click that. Pull lever, do it now. They'll pull it like immediately. So that creature that's dancing, Crypt Debug, is the debug creature. You know what Missing No is in Pokemon? Kind of like that, but Dwarf Fortress. It's the sprite that shows up when the game doesn't have a sprite to load, which means the game's broken and you should report it because it's a bug. It's the placeholder sprite. You know what's funny? I actually have no idea where that is in the game. I know where it is in older versions, but I lost it at a point and then never found it again and kind of forgot about it and stopped thinking about it. I have a bucket full of lava here. Interesting. I wonder if a dwarf can carry this without catching fire. Let's set it to dump and see what happens. No, not that. This, the bucket. Huh. Maybe you're thinking about Gorlax. Gorlax look like Crypt Palm. They look like a dude with one eyeball that's yellow. That's funny. It doesn't melt the snow, though. That's a shame. This is going to be for the Frosty Bolts. They're going to shoot that way. I'm going to jump up to the surface, and... well, actually, not quite the surface. I'm going to go over to here. When was Frosty Bolt training at this one? So they are no longer going to train there. I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to say, I think they train... oh, they partying again? Yes, that one. The Armed Ice. Seems like it. Yep, they're dancing again. Yeah, see, they all have the same song. The song that they're playing is all, what's it called? The god dedicated to the god of waves, or the song dedicated to the god of waves. Actually, here. Because literally everybody in the fort knows this song. Even people who don't worship this god know this song. Which is kind of funny. It's kind of neat, actually. If you pay very close attention to the songs that they're singing. There. Pay very close attention to the songs they're singing. If you have a lot of visitors, eventually you'll start seeing your dwarves learning the visitors' songs as well. But this one everybody seems to know, which is the Oceanic Spray, which is a sacred group dance originating in the insightful handles. And it's dedicated to Gongath or Moisen, which is the god of rivers. I turned it back on. I turned it off, and then the game hitched really heavily, and then I turned it back on. But it hasn't been hitching. I have fiddled with things a bit. I have a suspicion, but I don't know for certain yet. But no, currently everything is running on default settings. There's nothing fancy on or off. As far as I know, it doesn't matter, Chris. But when it comes to adventure mode, I guess the thing that I do feel I need to say, I'm going to be streaming the ever-living hell out of it. I was going to say fucking hell, but I'm going to be streaming the ever-living hell out of it. And I'm going to do the exact same thing I did with Fortress mode with tutorials, where I'm going to do my goddamnedest to get it early, and there will be as many tutorials as I can reasonably make in advance out as soon as I am allowed to post them. So, you know, I will be doing my thing, and I hope people like it. What's the highest population you've ever had in a fort? People always ask that. And I think that's kind of funny. Because to me, it just means that, you really don't remember what it was like, or never knew what it was like before this game came out on Steam. So it's kind of funny to me, because you need to remember that this version of the game runs like actually like 120% better than version 47. And I can tell you that because I loaded up an old fort recently. An old fort that was, you know, a couple hundred years old. And it was an old... Where's that miasma coming from? Oh. Well, that explains that. Anyway, it was... It's funny to me because you couldn't reasonably have more than, like, let's just say 220 dwarves in a fort before this version. Like, it wasn't reasonable. You couldn't do it. Most computers just straight up couldn't do it. Like older versions of this game, if I had 200 dwarves, I would get pissed and try and get some of them to leave because like my frame rate would be like 20. So you've seen my highest dwarf counts. 250, 300. That is the highest number of dwarves I've had. Basically like what I've had this entire fort. Roughly the highest equivalent of what I've ever had. Because you couldn't have higher before versions like this again. Yeah, older versions of this game, like, one of the biggest revelations about this version coming out was that World Gen went from taking, like, 3.5 hours to generate a 500-year-old world to taking, you know, a couple minutes. Like, it's like 15 minutes, I think, for me to generate a 500-year-old world now. Tops. That's a large world. Like, a large 1,000-year-old world on older versions, like, you'd start it and then go to bed and wake up, it might be done. Or it crashed. But, like, people always ask that. It's like, it's what's the lowest frame rate you can handle? Yeah, that's accurate, Chris, yes, on YouTube. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm still shocked I can have 230 dwarves and it's as stable as it is, and it's running at 80 frames a second. Like, by the time you had 20 dwarves in version 47, you'd be at like 50 frames a second in older versions. Because it rejects fewer worlds? No, it's the actual like tick rate of years passing. And Putnam found the bug, which I think was like one of the reasons they ended up hiring her. Because like the bug that was in the game that was causing World Gen to take that long was literally dwarves would, or if a dwarf would write a book about themselves, they would check every single book that was ever written in history instead of just the books that they'd written. So it was this exponential list of self-referencing all of the books in the world that had been written, including copies. So essentially what ended up happening was every single time a character in the world would write a book, you'd have this exponential climb of it. You're on 170 dwarves right now with 19 FPS. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, like, here, let me show you a thing. I'm gonna go to my YouTube channel. What was the name of that fortress? I'm gonna scroll down a bit. Wait a second. Won't take me that long to get to 12 months ago on YouTube. This is Stonewater. This is a fortress that I built. This was one of the last streams I did before Premium. This fortress didn't even have 200 dwarves. It was like 140 or something. And look at how fast these dwarves are moving. So these are dwarves. That's version 47. Like these little shapes moving around. Like I wouldn't even turn my frame rate on because people would just like comment about how bad it was all the time. Yeah, Long Death had like 30 dwarves in it, and that fort ran at like 25 frames a second, if that, on a good day. On the old UI, you have to check your inventory. In Caves of Cud, in the new UI, it's up in the top. It's the money symbol up in the top left. That doesn't even look bad to you? That's like 18 frames a second, maybe. The game right now is running at like 70 flat. Yeah, it does look better because of the ASCII. And also because you're not playing it. What you need to realize is if I had 250 dwarves, it would be running at 5 frames a second. In those versions. So when people ask, it's like, what's the most dwarves you've ever had? Well, you'd never go above like 180 in older versions. So the most dwarves I've had is everything post version 50. Because like, you just didn't. Unless you like were fine with like 5, 4, 3 frames a second. Like, and also like the part that you don't know is that the only reason it was playable at that frame rate is every time you'd open up a menu, build menu, anything, game would pause and it would max out the frame rate again, right? So every single time you'd go to build something in an older version of Dwarf Fortress, the game would pause. So it was playable because of the constant pausing, not because the frame rate was good. Because if you were able to use any of the interface while the game was running, it would be so sluggish that it felt awful. Moving the camera around felt like dog shit. So like, I would just let the camera sit in one spot for like a couple minutes at a time while the dwarves slowly, like right now. Okay, hold on. Let me just set the game to 10 frames a second. Hold on, let me just do this. Give me a second. Bad that like I don't even know where that setting is because I never change it. There it is. Okay, so it's kind of hard to tell because like the UI. Okay, it's still slowing down. Let's let it get down to 10. Okay, 10 frames a second. Let's find a dwarf. Let's watch things move. Yeah, that's actually about the equivalent. Yeah, literally, you couldn't play the game when it was unpaused. That'd be nice, yeah. Should put that on the feature request list, Dominar. But yeah, this is the speed that the game ran at. With half the dwarves. Okay? Like, we used to refer to this game as a PowerPoint presentation of a Dwarven Fortress. Like, when people complain about the frame rates now, I want to punch a motherfucker out a window. Because, like, Jesus Christ. And, like, I'm complaining about the instability because, yes, it is, in fact, annoying. But, like, man, it's a different game. It is a different game. And when people, like, go on about, oh, I can't play this version because it's like I don't have my old UI. It's like, well, cool, but like, fuck you because I have a much better version. So you wanting them to go like never have made this version, man, you ungrateful bastards. I still feel like your dwarves are going too fast with how good the FPS is now. I mean, I'm perfectly used to it, but I also play this game in an inhuman amount of time. If you're not used to it, literally just turn your frame rate down to like 60 or 30 even. It doesn't start to feel bad on the UI until it gets below 30. Like just turn the speed down. In fact, I turned it down for chat. If I was just playing on my own time, I'd probably be playing at 100 frames. That being said, I don't know what's changed, but the frame rate's gotten a lot more stable. Which is nice. It helps back up. Yeah, no, I mean, you're a normal human being. I am... Okay, as I say that, it hitches. Yeah, no, you're a normal human being. I am the exception to the norm. Basically, the most dwarves I've ever had is more or less every population you see in the current game. I guess that the longest-winded answer to a question you'll ever get. Welcome to my stream. Oh, wow, really? Maybe that was the hitch. It's time to paint the snow red. A vile force of elf mist has arrived. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. I mean, I didn't really have any guard dogs or anything. Fortunately, though, I do have a squad sitting literally right here. Let's send them in. Oh, and we get hit with an ad. Okay. Well, I'm not going to do too much. I'm just going to station some things. Need to... this was built when this was designed differently. All right, let's just wait. Why are they all cranky? What, the elves? Probably because I had to chop down a bunch of trees for a thing. I chopped down 10, which was a gamble. With training swords? Yeah, I'm not too worried. I mean, Rovod's right here. They're here to help make Christmas prizes? Yes, here to help Santa. Well, I guess it's time to set up guard animals. A little animal station here would do it. And I guess we'll make a defense tower right here. How many are gonna die in recompense? What, the elves? Oh boy, a lot. The thing about elves that you always need to remember is they only fight until they run out of ammunition. Let's move up a couple turns. Yeah, I can literally make turns move faster by spamming this button than the game used to run when you had 200 dwarves. You know, I remember getting a siege in version 47 was a siege of goblins. There was like 200 of them, and I had like 200 dwarves at the time, and it took 40 minutes for them to get to my fortress. And it was a normal sized map. That's how slow the game ran when all of those goblins appeared on the map. It was one of the first tutorials I made, yeah? Yes. It's also one of the worst viewed ones I made that month, or that first month anyway. Okay, so the big knives and the bloody glacier. I'm gonna station right here. See how the fight goes. No, that's cheating. I don't ever use fast dwarf on stream unless it's an emergency. All right, this is probably gonna be a very small stream, or it's not stream, siege. There's more. Shout outs to this. Shout outs to this elven wrestler right here who's overwhelmed by terror. Because it appears that Thalu up here is already turning into paste. You were screwed? Oh yeah, no, totally. Which is why the best thing to do is just lock them out. The sword dwarf slashes the elf swordsman with a steel short sword, bruising the muscle, and then strikes the elf swordsman. The shot is blocked. Pilot guy, how are you? Happy holidays. Did you buy all of your consumer products yet? We only have 2 dwarves in the fighting right now, and it's Rovod, who's a skilled swords dwarf, and Sabord, who's a novice axe dwarf, who is not wielding a weapon for some reason. Definitely a novice. Should take a moment for the rest of the soldiers to get in. You know what? Actually, I will just put the crossbow dwarves right here. Fighting begins. That wrestler falls over. Crossbow dwarf comes in and shoots a single bolt at an elf and shoots it in the head, and it tears the brain in half through the wooden helm. That's not even a fair fight, man. More squads are arriving. More pieces are flying. Oh, getting a hitch. Can't move the camera. Oh, I didn't even see what happened. Well, let's just say that Clarivore here bashed an elf spearman with a crossbow and says, I'm not uneasy. Well, that's good. You really aren't uneasy. You don't feel anything. Meanwhile, Aimless Alpha here has killed much scarier foes. Many, many more scarier foes. Swordmaster stabs the elf bowman in the toe with a steel short sword, shattering the nail and bruising the skin. I think they're all dead. I don't think that was much of a siege. I think that was just the initial siege, but we'll see. Still worth checking. It's gonna do a lap. Although, actually, maybe I shouldn't do a lap. Go this way. Nope. That is a patch that came out not too long ago. I'm not using any mods, except for DF Hack, which isn't really a mod. It also added this whole screen up here. I think the last major patch, actually, which is a little bit ago now. You kind of feel like you're cutting them down. I mean, you do you, mate. Axes are great. I think on paper, in some instances, axes are actually better than swords. All right, well, let's send them back to training. And let's clean all this crud out. I think the dwarves have already cleaned up all the fight. Well done, dwarves. Got literally one dwarf who needs a new full set of armor. Everybody else pretty much is good. A couple bolts needed, but that's about it. And also, actually, for that one, I'm going to check quarterly. Monthly. Yeah, I guess that means no more elf shopping network. They'd been real strict the whole time. I knew it would happen eventually. It was kind of an inevitability to a point. But you can always hope that you can keep peace as long as possible. I mean, we got peace for like 22 years. That's pretty good. I'm kind of sad when we won't be getting any more big animals from them, but hey, maybe we'll get to eat their big animals when they attack us with them. Although it is also an invitation for us to attack them, which is also kind of fun. I mean, who is it? Which faction was it? Okay. Well, it's these guys right here that attacked us. Scary thing is, if I don't use the best commanders, it is possible that they will win, because elves can be, like, scary good at defending their locations. We're a pretty small faction, though. Just be careful with the whole pointy ears terms. It gets weird quickly. What made the elves so mad, if I may know? I'd been trading with them on good terms for quite a while. But every time they would always send a diplomat that would say, do not cut down more than 7 or 8 trees. One year they said 14, and I really needed wood for a thing. So I chopped down 8 trees. And I guess that was too many. That's literally what did it. Cavern trees are trees. Elves don't discriminate between trees, unlike humans. My personal headcanon for it is pretty simple, actually. My headcanon is that in real life, trees use mushrooms to communicate. So in my headcanon, the mushroom trees are their internet. Just like the hit franchise that nobody's actually watched, in my opinion, Avatar. They use the trees to communicate, is how my head thinks about it. But the actual reason is the game considers them trees, so the elves consider them trees. I want class blocks faster. Can you make amends? Nope. Once you're at war, you're at war. That's how Dwarf Fortress works. Actually, that's my biggest complaint about Dwarf Fortress. Is there's no way to make peace with a faction once you go to war. Weaponsmith of mine is in a strange mood. Do I have enough beds? I've just assumed I do for the last while, but that actually looks. Yeah, we do. We're good. Wow, that was a rip. Everybody's points gone. All my points gone. You know, the only way to air quotes make amends, I suppose, is to turn them all into red paste. Each and every one of them. Time to make a bunch of beds now. I mean, yeah, I don't need to worry about chopping down trees anymore, which is kind of nice. Like, I can just do this now. I can use cool blue colors now. It'll be way easier to clear the caverns. That's a bonus. Yeah, I was being super picky because they had cool animals. And if something has cool animals, then I go out of my way to stay friends with them as long as possible. Not all of them, but at least the ones in this area. I don't feel like opening the gates up right now, but we can do that now, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it is one of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress is that there is absolutely zero diplomacy once you're at war with something. Within World Gen, factions can go from fighting to being allied in certain very specific situations, but that's the only thing that can happen. I need to get this body out of here. And up here, I'm going to make a stockpile. Gems, rough, diamonds. Basically, all of the diamonds. And sapphires. And star sapphires. Maybe not star sapphires, but mostly just these. I want to get these out of here. We'll see you later, Dominoc. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I've been committing to the long stream life recently. Check for you. Something evil is emerging. It always is. Okay. Let's hope that squad made it back to their spot. Yep, they did. Armored ice. So first, let's just send them here. We'll see what the creature is. It's a sludge demon. Oh, that's new. Humanoid composed of mud. Oh, at least it's weak. It has 3 horns and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. Brittle materials. In fact, this dwarf hit it. In the right foot with her steel pick, and the severed part sails off an arc. And she says, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. Also, another thing, to the person who asked if this was a mod. If you click this button up in the top right, you unpause, it automatically pauses when the next line pops up. So you can move turn by turn. So the demon gores this dwarf. The miner strikes the demon again with a steel pick, fracturing it. The sledge demon throws the miner by the second toe. The demon grabs the miner. The miner slams into an obstacle. Yeah, this is the first time this has ever been in the game. It's never been in the game before, even though people Mandela affected themselves into thinking it was. What's gone? How's this dwarf doing? Also has got a hit in and fractured it. Let's follow the demon. Yeah, no, it's been... When did they add this? I need to go back and look. I think it was like September? I could be wrong. Let me find out. I'll scroll down for a second and tell you. September, yeah. Yes, it was September that they added this. There it is again, the Mandela effect. There was never tick-by-tick advancement in any version of the game. DFHack never had it as a feature either. There's the Mandela effect again. Anyway, this dwarf is having a rough time, bleeding. I'm worried this dwarf may fall. Well, you were a good dwarf, Kel. What happened when you press period in the original? That's still in the game. That was always in this version. You press period, and you move tick by tick. And if you opened up the combat log and you pressed the period button, nothing would happen. You could not unpause the game in the combat log in older versions. That was never a thing. And tick-by-tick movement was always in this version. On period. I don't think it was bound to period by default, but yeah. I pretty sure it was bound to equals, at least on my computer. But yeah, tick-by-tick movement with the combat log open was never a feature in the original game. But being able to press this button and see how the play pause thing moves forward briefly, that's been in the game as long as I can remember. And they didn't not have it in the first release on Steam. So, like, I don't know where people get this information from, but no. The moving combat log, being able to unpause the combat log was never a feature in any version of Dwarf Fortress ever. It wasn't even a DF hack feature, so, like, I don't know where people have, like, made this feature exist. It's very funny. It's actually really funny to me because, like, having reached out to people at DF hack and, like, Putnam and been like, what? And Tarn Adams being like, was this ever a thing? Because, like, everybody's saying it was. It's like, no. What? Well, it was never a thing. Anyway, sorry. Side effect. Let's finish this fight. These two dwarves are having a rough time. Everybody else is left. This creature is also having a rough time. The military is getting close, probably. They're running around the corner, likely, but it's only been a couple seconds. If I unpause the game... Wow, it actually ran away. What? Oh. It jumped down and then jumped back up. This brave weaponsmith. How fleeting life is, this doesn't scare me. Attacks the demon, but it scrambles away. I feel hopeless. I've been injured badly. Have you? No, you haven't. What? You're totally fine. Dwarf. Oh, your ability to stand lost. Okay, so you have been lost. You have been hit by something. Did you just kill it? Damn it, they did! It's Mangled Mud. Mangled Mud is my my new Primus cover band. Doran is still bleeding heavily. Geshud is seriously injured. I think they're all gonna live. I do, in fact, think that they are going to live. Just need some dwarves to show up to recover the wounded. Oh, I spoke too soon. Maybe this one will live. Definitely spoke too soon. Rest in peace, dwarves. Now, did you get the kill? Yeah, this one did it. Geshud got it. So shoutouts to Geshud for getting it. That's just impressive in and of itself. Riona's big brown badger. Nobody like... You know, we finally found something that sucks more than Primus. Because it is the one thing I truly know about Primus, is that Primus sucks. Oh no, not Jetpack Tux. I need Jetpack to be doing something else. Primus does suck, yes. Facts. Okay, so we've dug all this out. We can dig down to here. I should go up to here. And like I said, make a little watchtower. Actually, instead of just, like, doing this. Because, like, if it was like Auto Butcher, you'd understand there's almost everyone. At DF hack on that by default. It is, yeah, no, it is really, like, there was some people initially when this version launched that were like, where is insert DF hack feature here? But that quieted down pretty quick when people were like, oh, that's a DF hack feature, give them like a month to update it. So like, that kind of makes sense. Like, I understand that. What I don't understand is the, like, tick-by-tick movement and, like, while the combat log is open feature, because that was never a feature. It was never a thing that was in older versions. And that is just, like I said, I just think it's really funny. Like, unlike all these other conversations we've had today, like, this isn't something that bothers me as a player. I just think it's funny. Because I just want to know where it came from, more than anything. I'm setting up a watch spot for one of my war dogs. Wow, that's a 17-year-old dog. Holy shit. An old boy. Does this dwarf have what they need? Yep, they must, because they are off grabbing whatever they need. Oh, I see why this stockpile isn't working. It's not the wrong things. I mean, here's the thing, though. It's a good feature. Because that's literally, like, I had this, again, I had this conversation with Putnam a while ago where it was like, literally, the community Mandela affected themselves into thinking a feature existed to the point where the developers added it to the video game. And it's like, in reality, that's a good thing. Like, the community should do that more, but not in the, this feature used to exist, rar, are we mad that this feature no longer exists? And instead in a, this feature should exist, and you should add it. Because it was like the most requested returning feature in the game that was never a feature. It's also like another similar situation that Rosames was planning mode, right? There was a lot of people going, you killed planning mode. Where did planning mode go? And then Tarn's confused going, planning mode still exists. What are you talking about? But they're not talking about this planning mode. They're talking about DF Hack's planning mode. That was another one that existed for a minute before DF Hack got updated. Was people like mad that certain features didn't exist. But then again, I think also part of the reason for that is, again, in older versions, there was a very large portion of the player base that whenever the game updated, they just didn't play it. Because they wouldn't play it until DF Hack and had updated, and Dwarf Therapist had updated, and Lazy Noob Pack had updated, because nobody knew how to change the settings for it. So, like, it was really funny, and I was always really happy when the game updated, because tons of people would tune into my stream that never did. And by that, I mean I had like 80 viewers instead of 50. Deep Space, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. And I would always be ecstatic because I knew that nobody would just like play the game. Instead, they would tune into my streams. Why does this dwarf have so many pairs of pants on? I'm confused. You're a mercenary. You're weird. And it was very, very funny to me because like my view count would climb really quickly all of a sudden every time. Oh god, it's the stuff again. And literally the entirety of the reasoning for it was because just a majority of the player base was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to play this update for 6 weeks. It was great for me, but like bad for most of the player base. This is a weaponsmith. Oh god. Forgotten Beast Avus has come, an enormous newt with external ribs. It has 2 short tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its eyes glow chartreuse. Its indigo skin is rough and cracked. Beware its fire. I have no idea. It just keeps appearing in places. That is a lot of boulders. 3 pieces of microcline, 2 roughing indigo tourmalines, gabbro blocks, tunnel tube logs, and platinum. And it's a weaponsmith. Cool. We're getting a platinum something. Let's see where this forgotten beast is. Not what I was expecting. No, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think the old Dwarf Fortress player base was very, 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 very patient. I've never had an artifact bolt. That would be really cool, though. I don't think that's possible. And change the number from the version to the current number. It usually makes it mostly work for new versions. Usually, I like how many like asterisks you put into that sentence. It usually makes it mostly work in new versions. Usually makes it mostly work for new versions. Usually. It's a trap component, so not very exciting. But I'm just gonna let this guy run around and clean my caverns. He'll probably be pretty efficient at it, frankly. Although, he may also just come attack me. Oh, he's fighting with a different Forgotten Beast. He's fighting with Kogan, the one that killed the last one. Miss. Kicks. Oh. Dove into the water. Is winded. But this guy has the advantage in the water. I could kill this guy with my bolts pretty efficiently, I think. All right. What a place. Hold on. Let's just go read that disc and get it placed somewhere. This is a large serrated platinum disc. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette-cut indigo tourmalines and oval microcline clabachons, and studded with platinum and decorated with tunnel tube. This object menaces with spikes of indigo, tourmaline, and gabbro. On the item is an image of a string bean plants in microcline. I imagine it going in a circle around the edge. On the item is an image of an 8-sided prism in microcline. That's very classic DF. It's a disc. It's like a saw blade, basically. I am actually going to put it in a weapon trap here by the front door. Because, like, I mean, why not? There it is. Might as well chuck some other weapons in there, too. Hey. You know what? Nah, we'll just put the one. So I don't know where those other weapons are. They may all be on pedestals. Yeah, no, you're probably in an ad now. Oh. It's an ad break, so all I can do is wait. And seriously, Deep Space, thank you very much for the first resub in 2 hours, actually. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. But actually, I will say spinning serrated discs are very, 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 very effective. Platinum's just kind of a shitty material for them. But it's fine. It's more than fine. It is A-okay. You return from your ad? There you go. Yeah, I don't know. You are a very niche case, Russ Ames, right? Like, when I say, like, these very, like, all-encompassing, like, what's the word? When I say very all-encompassing things like the majority, it's because I'm talking about the majority. It's like, yeah, there's a few dozen crazy people on the forums that were like, you know, modifying the game files and making things work and forcing things to function, but for the Dwarf Fortress community, when a new update came out, it was the difference between me having maybe 40 or 50 viewers on an average day to me having 80 to 100 pre-Steam, which was like huge for me. Like that was the difference between I made 20 bucks today, oh God, and maybe I made 80 and I don't need to worry about groceries next week. So for me, it was always huge, but let's jump to that flamey boy again. This guy ran off this way and you're sitting up here. Well, this is gonna burn. Hey, he's running. I mean, I would be too. He's healed up. He's no longer bleeding. The funny thing is we're over here just like building like perfectly normally. No real concerns for the world. I'm going to tell you this, Jin. Don't ever ask me that again. You're your own person. Do your things. This is why anime is weird. Again, I don't care if it's a joke. If you don't write it as a joke, it's not taken as a joke. You have to write it as a joke for it to be taken as a joke. This isn't your average stream, right? If you treat this stream like an average stream, you might have a hard time. And the reason I say that is I get the joke, mate. I'm not a 35-year-old neckbeard memer, right? And if you talk at me like you're expecting me to respond to you like one, I'm not gonna do it. People and humans don't speak that way. I am human. So if you make jokes, the key to making jokes is they have to be funny. Have a punchline, you know? Where's that other dude? Waiting for this Titan fight to finish. The other one's just eating all the elk birds. I could open the caverns and try and kill them with my Marks Dwarves. Might actually be pretty decent training. Where'd the other one go? What? Nope, that's a shield burning. It's weird on top of that sprite. Morning, Kem. Hello. It's evening here. Oh, they're fighting with stuff in stealth. Ah. Okay, so they're up here now. One's beneath the other one. This is actually the best place for this guy to lose because he can't shoot fire out underneath him. He can only shoot across, not down. Okay, so you're sitting right here, heavy bleeding. You're sitting up here, also heavy bleeding. They both gonna bleed out? Are funny business very seriously? You mean they have no sense of humor? What is this, Doom? Fire and web beasts are on a flat plane. Can't go up, can't go down. Marks Dwarves can go up and down. But fire and web beasts, if you want to kill them effectively, get underneath them or above them. It's also the same for, what are they called? Are they even fighting right now? I don't think so. No, they're not. They're literally just like having a staring contest. Like, need a breather, mate. Yep, need a breather. This one's seriously injured. You're in emotional shock. Okay. I mean, you have killed 6 things since walking on the map. Yep, I second that. That would be terrifying. Whoop, and they're fighting back down. Wow. Fighting back down. This web's burning. This guy's ablaze. Jump into the water again, you doof. Cave swallow's arm on the ground there. Don't mind it. Fine. Bleeding. The other one's healthy. Okay, I mean, what I think we should do when one of them is dead, there we go, is I'm going to press these buttons. And I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to pull this drawbridge. You know, it's funny, right? The non-constructed blocks can now be burrowed through thing. It's been stated a couple of times by Tarn that if he does ever actually implement that, he doesn't want it. He wants it to be an option, like a thing that you can enable, because he worries that it would ruin the game for many people, which honestly I agree with. I think it would ruin the game for me, so. At least if I didn't know it was happening. Arm not okay. Arm kind of sore, actually. At least it's not pathing directly into the, like, gem tube. Yeah, I'm a weird person with my stream, partially because, like, a lot of people are used to never being acknowledged, and they're used to just kind of being lost in the shuffle and saying things. I literally respond to everything that everybody says in the Twitch chat, especially when it's quiet like now. So if somebody's just saying nonsensical fucking bullshit references, or just like spouting memes for no apparent reason with no logic behind them, or just like making strange anime references, it's like, unless it's like got a cap on it and very clearly a joke, it's like, really? Like, you don't have something intelligent to say? Like, I would much rather just have a conversation with chat than witness your 90-second jokes. Would instantly have severe issues? I mean, it's literally just Forgotten Beasts with doors, right? Forgotten Beasts and Titans and Mega Beasts. But, like, I've had Trolls rip doors off. I've also had Ogres rip doors off in this version. Perfectly, like, as they're supposed to. Like, just walk up, boom, door gone. And same with Ghosts. I've had Ghosts destroy doors as well. You wouldn't mind them? Ha! They'd mind to you! Get it? Right, so either the game is frozen or it's really just not moving. Well, if it's really content and just sitting there, it can be Cavern Cleaner for a bit. And if it attacks me, I will claim it betrayed my trust and then stab it to death with a pointy object. But I don't feel like going out there and getting it because it's too burny out there. Get this layer cleared up. Anything worth getting up there and getting it? Yeah, also they have a I don't actually know what the distance is, but they do have a, they have to be within a certain proximity of another thing to go path to it to attack it. And I'm pretty sure all my dwarves are out of that proximity where it's currently sitting. I mean, it's over by the volcano, so that's also on the upper level. So I'm a layer down over here, constructing stuff in a corner. I think we're okay. There was like 30 infected dwarves behind doors and nothing. Oh, right. Yeah, were creatures used to like break down doors, didn't they? Yeah, that'll... Well, They would take a lot longer than most. Like, they weren't... I might be misremembering. So call me out here if I am. But if I remember correctly, if you lock the door on a were creature, they would path away from the door. And not through the door. Because I do recall locking doors on were creatures and then just walking away. I don't even know what you're talking about. Morning, Wolf. How's things, dude? Pretty hefty lag hitch. I guess I should just start prepping the pumps again, or the pump again. So, I getcha. But it took a minute? Yeah, that's okay, so I am remembering it mostly correctly then. This here is going to be a defense tower with some livestock in it. To spot elves coming. Uh-oh. I just saw a ghost. Yep. Did I not memorialize them? I thought I did. I think I memorialized one and not the other three. Yep. Looks like it. Oopsies. There we go. Nope. No, the livestock is going to be so that they spot the defenders for me. Also, fun fact, hunting trained animals have a further line of sight than non-hunting trained animals. If you want to have a scout with the maximum distance, train them for hunting and chain them to a pole. Actually, I should go up here and roof this off too. Dog bark. That's literally spotting ambushes. Why is that silly? We used to use a dog growing up to spot bears that were close to where we lived. Very helpful. Pretty sure that's pretty much the equivalent. Like, within reason. There we go. Ghost has been put to rest. Yeah, the goose, the fully automatic defense goose is a very funny joke around here, yes. Also, hey, Daxit over on the YouTube side of things. Holiday's going okay so far. Although it hasn't been much of a holiday. I've actually been working more recently, so... Aside from that, I've had to spend some money on gifts for people, but I get to go out and buy some jars tomorrow after I'm done at the lab getting some lab tests done. Excuse me. And then I get to bottle up a whole bunch of sauerkraut, which is going to be a bunch of people's gifts. Mom, if you're listening, I hope you have the stream muted. Which is always fun. Oh, that one's like empty. Damn it. Oh, okay. There you go, do that. And let's start the sucker up. Not many places for it to go, so hopefully it doesn't, like, break things. You're gonna be buying a bunch of spirits tomorrow? As gifts, or as gifts for yourself? Just waiting for a dwarf to show up and start pumping this. Scholar's throwing a tantrum. Oh no. Rest in peace, that scholar. I haven't seen as many neutral visitors recently. Like a year. I've thought about buying some stuff to make mixed drinks. I really like old fashions, and they're pretty easy to make. Well, I need the mixing containers and whatnot. Okay, so... Oh boy. There's a diamond burning down there. That's unpleasant. Don't need to worry about that for a minute, though. Christmas Crown Royal. I haven't had Crown Royal in quite some time. Okay, let's do that. And then over here, we're going to pump out this way. Very simple for me to just move that over. Boom, done. One and done. Well, a few more tiles we're waiting on here. Get filled in. But most of this is getting there. These upper levels I need to seal off, and then I need to go around on the top and fill them in. Basically, what I want to have happen is when I do break into hell, I want to just have a fully glass tube just going up so that they only have one direction they can go to get out, so that I know exactly where they're going. Looks like Fireboy is doing some work again. Discovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Looks kind of hot. It's a large, bright metal skirt. Bright metal, hey? I guess that metal's smart. You're as bright as metal. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's like a saint calling somebody dumb, which wasn't the direction I was going with that, but fair enough. Metal skirt sounds kind of heavy. Sounds like something the Scottish would wear. Maybe I'm off base on that. The dad jokes per minute gets worse the later in the day it is. And I've been streaming for 11 hours and 51 minutes. Huh? Sentient? What? Frame rate does suddenly seem a lot more stable. I don't know what's changed. It's like I don't have these on, but it was stuttering with both of these off earlier too. Got one more of these to seal, which I kind of forgot about. Graves aren't particularly heavy. One of my favorite things is just like, they're like, oh, I mean, it's history. It's like, right? It's a rumor from abroad. I wish that there was a way to read these. I love the history of just like, oh, why the Scots were such a force of nature. Well, because they didn't wear armor while everybody else was wearing armor. Everybody else was walking around in heavy fucking suits of armor, and they're just like, well, I can just like jump over you because they're all slow, right? Such a cool looking thing I've built here. All right, so now I can turn this pump back on. I can fill this pump stack. Not that I need to, but I can. Just can't put it down. Well, you should tell your Auntie Gravity to write more books then. Strange last name. Yeah, I guess we'll get rid of this one. I was gonna say, definitely a fish. Still a fish. Yes and no, Russ Ames. Your field of view is way lower in full armor. As somebody who once wore a full suit, a real full suit of armor, your field of view is way lower. Your ability to move is, comparable, but you're gonna get tired sooner. To use Dwarf Fortress as an example to keep mildly on topic, a dwarf's death sentence is when they stop moving because they're too tired. So if two people work out and train for years to, fight, and one of them has a suit of armor and the other one doesn't, assuming they're not locked right next to each other, guy without the suit of armor has the advantage. It's just a matter of time. Granted, if there's also a volley of arrows coming directly at you and you have the suit of armor, you're less likely to die. So, there's obviously situations where it's advantageous. I still haven't found any adamantine. That's actually kind of spooky. No raw adamantine. No praising the miners. I'm gonna try something. Out of curiosity. I need to make some mechanisms. So, okay, fair enough. I understand what you're saying. I thought you were saying it was a common misconception that people jumped over them. And that in certain situations, it was advantageous to not be in a suit of armor. Suit of armors were the response to, archery, right? Suit of armors? Wow. I can speak words. Okay, let's check on that guard tower up at the top for the guard dogs. And, smooth all this. Let's get rid of the snow. Yeah, no, for sure. It's a fun era of history to read about. I think we can all agree on that one. See who beats who to it here. Just want to get the majority of the snow out of here. Yeah, and then guns happened and that ruined everything. Classic guns ruining everybody's fun. Just like real life. I think I screwed this up. Got the timing a little off. Constant breaking the meta. It's almost like humans haven't changed so much over time, right? People were just trying to find a way to game the system back in the day, just like now. Okay, so let's go up here. Green glass. Green glass. Green glass. Green glass. Green glass. Green glass. Oh, totally. I mean, there's always like a point of balance between two things, and then somebody figures out how to make it better, and then it takes over, it becomes fashionable, and then people adjust accordingly. Let's put a chain up in here. And I'm going to tie up a war dog. Let's add brick now. Nah, just green glass, not baka glass. Not much. Chilling. Trying to just get things done so I don't have to do it a second time. My God, I'm so tempted to put my Hydra in here, but I'll put the owl. I think the owl would make a good guard critter. Yeah, at that point, the threat to having a flintlock pistol was water and reloading speeds. You'd have made the wrong bet? Oh, absolutely. 100%. But that's called new technology, right, Bed Llama? I mean, like, the first cars were simply, like, rich boy toys for, like, assholes who had nothing better to do and way too much money to spend that were slower than horse-drawn carriages that would, like, run children over and run out of power or run out of gas constantly. And, excuse me. And then run over children. And kill people. Get into accidents. Flip over, hurt people, right? You need, like, time to reiterate ideas. And now cars are just, oh boy. I'm not gonna be that mean. So we've assigned an owl to this, a giant barn owl. was gonna hang out here. And they'll spot elves coming in. But turned out to be way more comfortable. Yeah, true. Less bruises on the rear. Most would consider that a benefit. So something I should do is channel down here, channel down here, just so I can see the magma sea. I'm going to go up, and I'm going to place a lever. Connect the lever to this, and I'm actually going to cave this through. I'm curious about how far down things go. Well, I'm curious if there's adamantine on the edge of this, because I'm just realizing this spire that I'm digging through right now. I haven't seen any adamantine. Ah, there we go. That's what I needed. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Excellent. Which I literally found without doing that. It's right there. So adamantine here, which is good. Still have a ways to go, though. But hey, it's progress. I mean, to be fair, it's, you know, 2023. Airships are still rad, and I still think they're the future. But, you know, we're just not there yet, okay? We just need a stable enough way to power them that, you know, doesn't cause them to turn into bombs constantly. And they'll be awesome. We'll get there eventually. We're just working on it, okay? Right? How'd you know it was the spire if it wasn't adamantine? Because they're encircled with gems. I just wanted to know where the adamantine was in the spire. Anyway, I found it now. It's right here. And it's either going to be this level or... the breach level's probably 121 or 122. Neat. Anyway, praise, yada yada, praise the blabbitas. And... well, I can still do this shenanigan that I'm planning. It shows the depth is why the fluid levels have numbers. So the higher 7 is the maximum. So it gives you an idea of the depth of it. Is there a reason why I play fluid level with the numbers on? So I know how deep the fluids are? Found airplanes to be a better new toy back in the day, and history went down the stupid path. I mean, people are always going to go with whatever they think is cooler at the time. That's just how people work. We had another baby. And another weaponsmith withdraws from society. Something evil is emerging? Where? Oh. Huh. I've never... So, I've seen Forgotten Beast ticks. I've never seen a tick monster that's normal size. That's actually really cute looking. It's tiny. Look at how little it is. It's a 3-eyed tick. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its red-purple exoskeleton is waxy. It has poison gas. Small, angy tick. Yep. It's ticked off, one could say. Runaway dwarf. I'm going to send the squad down and this squad down. They're all at the end of the hallway. So, run around, dwarf. Run away. Stay away, he'll suck on you. We'll follow it. It's just sitting there expelling gases. I mean, ooh. It's getting kicked real bad. Ooh. That looked like it hurt. At least it's staying down here. Yep. Well, clearly, it's terrified. It's called flank sneaks. So it comes up and then gets slashed. Also, the name of this fortress, Sunbirths, was actually the name that the dwarves gave to one of the demons in the last fort I did. The swordsword stabs the tick monster in the second leg with her steel short sword, tearing the muscle. Slashes the tick monster in the right first foot with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And it flies to pieces. I figured that wouldn't be too strong. I was right. Although this dwarf's seriously injured. Hang in there, Doomid. Cannot breathe. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. You need to be able to do that. You are winded, though. That seems bad. Worse for them than me. You know, chat, I don't want to jinx it, but the frame rate's been kind of stable. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Yeah, it must have been paralyzing gas. Well, at least it's just gas. I don't mind stirring things up. The mind thinks best when the world is at rest. That's one way to refer to the dead. What, your necromancers do? Or just in general? Because, like, those monsters change every world, right? Those I can just leave. Never seen anything like them before. I've seen a couple sprites pop up recently that I wonder, and the reason I wonder this is because this is just a very Tarn-like thing to do. That I wonder if they were added in recent patches and just left out of the patch notes, because that's a very Dwarf Fortress thing to do. Like traditionally it was not uncommon at all for like Tarn to patch the game and say new updates out. Like it's a very Nintendo-like style of patch notes. By that I mean none. Drove a lot of people nuts, but I don't know. I kind of like it in a way. Because there's like a bunch of Forgotten Beast sprites that have shown up in the last 3 months. Like there's this weird worm thing that I'd never seen before. And a few other things that I'd never seen before. Cool, what changed? I don't know, stuff. Pretty much. It's like I added some things to Legends mode and Fortress mode has a new toy. What? That's basically all they tell you. Well, they found the other one who died. Was like a pretty typical Tarn patch note. And then usually he would eventually elaborate, but it would like be in like either the future of the fortress or like Dwarf DF talk or something like that. It would usually end up happening in one of the various podcasts or in one of the forum posts and not like in the game itself. Let's just do it this way. Fuck it. What's up, Athoric, by the way? Also, Preoct. I hope you've been well. Whoa! The fuck? That seems bad. You're unconscious and drowning. Sidetrack, that was the happiest story for the 4. How dare you know you better not friggin' die. Can't let you die. Come on, take that out. What? No. Okay, so what I need them to do is just stop everything that you're doing. Stop everything that you're doing. Stop everything that you're doing. And I need you, priority numero uno, right nowsers. That. Stat. Actually, you know what? Actually, just this. None of the rest. Just that. That'll drain the water out. Come on, you fucker. How dare you? Come on, dude. No. Veg. Dad, I'm angry.
Bring out your dead!
I don't want to talk about it. Still alive? Nope. Nope, definitely dead inside. Still alive on the outside, though. It may appear that way. Fortunately, I'm just very good at hiding my deathliness. I don't know where I'm going with this. Hi, yeah, no, still alive. Still alive. 12 hours. Zatrak was found drowned. That's a shame. And I made a pig iron spear, apparently. I've got a dozen of those, I think. This is a pig iron spear. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with elephant bone and elephant leather, and goblin cap, and encircled with bands of pig iron. On the item is an image of Zasset the dwarf and dwarves in yellow zircon. Zasset, bent ink, the dwarf, and dwarves in yellow zircon. Zasset is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zasset Bentnik to the position of Baroness of the insightful handles in 72. On the item is an image of a sea monster in microcline. Something I've only ever seen in version 28? Maybe 34. Never in this version. And it's called Nobo. Nobo. There it is. I have 2. I lied. Head to bed, Tailing? Alrighty.
Over here, he has a sword.
Oh, he made a spear, not a sword. Come on. Get it right. Forgotten Beast Werna Bonetti has come, a huge, hairy mite. It has wings of stretched skin and it undulates rhythmically. Its pale blue hair is very curly. Beware its blood that is deadly. Doesn't seem very flighty, though. It's okay. The other one will literally kill it with fire. Like I said, told you. The other one will literally kill it with fire. It is fine. It is burning. It's dead. Uh-oh. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Wait, what, game? Why you, no, tell me where? Like, I click on this. I mean, I know where I could look for it, but Ah, there it is. The monitor brute. It's 1920 by 1080, and it is a very large three-eyed monitor twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically. Look at that, and it has hunger for warm blood. That's scary. Warm blood ones tend to be really strong. I don't know if that's just me feeling that way about it, but they feel real strong usually. All right, run away. Well, you're dead. See what I mean? They tend to... Oh, Vikingo's dead. Rest in peace, Vikingo. Vikingo splat. You walking away? Yep. You are linking building to trigger. I'm going to pause that, Gerb. You walk away? Yep. Get them up here as speedy, quickly as I possibly can. Oh boy. Oop. There it goes. Welcome back, Wolfie. Whoop. Clothesline. Andre, the regular guy, charges directly at it and stabs the brute in the right lower arm with Mirin Ingin. Fracturing the bone, a sensory nerve has been torn, and the ligament in the tendon has been torn. The force pulls the upper arm, tearing the scale. Good Charles was almost immediately found dead. This thing's got what? Wait, what? Never mind. Has been missing for a week, not found dead. I'm very confused now. What happened to you then? Plague Breaker is heavily injured, who's already killed another angel, actually. But how'd you get hit? Seems like he got wrestled a bunch. Yeah, he got put in a lock, in an elbow lock, put in a headlock. But Swords Dwarf slashed the monster in the leg, cutting it off. So you did cut off the leg of it. Oh wow, actually got it. Were Demon, the monster brute. But it's okay, you'll be carried off to hospital and you should be good. I'm actually really curious, what are they doing with the bodies? Probably just chucking them if I had to guess. Did I break into health? No, not yet. Working on it though. I won't be doing that today. Probably Tuesday, actually. We'll be starting a new fort before the new year though. Turns out this is a very, very slow process. Because in order to dig into hell, I've got like 2 more layers to go, and I've been digging through this for the last... Chat, how many hours have I been digging through this? I don't even know. Long while. The smell of burning hair? I try not to, honestly. There's some pretty disturbing parts of this video game if you think about it too hard. And so I take it more as like a lighthearted type deal. Otherwise, it gets a little dark. Also that, they do run away very quickly. The dwarves do, in fact, run away from any kind of combat pretty damn quick. Some migrants have arrived. Excellent. We do need them, after all. Actually, hold on. I need to check something. Always need to check if they are returning. Interesting. I haven't had a migrant wave show up with actual children in it in a very... Why did they bring a guinea pig? Fucking children. All right. Makes you think of Boat Murdered? I need to get back to recording my script for Boat Murdered. I have it mostly scripted out. I know what I want to do with my read through. Just need to get to it and do it. Because I did a read through of Arch Crystal, which people really liked. And I'm planning to do one for Boat Murdered. I just have to, like I said, do it. I have to sit down and do it. What, sitting down and doing it? Elfie is a mood? So I'm going to cave in a tile right here. Before I do that, I need to go down one level. What? I was going to say, where's this water coming from? It's coming from over here. Well, that's filling up with water now. Great. Don't drown, dwarf. Problem is this bloody lava's in the way now. Actually, I can just fix this by just simply doing this. Gotta get that out of there so that I can drop this right here. It'd be very funny if this happened to just punch directly into hell, but you know, it's very rare that I go, man, dwarf, you deserved that. Fuck me, dwarf, you deserved that. Like, just wow. Okay, so now I channel this out. It's supported by the ceiling. Toasty. Yes. Can't do that with my voice anymore. Too late in the day. Those diamonds are still burning. You know, when they said shine bright like a diamond, I didn't think they meant burn. Never mind straight down. No, did, and then walked straight forward, and dwarves ignore that law all the time. So, I'm pulling this lever, which is going to collapse this and that wall piece straight down into there. And we'll see what happens and just kind of cross your fingers and hope there's nobody important toward Dwarfy down there. This is the... Yep, there it goes. What? Oh, right, duh. So sometimes I have genius moments and sometimes I have moron moments. This is a certified idiot moment. Of course, the wall piece is going to hold it up. I normally just drop wall pieces on things. It's like, oh yeah, it's a wall piece. I could just drop a floor piece, but I do wall piece out of habit. So I try to drop a wall piece when there's like, you know, a ceiling there that it'll hold. Sometimes I'm a smart person. Sometimes I'm an idiot. Today I'm an idiot. All right, let's get the proper piece on here. This thing. Whatever's closest, doesn't matter. Fucking golemed it. What? Oh, falling directly into lava? I prefer to that as being self-terminated. Yeah, they can't complete that. It'd take like 10 seconds. Come on. There you go. Funk. Connect you. Now I can deconstruct this and reconstruct it as a floor piece, and then it'll work this time. Yeah, I'm getting tired. You know, honestly, I feel like we have like a 5-year window where it's kind of rude to spoil something. But there's a point where if you haven't seen it yet or read it yet, I hate to break it to you, but mate, that's on you. They also then fly away on giant eagles afterwards, but you know. Honestly, you forgot? Then how's it a spoiler? Nope. Just dead. On the inside. I might be alive on the outside. I'm pretty dead. Where am I fucking Durf at to deconstruct this? Duders, come on. We're gonna rewatch it. I mean, at this point, just read the book. I mean, I have multiple portal tattoos, so you tell me, fish-faced. Watch the old animation version. True, that'll be fresh. That thing's very different. What's reading a book? It's this thing that I can do when I'm on my meds and can't when I'm not. It's kind of weird, really. Where the hell is this dwarf? Or... Oh, wow, you're just really slow. Oh, you can't stand. Well, throw your frickin' pick away and get a real job, dwarf. Okay. Okay, so well, this thing is fully hooked up. Yeah, I get that too. It's called eye strain. Get a magnifying glass and a light. I too have issues with reading. It means you need new glasses. That also often helps. I need to get rid of one of these. Well, actually, no. I only need to get rid of this lower one, not the top one. This one needs to become a floor piece. Dwarf coming down to construct. Miner coming down to pick. Okay. Pull this. But I have to leave the game paused for a minute 30 because we're in ads. There's definitely some, like, nostalgia for the old animated Hobbit, that's for sure. Well, that's always moving. Or he's just, like, grabbing the ground with his teeth. Morning, Arrow. You know, when the people who were here this morning and went to bed like 2 hours into my stream start showing up, I've been on for too long. 2 12+ hour streams in a week. Y'all are spoiled. But then again, honestly, I don't deserve you guys. I only get to do this because you guys keep me here, frankly. I was planning on playing some Path of Akra again tonight, but yeah, that didn't happen. Not tonight. Not tonight, unfortunately. Maybe another day. $19 seconds? All right, I think we're good. Let's see, who's going to pull the lever? Very far away, dwarf. Only can watch this dwarf run. But you like the one go? Yeah, I can relate to that. Certainly. Absolutely can relate to that. We're at war with the elves now. It's one of the biggest changes in this fort. At least today. Probably should hook that bridge up to a lever. Okay. I was kind of hoping that would go further, but I guess that's a solid brick underneath it. All right, well, chat room. Could sneak one run in like right now. Dude, it's been 12 and a half hours. If I cram another like hour and a half into this stream, it'll be 2 14-hour streams in a week. And I ain't even doing a subathon. Like, not to be rude, but it's been a long day, dude. We could, but it's been a long day. Been a really long day. Training? There's this point where physical health is more important than your training bullshit. I mean, like, if we're being real here for a second, I used to do 10-hour streams daily, 7 days a week. You know who almost died due to health problems? So, I don't want to do that again. I want to go eat some dinner because I'm hungry. So, what we're going to do is we're going to shut down the fort for the day. But the dwarves are partying. We get one more party, I think. Potentially? Yep. No, this is before I even streamed Dwarf Fort, Wolfie. Anyway, chat room, enjoy one final party and then we'll go raid somebody. Dinner before bed, Rebecca. Oh, fair enough, Wolfie. All right, Twitch chat. It's time to say goodnight, YouTube, because we're shutting the YouTube stream down. I'm going to save the fort. The next day that I think I will be streaming this fort likely will be Tuesday next week. So Boxing Day, the 26th. I'm planning a stream on Sunday. That'll probably be pretty short. Probably soba noodles and soy sauce unless I decide to go get sushi again. I might go get sushi again. But to those of you here on Twitch, don't run off because we are going to go raid somebody and they are playing Dwarf Fortress. So. But good night, YouTube. We will see you guys when we see you. Keep an eye out for the scheduled streams. And of course, thanks for hanging out. All right. Oof. I wish I was having your dinner. Chaku. I might go get takeout again. Chat, tell me to go get takeout sushi again, and I will probably go get takeout sushi again. think it's worth the $20 in this instance. I started this stream week with like no groceries in the fridge. So I've been like living on scraps all week. Like I have a cabbage